And the way Dom Sibley played and the way Dan Lawrence played were completely different, but Lawrence needed Sibley to see off the new ball, and Sibley set it up nicely with his 100, as you say, his 27th first-class 100, and then Dan Lawrence played brilliantly. So there are different ways to get first-class 100s, and we saw that yesterday. But as far as the game goes, I think we need this pitch to deteriorate a little bit today with the sun beating down on it. It's warmer today. There's not a cloud in the sky. It needs to go into fast forward. Otherwise, it could be a very slow day. If Essex just bats out, I can't see how Essex win the game without maybe being bowled out, and then Surrey need 180 in 50 overs or something, or 200, just to try and throw the game ahead. But at the moment, these two walking down the stairs will have in their mind, we are going to bat the day.
Yeah, it's days like these when you want to be bowling third, because to an extent you control your own destiny. So if Surrey are good enough to take 10 wickets inside, let's say, 40 or 50 overs, maybe even a few more than that, given they've got the first innings lead, they might have sufficient time to chase something later today. We could have a thriller. However, Essex, who accounted very well for themselves the first time around, century from Walter, and Dean Elgar, all that experience, 92. They put on 183 throughout the first half of day one. They'll resume this morning. They batted without any major dramas last night. And then they have the depth of Tom Westley, the skipper. Carter to come in at 3. Young Charlie Allison, he's a player.
Yeah, he is a very good player.
He'll bat at 4. Matt Critchley has had a terrific start to the season. Missed out in the first innings, but at 5 and on they go with a couple of all-rounders. And Simon Harmer, who's been the ever-reliable down the list, 41 in the first innings, and vast amounts of experience to draw on. So in terms of Essex trying to bat through the day and make sure of the draw, they've got the type of batting group who could do just that and suck the life out of it. But we will see. The pitch did show a little bit yesterday. Most noteworthy was the ball from Critchley to folks that went underground. But yes, that's kind of what we're relying on here, isn't it?
It is. I mean, in the old days, you used to come here and day 4 it would be spinning square. But the problem is that Surrey don't play a frontline spinner, so they have to leave grass on it on first day in the hope that it does a bit more for the seamers. So they've not just gone into every game trying to prepare a flat pitch. They are trying to make this oval pitch do some things, but by doing that on the first day and leaving grass on it, it means come day 4, it won't have the wear and tear of old oval pitches. By now, with this weather, would have been spinning. And it's interesting here now whether it's just a change of ends, but it looks like it's going to be Dan Lawrence who bowled that one over and bowled it nicely last night, actually. Whether this is a change of ends, we'll have to see, but there are some footholds there. And there was the odd ball that spun, and as you say, that ball to folks that just rolled along the ground.
Lawrence picked up 3 wickets in a hurry to finish off Essex in the first innings, so got that foundation to work from. A man goes straight back to long on for Walter to begin this final day. How will Surrey play it? They start with spin. So much made of Lawrence's approach and action and all the rest of it. What do you make of him as an off-spinner if you kind of disregard all of the moving parts?
Just decent. He's decent. Yeah, you're right. You sort of look at the run-up and think he's really part-time, but actually all that's important is how does it come out, and it comes out pretty well.
Yeah, nice, lovely there, lads, lovely, lads. That's brilliant start, that, lads.
You'd think with that energetic, balletic dance to the crease that he'd push it through, but he kind of doesn't. He bowls at quite a traditional finger spinner's pace, gives it a chance to dip.
He does, but I think with it being a newer ball and a newish ball here, 9 overs last night with it, I think the danger ball is not the outside edge yet. I think it's the one that hits the shiny side and just skids on and gets the LBW. I think that's what he'll be looking for.
He's got a slip in Burns.
Oh, lads, that's so good.
Surrey were better last night. I didn't think they quite got it right in the first innings up front, and these two left-handers got Essex off to a flyer. But Surrey last night made them play a lot better and got their lines excellent top of off. So they had to grind last night, these two, to bat today on what is a very good pitch.
Oh, so nice, mate.
So mid on up for Elgar. Yeah, they'll be fighting for that pavilion end, you'd think, the Surrey Seamers. Interesting that Abbott got given the first opportunity last night with the new ball. He bowled first change in the first dig. Fischer bowled third change in the first dig, which was quirky, given he has been taking the new ball this season. So a sense of that flexibility that Surrey enjoy with 5 quality seamers. The best of them in the first innings was Jordan Clark, who was immaculate. They were pretty happy with how they bowled in the first innings, Surrey. They thought they did quite a lot right on day one. Didn't necessarily get rewarded for it. That's the one you're describing, Nass. Looks like it probably hit the shiny side. Certainly went on with the arm. It completes the first over of this final day. Essex 20 for none.
Yeah, I thought they bowled okay, but if you ask me which bowling attack bowled with more control, I would say Essex bowled with more control. On a flat pitch, you do have to build pressure. It is not the pitch you're going to rock up. I mean, Essex did lose 70 for 4 either side of tee. And as you say, that was when Jordan Clark in particular bowled really well. And the pitch may have just got a bit quicker then as well. Some runs, isn't there, Colo, at the moment? Some real runs around, not only in April, but this round of county championships. You look at the score all round the country, and it's better being a batter than a bowler at the moment. It's going to be Atkinson from the pavilion end. It was Abbott last night, Atkinson this morning from that far end.
Atkinson bowled 3 overs last night. Oversteps immediately.
Yeah, Abbott overstepped first ball last night and then bowled a couple after that as well. He's been struggling with no balls.
So Atkinson, one of a number of England players on show this round. So runs for Duckett, tick. Runs for Root, tick. Not hundreds, but, you know, decent scores, which nice to start in the right direction. Crawley burnt a couple of starts.
Hamid 100,
Hamid 100
after a very quiet start, so that was good to see.
Yeah, felt important, didn't it, that Hamid 100, just to keep himself there and thereabouts in that conversation. Knots as well.
I know Smith missed out first innings here, but runs for him. Lawrence, he's not a cricketer you should forget.
Yep.
Dan Lawrence, he's such a talent, and obviously with his off spin as well. I think someone that England must have in the back of their minds long term, someone like Dan Lawrence. Not saying pick him, because there's not that many places up for grabs, especially in that England middle order, but he's a quality player, as he showed yesterday.
You're right about the distribution of scores in Division 1. I mean, Warwickshire 459 have got a good opportunity there, but not so 310 for 4 in the second dig. So there is a window there this morning, but still big scores through that match. Sussex 502, Yorkshire 511. So the probability of a result there is slim, about as slim as it is here. Maybe a little bit more with 2 early wickets for Yorkshire in the second dig. Glamorgan 440 playing Leicestershire 501 for 5, who are batting on day 4. Bless them. Oh, that's expansive.
I think it's
Did
the
that
lack
take out
of
under the bat.
It did, yeah. One thing I have noted is this oval pitch. It's been the one that's gone down as opposed to the ones that have gone up. Especially the seamers bowling that pavilion end. Critchley bowling this end to Folkes. Got it to keep low, but the seamers from the pavilion end have got an odd one just to roll. If you can get that straight. The problem is you go straight with those and it bounces perfectly onto the middle of the bat.
2 slips. Ooh,
And
it's
again.
come back off the seam. That's classy bowling from Atkinson.
And again, slightly low bounce. And obviously it's a long way down. Yep, for Paul Walter, as he's showing. He's a tall man with high hands. That's grubbed. Now, they have got a split field, so they have got 4 on the leg side. So when you see balls like that keep low, the captain will say to his bowling attack, right, let's get it on to middle and off. So if it does go low, LBW and bowled and drag onto the stumps. But going back to all those runs, I think it's because of the lack of pace in pitches. Even if it does nibble a bit, you have the time to play the adjuster because of the such a wet winter, and we're so early in the season. Ground staff just can't get any pace into their pitches.
Gloucester have a chance in their game at Derbyshire. But again, 498 the first innings there. That's why they've got a chance. Scoreboard pressure. Shout. Given. Walter doesn't like it, but Atkinson gets the breakthrough. Just what Surrey needed. After a couple of balls didn't get up, that caught Walter on the crease. He's gone for 3.
Walter can't believe it. We're talking yesterday about the amount of bowlers that go round the wicket to left-handers and how they get more LBWs than the old days. Walter thinks it's going down. On the angle, it has to be perfect. If it hits you on middle stump, it could go down the leg side. Ooh. That probably is just sneaking down the leg side, to be honest. When you look at that, just from the angle, how wide he is on the crease, Walter does fall across his stumps, but he's disappointed, thinking that's missing leg stump. He can't believe it, but he's going to have to. It's gone 22 for 1.
So the skipper Westley walking out at 3. Second over of play. The last ball of it, Atkinson got the decision from umpire Saggers. Bowlers from both teams were pleading with Jack Chantry when he was officiating from the pavilion end earlier in the game, and he was firmly keeping the gun in the holster. But on that occasion, one that could have gone either way, lands with the fielding team. Lawrence has a role to play here too. Pressure from both ends.
Oh, lovely, lads. Real good, mate. Brilliant, buddy. Awesome, lads. Good work, mate. Catch it. Yes, mate. Yes, mate.
Uppish, but an acre to work with in that direction. Long side of the ground. So it was one of those leg befores where it hit one side of the pad, which also gives an impression with the ball ballooning out to the leg side. I can kind of see where Walter would instinctively think just not being given.
Yeah, I was talking yesterday about it. You think of Stuart Broad going round the wicket to Warner, and you think of going back an era to both and bowling over the wicket to left-handers. And the reason he does that is because you feel you can't get the LBW from around the wicket. But since DRS has come in and you've seen the amount of balls just clipping maybe leg stump, umpires are more likely to give it out. So you challenge both edges of the bat from round the wicket.
Oh, so good, mate.
But poor Walter will think, well, that was at best clipping leg stump. He would say actually it was missing leg stump. Good appeal though. Part of getting the decision. It was a real good appeal from everyone.
Catching mid-wicket in for Westley. Loves it through the onside.
Yes, lads.
Plays it straight to him. So it's a strength, but they've got someone right there if he wants to go aerially.
Good from Surrey. They could have easily gone two seamers, they saw two left-handers, and even though they've got the wicket of one of the left-handers, they go with Lawrence at the other end.
Sneaks it through the onside field, 5 in that direction. Off the mark, retains the strike as well, 24 for 1. Here was the leg before. Walter Gibbon, persuasive appeal from Atkinson.
Yeah, look at that appeal. That's a really good appeal. Also, Folkes doesn't go too far down the leg side. He sort of steps to the off. I'd say it's probably clipping leg, actually. It didn't flick the outside of Walter's pad. It was more towards the middle of Walter's pad, but it did land leg side. So you can see why the umpire thought there's a chance. I don't think Walter saw it that way. Anyway, an early wicket, which on this surface and the way the scores are, it just sends a few doubts into that Essex dressing room.
Oh, yes, that's very tidy. First up to Westley for Atkinson. And as the England bowler in this group for Surrey. First game this season, Gus Atkinson. He's been carefully managed, obviously coming back from injury that he picked up in Melbourne during the Ashes. This is the type of day when you want your England stars to come back and open the door up.
Yeah, absolutely, and he'll feel better for the run out in the first innings. Whatever you've been doing in the gym or in the nets or bowling to a mitt, it is bowling in the middle that counts. You speak to any fast bowler, it is those hours in the outfield more than just bowling. You wake up the next day, you talk to Anderson, you talk to Broad, talk to Archer, anyone coming back from injuries. It's not just the overs you bowl, but standing in the outfield for hours on end on a flat surface. That's what the body needs at this stage of the season for someone coming back from injury.
Yeah, there's fitness and then there's cricket fitness, right? Two different types of things.
Talking of which, how'd you go yesterday? How was your cricket fitness? I noticed you weren't here yesterday. And I said, where is the great man, Colo, Mr. Surrey Cricket, calling of Surrey Cricket? He's not here, he's playing cricket. How'd you go?
We won.
Who's we?
That team's called, ODB, the Oval Dream Boys, was originally known many years ago. ODB these days.
All right, lovely. And you won?
We won. We had a good win, actually.
Good. Runs, wickets?
Wickets, yeah.
Good. Body all right this morning, getting out of bed?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot, so I've got, in theory, got the cricket fitness up.
Oh, you've wintered well,
sore,
I guess, as well.
Pretty sore.
Yeah.
Not that mobile in the field these days, so just hiding at mid-on.
Talking of which, well done to one of our producers here today, Robin Reeve. Finished the marathon. Stumbled in today, giving it the big and telling everyone he did it in 3 hours and 14. Well done, Reeve. A good cause for the Bob Willis Fund. Excellent. Stop going on about it now.
Not the only member of our cricketing crew that had a good day yesterday. Will McPherson, who...
Incredible time.
2:58.
My word.
He's done a 3-hour marathon. Incredible.
Sir Alistair Cook, 3:05. Will McPherson beat Sir Alistair Cook?
Yeah, I'm
what
reliably,
is going off
I'm
out there,
reliably
seriously?
informed he overtook him at one stage. They were in the same pen.
I get that. I can overtake Alistair Cook. Overtake Alistair Cook, but I can't do it for 3 hours.
No.
He'll stroll past me in the end. That is for certain.
Catches the call, doesn't quite get back to Atkinson. Completes the maiden 24 for 1. Extraordinary scenes down the Mall yesterday. Like compelling, seeing 2 runners break 2 hours.
Incredible.
Which, when you consider only, 4 or 5 years ago, they were managing a scenario where someone might run 2 hours, doing it in race conditions.
Yeah. It's like being on the treadmill full max for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I can't do it for 2 minutes, so... Unbelievable. It was nice, actually. I was in London last night and seen everyone on the tube with their medals. And I've not been in London when the marathons, but for obvious reasons. Trying to get away from it as much as possible. But seeing these people, someone came up to me and they had one of those placards that they'd put for their son, and the mum said, "Will you sign this to me, son? He's just finished the marathon," and whatever. Some lovely scenes in London. last night. It was a nice day. It wasn't too hot. I'm
Yep.
guessing the runners probably felt the heat more than us. It's warmer today, that is for certain.
We take about 50 runners up to Edinburgh for the marathon each year through my podcast, which is a great thing we do with the Lord's Taverners. And yeah, being in a marathon city after the race, the energy is just terrific.
Yeah. Or
Right.
lack of energy.
Well, yes, quite. But people get a second window, don't they? I think Reva might have got a second wind
Yeah, we won't say why.
yesterday.
Anyway, change.
Sean Abbott from the Vauxhall end where we're positioned. Ran the wicket right away. There was some criticism from some of our colleagues on day one about the reluctance for Surrey seamers to go over the wicket at the lefties.
Yeah, Daggers. Daggers was like, you must open with Fischer.
Yep.
And you must come over the wicket. And in both innings, they've done neither. He like round the wicket, and it's been Abbott this time round. It's been Atkinson.
Abbott's been light on for wickets this season. He'd love to run through him today. A bowler of real quality. One of those cricketers who I fear is going to end up being the least lucky, unluckiest not to play a test match. He's been in squads for years for Australia, but he's never quite been in the starting 11. Played lots of white ball cricket for Australia, of course a World Cup winner in 2023 in the 50-over format of the game. Was on target, inside part of the bat. But his fourth spell here at the Oval, Abbott. They've liked going back to overseas players season after season here. They had Hashim Amla a number of years, Kemar Roach, and Sean Abbott in recent seasons.
Yeah, I mean, this week is what county cricket's all about. You look at it, excellent ground, wonderful ground, this place, the way they do things. You could break a record here today for attendances in recent times, but quality overseas players. You've just got Abbott bowling against Dean Elgar there. That's a good battle. A former England player in Tom Westley. You've got Allison coming in next, who's a real good young talent. I mean, this is quality first-class cricket. Now, you could say it's a bit slow and the pitch and, you know, it's not quite been the show that it could be, but the quality is definitely there. High-class overseas players. Just need this pitch to do a bit more. I think the era of cricket that's been played now, I think you need to look at 300, 350 as your par on first innings. I just think the game has moved on at pace that for a spectator, if as a groundsman, it's not an exact science. If you go out there preparing a pitch, and if in the first innings a side is getting between 300 and 350, I think you're doing a good job as in pitch preparation. And it's not an exact science, and it's not easy at this time of year.
$25 for one. Yeah, the inexact science you refer to there, it's a shades of grey, isn't it? The benefit of having the big block of county championship cricket in April and May, it feels like an exclusivity window, doesn't it? I mean, yes, the IPL's going on. I'm not diminishing that but there's no international cricket. So you can get the overseas players in. They do elevate the standard of the comp. But the downside, of course, is that there are naturally going to be fewer games of four-day cricket in the middle of summer, when traditionally that was a big part of the rhythm of the season over here, certainly when you would have played.
And also, I might be wrong, but recently, April weather has been excellent. In the old days of wrapping up at Lords, we used to have that MCC against champion county, of which Essex were there a couple of times, and wrapped up with, 5 layers on and hand warmers in your pockets and hoping no one edges it to you at slip or whatever. The weather in the last few years at April has been perfect for cricket. A bit chilly, but not
a
this
on the
time.
way through, yeah. Okay. Not even Atkinson.
Yeah.
He's an enthusiastic appealer. really goes up there. No decision to make of any meaningful nature for umpire Saggers. Yeah, the perception of April, I think, is that if you only dip in and out of county cricket, you might form a view that, April, green tops, England, weather, overheads, put it all together and assume one thing. When, as our statistician on the Surrey coverage, Andrew Sampson, has bulked up over time, it's actually the best month of the year to bat, April, statistically. The hardest being the end of the season. May's not too crash hot either for whatever reason, but it's the end of the season in September when things get, feels more like the cliched impression of England conditions, which have evolved over time too, right? We hear all the time about how curation of pitches has changed dramatically with better tolerance to water, and Athers was talking about this the other day about how little time ground staff get to completely soak the square compared to how it used to be.
Yeah, there was that theory as well. I think Rob Key had it as a theory that the drainage and how good the drainage has been, and new drainage been put out, soaking the moisture and the guts out of a surface and taking pace out of various cricket pitches. What about the change in playing condition and laws? Is it below average pitch this year? You lose all your points.
Yep.
Be very careful as a groundsman if you prepare a pitch that you want a result on, and then you get a result and you lose the home side lose all their points.
Yeah, I understand why they've done it. Like, I understand philosophically why they've done it, but it does mean that you've got to stay inside the tram tracks if you're a ground staff. Now, you can't. You think about some of the pitches that have been prepared around the country clearly to engineer results without naming specific counties, but we all know, we watch the game, we know there's been instances of that in the last 10 years. The repercussions are extreme.
Yeah. Well, Ath made a good point on the podcast of what happens if 700 plays 600. You lose points for that. Everyone thinks a bad pitch is one that deteriorates after day one and it's spinning square, or you see the footage, don't you? Let's name grounds like at Taunton or something where it's green completely, you can hardly tell the pitch, or you see it spinning on day 2 or 3 and everyone goes mad about it. But what about the pitches that do nothing for 4 days and you end up in a bore draw? Do you lose your points for that? I've mentioned Taunton because I think they've produced some of the most fascinating cricket over the last few. The amount of times I've put the feed on from Taunton and it's going down to the wire with some exceptional cricket. And that is an exceptional delivery from Atkinson. 25 for 1, Essex.
Doesn't carry to Ollie Pope. Weight out of the hands from Westley there.
Yeah, and that's the issue at this time of year with I've talked about lack of pace in pitches. You nick it, and that has landed way short of slip.
Interesting, it's immediately prompted
Pope with the helmet.
A lid for Pope to presumably go quite a far way up at second slip. Fine bit of bowling from Atkinson previous over.
Well tested.
It's in the eye of the beholder pitches, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think what you described there, what you and Ath talked about on the podcast, to me that rings true. Like, a bad pitch comes in all sorts of different forms. We had a test in Melbourne. Yes, that's right. It was Melbourne in the Ashes of 17-18. It was a stinker. It was so bad that they got docked points. The ICC's equivalent of docking points, sorry.
For being too flat.
Too flat.
Yeah.
flat. Never gave
And
anyone
they've
anything.
changed it since, haven't they? And now Melbourne, you go there, we've just had the 2-day test. And
Yes.
do
Fair
you
to
think they've
say.
gone too far the other way?
Well,
or-
I mean, look, bless him, the curator fronting the world's media after that 2-day test we were there for. Nas was, that was probably an extreme response, but yeah, did a test in Rawalpindi 4 or 5 years ago where there were 11 wickets for the match or something like that, and that felt insane that we were, it did not give the bowlers a chance. So yes, bad pitches aren't only the ones that produce results in 2 days. They're also the ones where the balance between bat and ball so skewed the other way.
Ironically, since Pope came in closer at third slip, second and a half slip, one flew through to Folkes. So he's quite tight there with the helmet on. We saw that in the World Test Championship final on that low pitch at Lord's.
Sliding down. Yeah, that Steve Smith moment where, insult to injury, he drops the catch, which probably would have led Australia to victory in that final, but also his finger was at right angles. It was a horrible break. I saw it up close a couple of weeks later when we were in the Caribbean when he was still recuperating, and it was just the way the bone was sticking out of the skin and all the other.
Well, he had to get in right close, didn't he? They all stepped up 3 or 4 yards.
And that's Mitchell Stark bowling 140 plus.
He's tight in there, Pope.
Yeah.
For the oval, the old days of the oval with the bounce and it going through. Look at where Ollie Pope is now.
So the over the wicket approach now for Abbott to the left-handed Elgar. I don't recall Slips wearing the lid till about perhaps a decade ago. Joe Root did it in the Ashes of 2015 a couple of times, but in the championship cricket you played on slower tracks, would anyone?
No, I can't know, not at all.
It's an in-fashion thing, then, is it?
Yeah.
Yep. So we've dispensed with short legs largely. Well, you see them occasionally, but not not too often.
Silly
for
points
seamers.
have gone,
Silly
really.
points are gone.
Very rarely do you see a silly point to a spinner.
Instead, the close-up slip. $26 for 1. So a reminder on the final day of a championship game that, well, lunch is always 1 o'clock regardless, but tea will be taken at 20 to 4, so it's not done on overs. On days 1 through 3, it's with 32 overs to go that they'll take the 20-minute interval, but it's done on time on the final day. So a long way to run, 89 overs left in the game. Can't imagine a scenario where we lose any of them. Weather's set fair. Better than that glorious day in South London. We're not too far away from an attendance record as well.
You do things well here at the Oval, I have to be honest. Hurts me to say it, but it is a well-run club. Do you know exactly what they need to get to beat a record?
It's 4 figures today, which doesn't. I mean, 4 figures on a Monday is it's punchy.
Yeah.
But considering, was it 5,600 were in day 1?
Right.
Great atmosphere. I went up into the Loch Lake. There are people everywhere.
Yeah. The work from home brigade, were they?
Yeah. Well, more like shirts off in the sun trap. On
Laptops
that
out.
day. Yeah, I think the laptops would put away at lunch or whatever. It's been turned into a very clever marketing piece here by the club. Don't know about you, but I feel like I worked from home, air quotes, a lot when I was a university student watching cricket at Shield games in my case. My books would be with me at the MCG very often. But yes, now formalised the super mega fast Wi-Fi. Don't know how to describe it. That'll do. They've got the cables laying out as well, so you can plug in and not lose your power, which is all part of it. So get down if you're in the area. What better place to work watching some high quality cricket? Watching Gus Atkinson bowl balls like that.
Yeah, he's bowling a good spell here, isn't he? He's got his lines spot on. Sometimes not easy, left-hand, right-hand combination. But we all know Westley likes it on around about middle stump. He works to leg, so they're just holding that channel to him. Good little spell from Gus Atkinson, much needed on this 4th day. Not just for him, but for the game situation. They need someone, a bowler, to grab this game and say, right, I'm going to bowl a spell.
Won't get much easier for Essex in terms of what's coming at them. With, you would imagine, Fischer from the Vauxhall end and Clark, who just bowls so well from the pavilion, to get next opportunity when Atkinson's done.
Having said that, Surrey, I know it's a small sample size, 2 and a bit games, but they have struggled to get wickets. Is it the attack or the pitches? Has the attack just looked a bit lacking firepower and one-dimensional, or is it just the pitches are too flat?
Well, Leicester was flat.
Yeah.
They batted exceptionally well. Shouldn't take it away from the Foxes how they played here. In an important week for them, you know, rocking up at Surrey where they hadn't played for a long time. Division 1, first time in that division for since the 2-division structure. But yeah, it was difficult for the bowlers the whole way through that match. And here it's been more a test of patience. I mean, the match situation coming into the final day isn't that different to what it was against Leicestershire, just that there have been about 400 fewer runs scored across the first 3 days. Westley whipping, love to see it, albeit only for 1. Completes the over, 27 for 1, Essex still trailing by 36. Elgar, the open at 13. Down the other end, changing commentary, Nasser and me jumping out. We have Charles Dagnall to steer the ship and Phil Walker with him.
Back. 27 for 1. A probing first half hour from Surrey's bowlers. Thought Atkinson has been very lively this morning. He's picked up the 1 wicket, that of Paul Walter, albeit I think a little fortuitously, that round the wicket LBW. Surrey won't mind, of course. Essex still trailing by 36. They won't rest easy until they have a reasonable lead. So Surrey still continue to attack. Jordan Clark going through some loosening. Probably the best bowler from Surrey's first innings. Alongside me, Wisdom Cricket Monthly Editor-in-Chief, Phil Walker. Good to have your company. Where have you been?
Morning, Daggers. I've been in the Isle of Wight, actually. It was the chairman of my company's 80th birthday, so a few Wisdonites, survivors of the last 20-odd years. We went down to the Isle of Wight, had a couple of days down there, watched a game at Ventnor. Have you played at Ventnor?
I've been to Ventnor.
Yeah.
I've not played there.
Wild cricket ground, that is.
I think I spoke there once.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that cricket ground that's in a kind of an amphitheatre, like a bowl.
Yeah.
So the ball literally rolls up towards the long off boundary, and if you don't have enough power on it, rolls back down again. Literally.
It's a great ground for those who are not the fleetest of foot in the field.
Indeed.
It will come back to you if you just stay where you are.
Indeed. But yeah, drove back yesterday afternoon and was paying attention to this game as we were heading back, my wife and I, and it was quite rousing actually to see the number of games of cricket taking place in South London driving home.
Yeah, start of the league season. Well kept out. Again, just darting in towards the pads of Tom Westley. I remember Westley returning from that finger injury, which kept him out of the game on the previous game. And much like Jamie Smith in the Surrey innings, Westley's been there for quite a while, yet to really make any impact.
Yeah, he became, of course, the first player to be subbed out, didn't he? He's a future quiz question for you. in county cricket with that injury.
Tell you what, that's a stern pub quiz league, that, isn't it, if that question comes up.
Even trickier, who replaced him, Daggers, in that game?
God.
In that
Now
game.
you're asking.
He's playing in this one. Anyway, Noah
Thane.
Thane. Noah Thane, well done. Well done, it was there, wasn't it?
It's not my specialist subject anyway.
No.
TV themes of the 1980s, that's where I come in useful on the pub quiz.
You were whistling Shooting Stars theme tune.
I was.
Just now, I heard.
Well bowled, Sean Abbott. A maiden over, and it's 27 for 1.
I thought he bowled a very fiery spell last evening, did Sean Abbott. And as you say, Gus Atkinson's really impressive this morning. He is a rhythm bowler, is Gus Atkinson. He's just coming back into the side after an extended break following that winter. You do tend to get that with Atkinson, that he can look relatively innocuous for a spell, and then something slips. And then he looks like a different bowler, and he's looked on it this morning. He looks fit. Good rhythm.
I think England's hierarchy will be delighted with actually the work that he's put in on a relatively unresponsive surface. I should say a sort of sluggish type of surface. There has been a bit of sideways movement off the seam if you put it in the right areas, but I think he's got through his work well. They'll be delighted with the amount of work that he has got through, and if he pulls up without any niggles or anything like that, I think they'll be thrilled. Jordan Clark, we saw him loosening up. What's he got for us this morning? He's going to start round the wicket to Dean Elgar. He's just going to get tickled for a boundary. I think there was a little bat on that. Yes, as umpire Saggers just waves the arms forward to the Elgar score.
So you've been here since Friday morning.
I have. I've not left. I just slept in the next room.
I've been following this, albeit from afar. Has this been a story of two good cricket teams unable to break one another, or are they playing on a track that is unresponsive?
Beautiful shots from Dean Elgar. Very compact, didn't try and overhit the ball, just used the pace. Good piece of foot movement as well. Two back-to-back boundaries to kick off Clark's spell.
Yeah, glorious. Elgar is a player you can always tell with certain players if they're there, if they're in form, and with shots like that, he just leans on it through the covers. You can tell that things are in good working order, and they need to be for Dean Elgar. It's been a really sluggish start to the season for him.
But to try and answer your question, and I think it's a good one because I'm sort of fighting battles within my own head, which is never a good thing anyway. But I would argue that after taking out the first session of the first morning, where I don't think Surrey bowled particularly well, I thought Essex played well. I think the bowling attacks have been strong. They've been disciplined. They've been probing. I don't think you can lay a huge amount of blame on the surface either, because there has been just enough to interest the bowlers. It is slow. It's April, so we're still getting over the winter. There's not that hardness and pace in these surfaces as yet. I think that's no fault of Lee Fortis, the groundsman, and his staff. I think that's just the way it is in April.
Mm-hmm.
So even though when you look at the scores, 409 takes on 472, and it's 36 for 1 in the second innings of the first session of the last day, I've actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I think it's been good, solid, hard county cricket. You've had to earn your runs, and similarly your wickets.
Yeah.
The draw is still a legitimate thing. And you look at scores around the country. We've seen a lot of high score, and I think 409 was the lowest of the first innings scores from what I can remember from the county, especially in Division 1.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the games have actually followed a similar type of pattern. So I think it's just the nature of the time of season. hit him hard. And really didn't get up. I thought it was a little bit too full, perhaps, to duck. And Jordan Clark, understandably, just checking on the status of Tom Westley. He seems okay. Just don't think that was short enough.
Yeah, just in the shoulder, I think. May then ricocheted onto the side of the grill, but he's a gnarly old schemer, is Tom Westley, and he's absolutely fine. Nice touch, actually, from Jordan Clark, just to go and check on him, and the glove punch, the fist pump.
What I enjoyed, not that Jordan Clark would have realised, but he gave him the fist pump on the same hand that he broke his finger. So, so yeah,
giving with one hand and taking with the other.
I've passed my concussion protocol, and my shoulder's got a little bruise, but I'm fine. But I've bust my finger again.
Tell you what, though, Essex do need Tom Westley back and fit. I know he missed out in the first innings, but they've missed that solidity at the top of the order. They won that first game, of course, against Hampshire down at the Utilita Bowl, but since then it's been a struggle for them.
With no Vian Mulder as well.
Indeed, who went back to South Africa for personal reasons, and so they lose his presence in the middle order. They've got some very, very good young players, and we may yet see Charlie Allison emerge. He's down at number 4. He's a fabulous young player. We've got a couple of good ones as well in the middle order. Noah Thane, Luke Benkenstein, who's not playing in this game, but he's a good young leg spinning all-rounder who made some useful runs last week, albeit in a losing cause in the end. Michael Pepper's a decent keeper bat. So they've got a lot of good young players coming through, but they're desperate for that top order to show a bit more solidity. Elgar's had a quiet start, runs in this game. Wesley's been injured. If Essex are going to stand a chance this year of bothering the top echelons of the league, then it's down to those two, really. They're always going to be there or thereabouts with their bowling attack. We know that. In Porter and Cook and Snater, who's unheralded but a useful third-teamer, and obviously Simon Harmer, who, well, he speaks for himself. There's not an enormous amount of depth underneath, though, with Essex, and this is the story with a lot of clubs like Essex in that middle tier, economically in that middle tier, often punching above their weight. So they need their big players to stand up.
Abbott's going to continue from the Vauxhall end. Just the one slip. Keeps a little low. That has been an aspect. There's one or two that have risen from a length and one or two that have kept a little low, just to say that Tom Westley has passed that little concussion test. I think he had one of those just after getting clattered.
Elgar's a curious player to watch, isn't he, Daggers? Because the way he lines up with that delivery, the middle and leg delivery, it always looks like it's either scuttling along the floor as a grubber or jumping at his gloves, and he always takes the bottom hand off. It's just the way that he plays it.
Full of this time. It's the nature of those crab-like players,
yeah,
those nuggety crab-like players, where bowlers constantly feel that they're in the game, even though that is the way that Dean Elgar plays, and players like him in that echelon of crab nuggety type of batters, and you always feel that you're in the game, but actually they're playing just their normal way and are quite solid and happy with the way that they go about it. Tell you what, just as he was leaving commentary, I'm more than happy to wax lyrical about the Oval here and the way that Surrey go about it. Their business on and off the field, and I think they're a fabulous club. I never played for them, but I always enjoy. It's my favourite place to come and commentate from. But to have those words come from the mouth of Nasser Hussain, he said that very same thing. They must have tasted a bit bitter as they...
Yeah, just going back to Elgar, and there are a few tougher cricketers really around the world. Obviously, he's retired now from Test cricket. Went out with like a last hurrah, and also a riposte as well after they'd removed the captaincy, the South African Test captaincy from him, and went out and punched out 185 against India in his penultimate Test. But the innings that sticks in my mind whenever I think of him is an extraordinary knock, unbeaten 90-odd, 96 not out at Joburg against India. On a really nasty, nasty track. And again, talking about always that sense that he's about to get clanged in the gloves or clipped on the lid or smashed on the ankle. This innings was like the embodiment of that. And he was smashed on the gloves, I remember, 3 or 4 times. Bumrah went after him.
Siraj.
I think Siraj was playing.
Yeah.
Shami Siraj Bumrah.
Oh, that's a good attack.
Useful. Useful. And they were chasing 240 in the final dig, and he was 96 not out, got it done. Yeah, and he was smashed from pillar to post.
36 for 1. Reece Topley in his whites. Striding out. A long-legged Topley. Just having a bit of exercise. Not sure who's gone off for. I think it's Rory. Rory Burns has gone off. That's not a like for like.
Careful. Reece might be opening the batting next week, you never know.
Not a substitution, I hasten to add. Just a role for the 12th man. Yeah, so Tom Westley was the first substitute. We've seen numerous substitutes used and then numerous substitutes tried to be used and then denied.
Yes.
Especially in the case of Lancashire, who I think can feel a little aggrieved after trying to replace a seam bowler with a seam bowler in the first game and a spinner with a spinner. They weren't allowed to do it. 2 slips for Clark.
Yeah, I don't know if at 11:45 on a Monday morning I can bring myself to get drawn on it, Daggers.
No, I'm goading you into it. Now we've not had you for 3 days. We've just got a whole ream of stuff
What I would
to
say,
fire at you.
what I would say is that I think a consensus is forming, and it's not a positive one towards this idea, which I think is grounded in a degree of common sense, personally. But this is cricket for you, isn't it? And,
Yes.
And common sense, well, we lost that years ago. So it's always going to be open for manipulation, as we feared, and a half-decent idea made more complicated than it needs to be. That's always going to be priced into this game that we love.
Oh yes, there's that. You could come up with a book full of incidents like that.
And many have. Yeah.
Good carry for Clark on this 4th day pitch. Fuller this time after one that was slightly shorter.
He is a titan of county cricket, is Jordan Clark. He's one of these cricketers who doesn't chase headlines and rarely picks them up, but he's a giant here, really. He plays every single week, never misses a 4-dayer, home and away, never injured, never gives anything less than everything he's got, runs in hard from that far end, as we look at it, from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end, day after day after day. Lives on like that off-stump line, and with the bat, it can either block it out for an afternoon or take you for 100 in a session, as he did a couple of years ago here. Catches pigeons. Yeah, he's that kind of cricketer.
Titan's a good way of describing him. I mean, he's built so well. Strong boy, he loves a bicep curl. But having a durable player is, you know, he pounds in over after over, giving nothing less than 100%. And he's still slippery. What is he now? 34, 33, 34 years of age?
Yeah.
And he still can get it down there.
Yeah, and also in recent years, to the left-handers in particular, he bowls with new ball or first or second change, but to the left-handers, he goes round the wicket, the Stuart Broad angle, if you like, and he's lethal against the lefties.
He'll just get a single as it's squeezed past mid-wicket. End of the Jordan Clark over, 37 for 1. Run rate's 1 3/4 per over.
Yeah, Essex edging towards the comforts of safety here. 26 still in arrears. It's one of those slightly fiddly periods for them, because they know if they 2 or 3 go down before lunch, then it's going to be a twitchy afternoon session.
Yeah, they do have to be mindful.
Yeah.
And hence what I'm saying, how well Surrey have bowled to not allow them anything. You've got to... Again, going back to our original train of thought from the start of our spell, is that it should be tough. Scoring should be tough. It should be hard work. You shouldn't get given anything. You don't in Test match cricket. It would be lovely to say it's the same in county cricket, and this has been just like that, and it seems to be across the country this week at least. On the tiptoes is Westley. And so whilst you still have a minimal deficit, you've got to be watchful and wary, because as we have seen, you can, whether it be Dan Lawrence or Simon Harmer or whoever it has been during this game, you can have a little cluster, and nerves then still play a part, as does fatigue. 4th day of a energy-sapping county championship game. The weather has been very good. The temperatures have been excellent. And tiredness does play its part, and that's soft hands from Westley, which will bring him 4.
Yeah, nicely played, really. With control, only 1 slip now. Debuted here, of course, for England. Did Tom Westley against South Africa a few years back now. 2018, I think it was. Blimey.
Goodness me.
I know.
Was it 2018?
I think it was,
Goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, he looked good in that game. 20 odd and a 50. Never quite kicked on, though, thereafter.
Two mid-wickets now. A little bit of out-of-the-box thinking from Captain Burns, who's back on the field. Just the 1 slip, 2 mid-wickets, and Westley, as we mentioned about a couple of players within the game, someone like Dan Lawrence likes to work it through mid-wicket with that bottom hand. Ollie Pope, similar. And Tom Westley is one of those wristy whippers and trying to cut off an area of scoring for him, although he has hardly scored since his arrival.
It's even further back than we thought. 2017.
Oh, goodness.
Here, late July, against South Africa. And so I was actually with Tom Westley the week that he got the call-up. And I was interviewing him in a coffee shop in Islington, and he'd got the call that morning from the chairman of selectors to say he was going to bat 3 for England. But he didn't know if he could tell me. So we were doing this interview. That is elaborate lie. And then his phone beeped halfway through the chat.
Now just stifled. Trapped on the crease a little bit was Westley.
Yeah, a bit high, I think. And he'd been playing it so well. Look, if I get the opportunity, I just want to grab it with both hands, be an honour, be the pinnacle of my career. But these things don't come along easily, blah, 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 blah. And then his phone beeped, and he popped into the loo, checked his phone, he came back and said, "Phil, I can tell you the truth, I'm batting 3 for England next week."
Oh.
And it was beautiful to watch, because one dreams of what that moment must be like to find out. And so I was able to witness it and kind of share it with him, I suppose.
You weren't in the loo with him, were you?
No.
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 Oh, the moment after. Okay.
No, I didn't follow him into the loo. Seeking a story.
41 for 1. No, it must be. I mean, genuinely, to be at that moment and
Yeah.
all of the emotions that must be flooding
Exactly.
through and coursing through your mind and it just...
Yeah, it was a
It
beautiful
would be
thing.
overwhelming, I'm sure.
It's exactly.
To be able to sort of document it as you say.
Yeah. Yeah, so that test match 2017 here, South Africa. Ben Stokes made an unbelievable 100. I don't know if you remember that, Daggers, but he took Maharaj down for 3 sixes in a row to get to his 100.
That's right.
I think Moeen Ali took wickets. Was it the game he took a hat-trick, perhaps?
Did he take a hat-trick at Old Trafford?
Was it Old Trafford, maybe? Let's bring it up.
It's just worked away by Elgar. Not that bad a delivery, but again, soft hands, a thickish outside edge and no deep third. 4 more onto the total. The deficit now just 18.
Yeah, how many runs has he made in this exact fashion, Dean Elgar, over the years? What a player he's been. It was actually here. Yeah, the memory for once didn't let me down.
Was the hat-trick here?
To finish off the game, yeah. Got rid of Chris Morris, then Rabada, then Morkel to finish off with a hat-trick.
Did Moeen get another one? Did he get one at Old Trafford?
I don't recall him getting 2.
No, sorry.
But maybe. We've seen a lot of cricket between us.
Yeah, sometimes things just mould into what. But that South Africa series, was it Philander who... I hope I'm thinking about the right series, but Philander who had the one over Keaton Jennings, was he opening England's...
He was opening, very good. He was opening that summer, yeah.
And I just remember, and I felt for Keaton Jennings because he's one of my absolute faves. I think he's a super player, and I thought England at that time used him incorrectly, where I thought he would be brilliant at overseas. You know, he played spin well, but I actually thought he would be good on quick bouncy decks.
Mm-hmm.
And he then had to deal with Vernon Philander in England, who was making the ball talk.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a lovely fellow, is Keaton Jennings, and he does say, look, he didn't quite nail it first time round, but look at the bowlers he was facing as well. Morkel, Rabada, Bumrah. Yeah. There are easier introductions to the big stuff.
And 2 mid-wickets are employed now for Westley, this time for Jordan Clark. I wonder if we'll see a little bit of Dan Lawrence before too long.
Well, Lawrence and Westley are really good mates. In fact, Lawrence used to rent Westley's spare room in his house up until he moved to Surrey. And they're really good mates, so I'd play on that.
Worked away. Chase on out in the deep. It's not going to get cut off. And 4 through backward square brings up the Essex 50.
Here we go. Classic Westley.
Oh, yes.
Off stump. Thank you very much. I tell you, if he was as strong all around the ground as he is through that area, he'd have made 10,000 test runs.
Amazing to see that bottom hand work. Manipulate it through the onside. And again, this time it's been nailed, but there is protection. Tom Laws is out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Goodness me, that thundered off the bat.
Yeah, that is his area.
Also the left-hander with Elgar as well. Just having Lawrence test him out a little bit on that outside edge, who knows? Can't imagine there being a vast amount of turn. Harmer, of course, will find spin on most things, given his ability to give it a real good rip with those gargantuan hands of his.
Yeah, a few more emasculating experiences in cricket than shaking hands with Simon Harmer.
Unbelievable. I remember I was saying to Nasser yesterday about a toss that I did my first time I met Simon Harmer. And he was Essex captain and just went out to shake his hands as I was doing the toss and just enveloping.
Yeah.
A dot ball to complete the Jordan Clark over. 23 gone and Essex 51 for 1. They trail by 12.
So the first hour has passed, a loss of just the 1 wicket that of Paul Walter. LBW to Gus Atkinson. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me, Yaz Rana. The game has, I wouldn't say sparked to life, but some runs have started to flow in the last few overs since Jordan Clark came into the attack after that fine opening burst from Gus Atkinson. Matt Fischer is going to join the attack from the Vauxhall end. We haven't seen too much to encourage the bowlers for 3 days. Have we seen much in this hour, Yaz?
There have been a few balls that have flown through to Ben Folkes behind the stump. Just a few more deliveries than on day 3, I'd say.
Okay.
So a bit of encouragement for the Surrey seamers.
Well, something needs to happen relatively quickly to bring this game to life, because it's hard to imagine Essex declaring. Oh, so close. So close to pulling off a blinder at mid-wicket. That was in the air for a while. Gus Atkinson diving away to his left. He got his hand to it. I think it carried, but only just. But it's things like that. Those need to stick for Surrey if they're going to force victory here. Let's take a look at that again. Oh, hands on heads. I think it has just carried. That one's gone through him. To add insult to injury, it flies away to the boundary for 4. But they're attacking, or at least Fischer is attacking Westley's pads here. They've got a field that's set up precisely for that. There's quite a short, straight mid-wicket. There's Gus Atkinson at a shorter but slightly squarer mid-wicket. This one, the previous ball went to the left of Atkinson. That has gone away well to his right, exactly where Westley intended. Lovely whip, good bottom hand.
If you want a sense of how the pitch is playing, we've got 3 catchers very close in front of square, as Dan says. 2 at mid-wicket, Dom Sibley, and now Dan Lawrence. Atkinson's actually been removed to mid-on, and we've got a close catcher in front of square in the offside too.
Now, Fischer likes that, but I think that's going down. Yep, that's what umpire Chantry thinks as well. I always think it's a bit cruel when that happens. You know, you've dived, you've gone away one-handed, left hand. It's not your dominant hand. You're a fast bowler who bats at 10. You've not quite clung on to a very difficult chance. And then Gus, and where you go. I think we can see there. We could see off and middle stump there. At very, very best, that was going to be umpire's call, but I don't think it's even that. Good decision from the umpire.
I like this from Rory Burns and Surrey, though. It's the first time all game we've seen slightly funkier fields. 3 catches in front of square and the, well, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. And in terms of seeing how this day might play out, when Essex were scoring at under 2 runs and over, we were saying next door, Dan, that actually Essex have a lot of batting to do to make the game actually safe.
They've got to go beyond tea, haven't they? Which is a fair while yet. We haven't really seen wickets fall in clusters, but this is the last day. If there is any degradation in the pitch. Whipped away once again. There's a fielder out there, but he's quite a long way behind square, and that was hit well in front of square. Jordan Clark, a fair bit of ground to make.
And the flip side of Surrey being on the attack as much as they are at the moment is that runs, if Essex survive, should start to flow because there are more gaps elsewhere. So for a lot of this game, once we've gone past the first 10 or so overs, we've seen sweepers on both sides.
Now, yeah, Jordan Clark there has just clutched his elbow. He's still out on the field, but saw him earlier. He was actually sort of clutching his back. It's early season. He's bowled a lot of overs. But he looks in some discomfort after that throw. We'll have to monitor that. He's not been replaced. He's still out there at a very wide, long leg. Well, actually, he's now moving a bit finer and getting ever closer to the changing rooms.
Now 5 fielders on the onside.
Six from Fischer's first over, 24 gone, 57 for 1. So yeah, so the reasoning here from Yaz and I is that, let's say there's another 48 overs or so until tea, even if Essex go at 4 and over. It's unlikely, but they might. We get them a lead of around 190 with still 32 overs to go. And if you're chasing that with 10 wickets in hand, you're going to go for it. So they would need to bat to tea and a little bit beyond and get those, eat into that 2 over break between innings. There's somebody who's got his scorecard, filling it all in. That used to be one of the highlights of my day as a youngster, was getting the printed scorecard. But this is a lengthy Essex batting lineup. Simon Harmer down at 8-9.
He's the one who strikes most fear into you.
Well, I think all Surrey fans should be concerned with him. He's an obdurate lower order batter. He's much better than his numbers suggest.
Well, his numbers are pretty good this season, actually.
This season, yes. I've seen him do some damage to bowlers.
Averaging more than 40 with a bat.
Although this season, that's sort of the equivalent of 20, isn't it? Just seen a mountain of runs.
Yeah, Division 1 threatening not to have a positive result this week. Looking at the scorecards from around the country.
Sussex was the more interesting one, I think, of this morning. How's that going?
They're still 3 down, so they lead Yorkshire by 77 in their second innings.
Well, they've sort of got a similar challenge. Oh, loose shot from Elgar. He chides himself after playing it. He would not have liked to get out of that way. See him punching his bat in fury. Left him a touch. Ball is still only 24.5 overs old. Good to see Clark is bowling. We saw him last over, just touching his elbow, but he's happy enough to bowl. Oh,
It's not far away
decent
at all.
leave, and that's gone through. It's rolled through to folks. If it does that, and it's another 6 inches to the left as you're looking at it, close to the off stump, that's unplayable.
We have seen balls, the occasional ball do this probably since early on day 2. It just, they haven't increased in frequency. The only one to cause real danger was the ball from Critchley to Ben Folkes yesterday.
Yep. That one needs to come back in, doesn't it, off that patch? As it was, it slightly held its line. If anything went slightly away. Tries a shorter one. I like what Clark's doing here. He's conceded some runs, but he's an attacking bowler. He was probably Surrey's best bowler in the first innings, would you say?
Yeah, even though he finished with figures of 1 for 87, he probably was Surrey's most threatening seamer. And we've talked a lot this game about the relative merits of right-arm seamers bowling over versus around the wicket to left-handers. And with Clark, I think he likes this angle because he generally has the ability to swing the ball both ways.
Oh, played crabbily in the end by Elgar, who negotiates a maiden. 25 gone, 57 for 1.
And that play and miss from Elgar where he looked to drive Clark through the offside. Clark does actually get quite a lot of success bowling around the wicket, slightly wide of the crease and getting the ball to swing away late from the left-hander, drawing an outside edge.
You can see how he's just yearning for a pitch with a bit more pace, because that's what's so tough for bowlers this time of year. We're seeing it replicated across the country. Just want to get a bit more carry. The batters wanted it a bit as well. I mean, we watched Surrey bat yesterday, and there was definitely intent to go at a faster pace, but you could hear the sound of the bat on the ball, the amount of missed timing, the times the ball was hitting the bottom of the bat. Oh, it's a beauty from Fischer. Beats Westley, who's got a bit turned round by that, stuck in his crease. Prodding listlessly. It sort of felt he had to play at it. You could see why. It's just gone away from him at the end, last minute. The gloves of folks. For this game to spring to life, a couple of those need to take an edge. It's had again one of those two mid-wickets. They're very close together, those two fielders there. They're almost forming a kind of mini slip cordon, as you can see. Jamie Smith and Dominic Sibley, who for most of last season you'd find him in the slips. He's come out of slip. Burns has taken his spot at first slip. But as you say, I like this. The short extra cover's gone a little bit deeper on the offside, not quite such a close catching cover. Oh, now that's very close. He loves that, does Fischer. Umpire Chantry is unmoved. Was there an inside edge? He looked stuck on the crease to me. That looked very close. And I think Matt Fischer had one of the first innings that wasn't given from the same umpire. Let's take a look at this again. Oh, might just be drifting down. Might just. I think it's one of those ones that you'd refer and you might find it's clipping leg.
Yes.
And then there'd be oohs and ahs. Then we'd have a long debate about whether or not we should get rid of umpire's call. So let's not go through that. Let's save that for the test series.
It's quite hard to have that debate when we don't have that here.
No, well, we can anticipate it. It's going to happen. Can understand entirely why Fischer and Surrey went up for that. But I think, yeah, if you've got any benefit of doubt left, if that concept still exists, there was just a fraction of doubt there, you think.
What I would say about early season pitches, it provides a challenge for bowling sides as to how are you going to do things differently to take 20 wickets. And we've seen some signs of that this season. Leg spinners have had a pretty good start to the season.
Yes.
And what I would say here is that this is good to see, but it's basically taken us 3.5 days to see fields like this on a slower pitch.
Well, Surrey will get the chance to do it all over again on Friday when Sussex come here. And so we just take a look at that one again. You can still see, you can see off stump and you can see a little bit of middle. And so that's, I think, what umpire Chantry was calculating that on. It's obviously not height. It's thudded into the shin and plopped into the offside. Gone down off the pad. So that wasn't his concern. Nice back foot punch will bring him a couple of runs. He hasn't had many balls on the offside as Surrey have targeted Westley's pads.
What you will say about Westley is that even if you have two fielders there at catching mid-wicket, he's still taking on that leg side for leg.
Well, it's a bit reminiscent of Dominic Sibley in his early test match incarnation, isn't it? You'd have those two mid-wickets and he'd frequently get the ball past him, frequently get caught there as well. We say this a lot about players, don't we, that their strength can be their weakness. I think of Rory Burns on the cut. Plays it tremendously well. Can also get out to that shot.
Even someone as great as Rohit Sharma on the pull shot.
Yes.
One of the most aesthetically pleasing shots in the game, yet it is one that gets him into trouble every now and then.
Sort of cuffs it away like a bear, doesn't he? Chiding a cub. Oh, you can see they're getting up to around about 80 miles an hour. There's appear to be some, what's that, window cleaning going on. That is not a job for me. I have a terror of heights, and which I think is entirely natural. Since we're in the season of the London Marathon, it brings to mind my inbox being absolutely filled with people who are, I'm skydiving for such and such a charity, or I'm jumping off a cliff. And it's like, really? There must be better ways. I mean, can you not just, can I not watch a sort of 24 episode box set for charity? Oh, say, it's nearly carried to first slip. That has spat. Elgar's ended up playing it uncomfortably, but safely in the end. I'd like to see if that's come off glove. Umpire has signalled there is none. So if that had carried to Burns at first slip, it would have been out. that has reared a bit and
Or just
Ooh,
falls short, I think.
very, very nearly reaches Burns. Elgar can sometimes play with quite low hands, and that one just reared on him. Picks up a couple of runs, reduces the deficit now to 2. Essex very nearly at parity. Oh, nearly gets the edge on these last 2 overs. Surrey have got close to getting an LBW decision against Westley. And nearly had Elgar caught at slip, and this time he misses that by a whisker. It was a loose shot, perhaps brought on by the fact his feet not moving quite so well off the ball that's reared at him.
And going back to the previous over from Clark, he beat Elgar's outside edge a couple of times then as well. So Surrey threatening here.
Oh, it's come across that ball like a shower curtain, squeezing it to backward point. You can tell when a bowler fancies it. Jordan Clark is just... That previous ball, he turned on his heels. The moment he got the ball, he turned on his heels and ran in. He feels he's very close, I think. Elgar just has to survive this last ball. Oh, and he leaves one close to his off stump. He gets away with it. 61 for 1. So Essex just 2 more runs to wipe out that deficit. But still, plenty of batting to be done on this last day. Fischer starts with a bouncer.
2 fun little battles at each end at the moment, Dan. Fischer to Westley. Fischer bowling from the Vauxhall end at the other end. Jordan Clark bowling to Dean Elgar. Both Essex batters living dangerously at the moment.
They're kind of stuck at those ends, aren't they? And bowlers love that when they get the chance to work over a batter. Another bouncer, just trying to push Westley back. He felt he had him in the last over. So don't be surprised. Expect a foolish one. There's 2 short mid-wickets in place should one go in the air. He has technically been dropped by Atkinson there at short mid-wicket. It was a really tough chance. It's a good effort from Atkinson. Low down to his left, full stretch. Got his left hand to it. Couldn't cling on. Slightly fuller one. There's a deep square leg and a long leg. Those 2 mid-wickets and a mid-on the onside. There's a helicopter hovers. Henry Blofeld's bread and butter, the helicopter. Well fielded off his own bowling. Driven hard into the ground. That and the buses down the Hollyford Road. Could easily get through a 20-minute session on helicopters and buses, no trouble at all.
One thing that I know, well, I don't know, but I suspect you think about more than players themselves, are over 8 penalties.
Yeah, I do. I think about it a lot.
Surrey currently on -2.
Yes, what they have the advantage of, though, is that either they're going to take some wickets, in which case they're not going to worry quite as much about the over 8 penalty, or the game is going to drift towards a draw. Oh, I say! How has that got between the 2 fielders? That's amazing. That was looping to short mid-wicket. I'm sure that's a chance, wasn't it? Need to see that again.
Have a look at this, but I'm pretty sure Dom Sibley gets his right hand to this. Yeah.
He does.
And I think very different to the Gus Atkinson chance. The Gus Atkinson chance was very, very difficult. Low to his left, coming at him fast. This one popped up, catchable height.
Just dipped on him at the last minute. It's gone low. I mean, he's not timed it at all. It's plinked off the bottom of the bat, but Sibley will feel he should have taken that. And that is the second time that Westley has so nearly been taken at mid-wicket. The plan is working, but the fielders are not quite finishing off the job, as has so often been the case for poor Matt Fischer. End of the over, 28 gone, 62 for 1.
And also, finally, actually, they get a single, so it will be Tom Westley on strike to start the next over from Jordan Clark. And Matt Fischer has come so close to dismissing Tom Westley on 3 occasions now. First, the drop catch by Gus Atkinson at short mid-wicket, then the very close LBW shout when Westley was in 18, and then the drop chance there with Westley on 20 again.
He is a luckless bowler, isn't he? I mean, we've seen a lot of that.
And I think this is truly luckless. I think sometimes we describe him as luckless when the ball passes the bat and he's bowling pretty spells. And
he's had a couple of drop catches, hasn't he, though?
Exactly.
A couple of weeks ago against Leicestershire, he had 2 dropped off him. And today he's had 2 more in the space of 3 overs.
It's going to be the same plan for Clark to Westley. 2 short mid-wickets in place.
I think I just heard an appeal there. that was very hopeful. I have seen it. Was it Tendulkar who was LBW? It was a short ball and it hit him on the shoulder. He got so low. I forget exactly who it was. It was faintly comical. It was a pretty short batter, as it would need to be. It was Tendulkar. Do you just have that on your screen available at every moment? Oh, it's close again to short mid-wicket, but this time more firmly and crisply struck. It takes Essex into the lead. But Westley is living, well, it's harsh to say a charmed life when he's just smoked one through mid-wicket, but it really wasn't far away. And it was in the air for a while. A tough one to take there because it's going so quickly, and they are standing close at short mid-wicket. As close as slips would be, if not closer. But you can understand the plan. Oh, and he gets a leading edge this time. We're going to work the ball into the onside. He should get 3 for it, which won't entirely displease Jordan Clark, as he should get Elgar back on strike.
I go back to the point we were making a few overs ago. I do wonder if passages of play like this, Surrey against Tom Westley, with a clear plan that's a bit different to what you normally do, is something that teams should go to a little bit earlier at this time of the season. It is so difficult to take 20 wickets in April. As we have a look at the Division 1 scores around the country at the moment. But a lot has happened in the last 15 minutes with Surrey having this very deliberate, slightly different ploy against Westley. And we haven't seen loads of creativity in the game plans from both sides over the course of the first 3 days.
It's slightly mystifying how a wicket hasn't gone down since we've sat down, because I feel that one could have gone about 5 times in the last 25 minutes. Nudge off the hip will get Elgar back off strike.
It's good batting from Elgar. I think sensing that he probably doesn't want Tom Westley to be facing the next Matt Fischer over.
Yeah. Or he might also not really be facing the next 2 Jordan Clark balls.
That too. But mid-wicket was just slightly back there, and you could almost sense that Elgar had seen the single taking opportunity before the ball had been delivered.
Up on his toes, nicely defended. The slightly straighter of the short mid-wickets has come even closer. would have taken the one off Fischer. Probably still would struggle if Westley gets it out of the screws, as he did do earlier in the over. That's wonderfully whipped away. There's 2 fielders out there, but it's going to beat them both and run away for 4. It's definitely Wesley's strength, the leg side, and it's very nearly, though, been his downfall on a couple of occasions. Not this time, too far down the leg side. A boundary to finish, 12 off the over, and Essex have suddenly galloped to 74 for 1, a lead of 11. Gorgeous day today. It has been throughout the match. It's been the first proper hint of summer. We've had nice days, but there's been a bitter chill here in April. It is, after all, as T.S. Eliot said, the cruelest month.
Did he give justification for that?
Yeah, but it was then in poetry, and so it went sailing over my head. I think if you've got something to say, then just say it. But
Have I told you the time where I accidentally channeled my inner T.S. Eliot whilst walking over London Bridge?
no. This is a great start to a story, Yaz. You channeling your inner T.S. Eliot.
So I was walking across London Bridge from south to north meeting a mate, and he asked me, how was your walk? And I said, it was a nice walk, but I was walking the opposite direction to the commuters, and everyone looked miserable, they looked dreary, head down, looking at their phones. And my mate, who's really into his poetry, said, I'm pretty sure T.S. Eliot wrote a poem about walking across London Bridge from south to north and watching people looking quite miserable walking in the opposite direction.
Now then, oh, that has skewed off the edge, past, well, it's a couple of diving fielders. Neither of them could get a hand to it. But this extraordinary passage of play, which has yielded runs and no wickets, that did not go. Well, it went actually 180 degrees in the opposite direction to the one that Elgar was aiming for. It's come off the back of the bat, flown past gully, down to the boundary, and increasingly anguished Matt Fischer is starting to wonder what he did in a past life. Extraordinary scenes in the last half an hour. And at last, something a little bit more mundane. So as you travelled from north to south, you discovered that this was south to north.
Yeah.
You discovered this was a T.S. Eliot poem, was it? Do you know which one? Alfred Prufrock, that one?
A crowd flowed over London Bridge, so many. I had not thought death had undone so many. Sighs,
Well, you've got many to
short
rhyme with
and
many.
Infrequent were exhaled, and each man fixed his eyes before his feet. That was the line. It was a specific bit of people having their heads down.
Right.
It's a stretch, but
it's not bad. Bit of culture for a Monday afternoon. Right, now that was the shot he was trying to play earlier, Elgar, and this time he's got it out of roughly the middle of the bat, picks up the single. But I really did think that a celebrated poet of the likes of T.S. Eliot would have found a better rhyme for many than many. It's a bit like Howard Jones's song, What is Love Anyway? Does anybody love anybody anyway? Which I think is really chickening out.
scraping.
Go back, start again. Well left from Westley. You just get the feeling that these two have weathered this storm. I could be about to look very silly. One of them might nick off or bunt it to short mid-wicket. But the charmed life has been led, and they have survived what has been a really entertaining passage of play here. Fischer and Jordan Clark in tandem. I reckon Wesley's been dropped twice. Elgar's played and missed a number of occasions. Thick edge as well.
It's very close LBW shout from Fischer to
Very
Westley as
close.
well.
And that one, although in the air, is much squarer. Fielder out there will cut it off. Just the one more to the total. So a half an hour has passed in which Essex might have lost a wicket on about 6 occasions by my reckoning. But they have survived. They lead by 17 at 80 for 1. And it's time for a change. Nasser Hussain and Cameron Ponsonby.
Essex lead by 17. That was an interesting half out. Not the commentary, just the cricket, to be honest. Just chances flying around, drop chances, balls landing in gaps. Surrey could have easily had a couple of wickets there, but they didn't. 17 ahead, 1 down. It's hard enough taking 20 wickets on this flat oval surface, but if you drop chances, it makes it nigh on impossible. They've still got those men there. It's still plan A, and plan A has been reinforced with another man on the leg side. 2 men catching, a backward square, leg theory from Surrey, and he'll keep hitting it there, as we've seen Tom Westley. Like that, this time off the back foot. Good afternoon, Cam. What have you made of the morning sesh?
Well, it's been bizarre. It's been different. I think here with Surrey bowling to Westley, they're almost trying to exploit his strength. Let him clip off his pads, hope for some variable bounce. And the bizarre thing is, it has worked because they've had 2 opportunities from it. They haven't capitalised on it. So they have every reason to keep going with it.
It's a classic one, isn't it? Do you bowl to someone's strength and reinforce the field, or do you hide it from their strength and just bowl a channel, in this case Westley? They've gone for the former. I always recall Stephen Fleming doing a similar thing to Damien Martin. Damien Martin very strong through square on the offside, gully, back foot punches and drives. And Fleming just had like 7 fielders in that area and bowled to it. And in the end, he'd hit it in the air there. And this is the other way round. This is leg theory, but the same plan.
It's been good for the game to have this bit of life injected into it. Although Surrey only have the 1 wicket to speak for this morning, it hasn't yet petered out, because we are going to have to see something remarkable if a positive result is forced either way.
In the air again, but between 3 fielders. I mean, there is a debate that Westley should put that shot away. Now he's given a couple of chances, but he's trained the brain for a number of years that if it's on his pads, he clips it in the air leg side.
More conventional field for Elgar. Slipping a gully in place.
Perfect conditions. Just a couple of fluffy white clouds, nothing to speak. Maybe a bit of rain overnight tonight, but we have had a dry 4 days at the Oval. The warmest day of the game. That cool breeze has disappeared. Very pleasant. Elgar continues to jump around. Change of gloves for him. Sweaty hands. It's 81 for 1.
Different format of the game. I was speaking to an analyst about the T20 game and kind of what he thinks the next advance in cricket data will be. And his big one was field settings. We don't have a massive back catalogue of what event has happened to a certain field. Because you're saying in the modern game, you don't, as a batter, you don't really play the ball, you play the field. You're almost told what's coming. He said that's the area which he really thinks, if and when, and if it can even happen, will be where you see the next real advance. Because, for instance, you could say with Tom Westley facing this field where there's 4 fielders on the offside, 5 on the leg. Brilliant. He scores all his runs through cover. So there's no one there.
Yeah.
And so he's playing something that you're not necessarily having all the information to.
Again, clips it legs. So I agree with that, actually. We will often put what we call a wagon wheel up at 50 or 100. And there may be a load of runs through mid-on or extra cover or whatever it might say. And you'd say as a commentator, look, he's very strong through mid-on. But if you've not had a mid-on there, you know, or the other way round, he doesn't get many runs through cover, does he? Well, if there's 3 men there, you're not going to get many through there. So it is a decent point. With every stat, there are reasons for it. So you've got to be very careful just relying on statistics. Are you someone who relies heavily on analysts in your work, in your line of work?
Not massively. Depending on who I'm speaking to. I feel like if I'm speaking to an analyst, I'm often on the gut feel side of things. Going, you haven't played. I want to hear what the players have to say.
Yeah.
And I probably change my hat when I'm talking to a player who doesn't like the analyst.
I think they're really important, but I'm slightly more like you. I slightly like the gut feel and then the use of the analyst. For example, we've got a Women's World Cup coming up, T20 World Cup here in England, starts June the 12th. And, you know, I'll be working on that. And you will get from the statistician stats. You'll then get from an analyst stats. You may get something from, you know, various other analysts as well. You'll be amazed the night before a game, you'll get 5 different sources of statistics and an analysis and Hawkeye data and whatever. And your head's spinning. And it's exactly the same stuff that the captain will be getting. And you remember Owen Morgan would be out there and you'd have the analyst holding up numbers and various things, giving him in-play information. So I think you can get weighed down by analysis. I think you have a gut feel and then you use any information, and then it's up to the captain whether he uses it or not.
There's also so many different ways to use it. Do you want information on what's happened, or are you trying to get predictive information of what may happen next? I know Benny Howell and a number of players like to know what a bowler bowls the ball after they've been hit for a boundary.
Yeah, good point.
And do they have any kind of patterns of behaviour? So that was, I remember I spoke to basically the entire Gloucestershire team about 5 years ago. It was during COVID and people were very bored, so they'd have conversations with you. And I remember speaking to Ryan Higgins when he was there, and he was saying, Benny Howell wants everything. He wants to know as much information as he possibly can to pick through and feel as well prepared as possible. For me, I feel overwhelmed by that information. I remember Nathan Souter, the leg spinner, was very interesting, talking about using data in the one-day game. Because he was saying what he was interested to know is, for the middle overs, 82 for 1, when I can only have 4 fielders on the boundary rather than 5, where do I leak most, basically? So can we run through all the data, and where is the part of the ring I go through the least, as it were? So that's going to be my man up. And that's how he liked to use it. But for the most part, I think there is a hesitancy because there's not actually as much information data out there as we sometimes say there is. And so if you're a player, I think sometimes I would find it quite difficult to kind of listen to someone who doesn't have that lived experience. I appreciate I'm saying that with a microphone over my mouth, having not had the lived experience either.
Another one that's grubbed, bowling from that pavilion end as a seamer. This pitch has gone down increasingly as you've progressed through the game. The other thing you've got to realise is that you have to be forward-looking in that players do change. So I'll give Hardik Pandya as an example. When he first started, or halfway through his career, the analysis there used to have that grid, where do you bowl and where does he least, his strike rate would be the least, and it would be waist high because he didn't play the pull shot that much. If it was up, it was off with Hardik Pandya. But if you keep bowling there, you survive or you're out of the side, and you have to improve that part of your game. And up-to-date data is just as important, that he is improved in that area, and you've got to move away from that now because you've bowled so much in that area that he's getting used to it and playing it better. Players do improve.
It links back to the initial points about field settings as well. Why is his strike rate lower in that area? Is it because he's been facing a certain field where if he is being forced to play a pull shot, there's a deep square out, and so he's only getting one rather than four.
Yeah. Game has changed, really. I mean, my first tour with the Caribbean, 1989, that very first tour, we had just a manager and we had a coach and Clem Driver, old Essex scorer actually, was the scorer on, and that was it. And you didn't get any Gucci or whoever was captain, wouldn't get any information or stats. It was purely gut feel that Viv Richards was quite strong on the leg side. Don't bowl there. Nowadays, the entourage of backroom staff, and they do their sort of team photos, and even in domestic cricket, you watch out there this morning, the amount of backroom staff, physios, analysts, and fitness guys, etc.
Did you find that environment easy to thrive in and push yourself? Because I know there's obviously, as you said, game changes so much, and sometimes the kind of common critique of the England setup over the last few years, it's been a relaxed environment, not casual, relaxed. And whether having all those coaches in play, in theory, that should allow you to hit as many balls as you want and potentially have as much practice as you want. Would they be hitting more balls than you would have been how many years ago?
It's a balancing act. You don't want no one around the England dressing room. You do want to bounce things, but we used to just bounce things off senior players, 84 for 1, whether it be Essex or England. If I had a problem at Essex, I'd probably go and talk to Keith Fletcher or someone like that who just had a great cricket brain, whether it be captaincy or batting. In England, I would speak to Thorpe or someone, your mate, that he knows your game, and you're like, I'm struggling here. So you don't need someone external. It can just be within the, Broad and Anderson at mid-off and mid-on, or bowling and a mid-off and chatting to each other. That's how you improve as well. I would hate to be an environment where you have 10 voices in you. That's an exaggeration, but 5 people all telling you things. And it can happen in the modern game more than just in one dressing room. A lot of these players now play in a variety of leagues, a variety of franchises, domestic cricket, international cricket. So someone like young Jacob Bethell will have a voice of Andy Flower, Dinesh Karthik. Then he'll come back and he'll have, obviously Brendan McCullum and Marcus Trescothick. He'll go to Warwickshire. He'll have his own coach. He'll have his dad. We had him on the podcast the other day, and he spoke a lot about his dad and the input from there. So that's a lot of noises. It's who do you trust and who do you go to? We've got in this game Sibley. Sibley's may have gone back to his previous coach. He tried one way, and then he thought, no, I'll go back to my childhood coach. And just having that one person you go to that my game's not quite where I want it to be. What do you think? When you've seen, and also someone who stood back from a distance who's watched, what have you seen? Duncan was brilliant. Duncan Fletcher would not on a test match morning be going up to someone and saying, this, you need to work on this, your head's falling over. That's the worst time to go to someone and say, you're just doing this slightly wrong.
I've sometimes wondered, and this might be a terrible idea, but I was intrigued by the idea of whether batting especially could ever move in the direction of kind of golf or tennis as an individual sport, where players do almost carry around their own one-to-one coach. Because if you are having those technical difficulties and you're in Sri Lanka and you think, there's actually someone I'd really like the opinion of here, it feels almost peculiar that that player isn't able to call upon them.
The other thing is you take responsibility for your own game. You're in charge of your own game. These aren't. Watch out there now. In the last few days, 22 players. They've been professional cricketers for a while. Even young Charlie Allison, he'll know his game. That sort of blanket of a coach. When you get out, it's not like it wasn't David Lloyd's fault. It wasn't Mickey Stewart's fault. It was your fault you got out. Don't blame the coach not coaching me properly. Take responsibility for your own game. Dean Elgar's had enough of the ball keeping low. He comes from South Africa on bouncier pitches, and it's hitting the toe end of his bat, and he's getting frustrated. Can't get any rhythm to his innings. 36 from 92. I know he's trying to grind out an innings for his team, but he's just getting frustrated that the bottom of that kookaburra bat is getting pelted. $84 for 1. There's been a bit happening this morning. If you've just tuned in and you see, just the one wicket, you think, flat again and hard to get wickets. But it's gone underground, this pitch, and there's also been a couple of chances put down by Surrey at short mid-wicket. There's 2 there now. There's 3, one behind square as well, catching.
I just wonder if those 2 mid-wickets have shifted slightly square as well. There's a couple that Westley almost tucked off his hip in the previous Atkinson over. I might be seeing ghosts. But
No, I think they have. You're right. There's 3 there, and he kept going in the gap. So the 2 next to each other have moved closer to what Ollie Pope, who's behind square. So they're slightly following the ball. We'll see if it works.
I've always had a good friend and colleague of mine, Nick Friend, who works for the cricketer, captained his club's third 11 for many, many years, and always had a line I particularly enjoyed is he'd say, I'd be captaining and someone would say, stop following the ball. He'd say, why? It's going there.
He's a good man, Nick Friend. I follow him on socials. He talks and writes a lot of sense, actually.
I think he's spoken to more county cricketers than anyone else in the country, I reckon. So he knows his stuff.
Who would you say is, talking about captaincy then, who would you say are the best captains out there now in domestic? Obviously Rory Burns has had a lot of success here, but who has impressed you with their captaincy?
I'm going to slightly actually flip away from the men's game and say that the captain where you hear the most kind of player raps about them is Holly Armitage up at Durham. People kind of universally talk about how excellent a leader she is. And it's sometimes hard to tell from on the other side of the boundary rope without kind of seeing funky fields being set and whatever when someone is excellent. But I remember last year watching a Surrey versus Durham game and Armitage made a bowling change every single over. There wasn't a single instance where a bowler bowled 2 in a row across the whole innings, which I found interesting to see, having just heard everyone talk about how creative and inventive and kind of inspiring she can be. Might be a slightly dull answer, but the week of captaincy I always remember is actually Ben Stokes at Rawalpindi 2022, when they manufactured that victory on a highway of a pitch. And they went out in the second innings, they bowled bouncers to scuff up one side of the ball, get it reversing. They kind of flipped over their order.
Stokes held himself back until it was reversing as well. Everyone was saying, why isn't he bowling? Is he injured again? He was just waiting for that ball to reverse. 84 for 1. Being a captain of a domestic first-class side is so different. So many other issues you have to deal with than just being an international captain, just in and around. You're in with your team all the time, all year, contracts and various other things. I was lucky growing up having, as I said, Fletcher and Gooch, and watching them, how they managed players, and that Essex dressing room with all the characters they had of Ray East and John Lever and Topley and Pringle and various others. They didn't all get on, I can tell you. And, but when they crossed the line, they were a unit.
Did you ever play under any? Because I always think it's very easy when a team's winning, the captain's amazing.
Yeah.
When the team's losing,
you're only as good as
they're,
your team.
they're terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely, Lars.
And so on the flip side, did you ever play under any kind of bad teams, for want of a better phrase, with a fantastic captain, where you thought we're performing above our ability here?
I wouldn't say fantastic. I mean, Michael Atherton. You know, we weren't a successful team, but were the team fully behind him, and did he lead from the front? Gucci, when England weren't that successful, but Graham, you could see that passion in Graham Gooch for the country. You could see Graham grind 150 at Headingley against West Indies, and next day be in the nets at Chelmsford, getting throwdowns, getting ready for Essex, and you see what cricket meant to him. Leadership comes in different forms, you know, setting great fields and tactics, but also leading from the front, and those two. I think Alex Stewart was unlucky, actually. Alec did a really good job. We won that series against South Africa, and within a year he disappeared as captain, and I took over. Yeah. I think Stewie was a good captain.
I won't ask you the flip side of bad captains in good teams.
No, we'll move away from that.
Oh! Nice, Lars, nice, Lars. Cat. Oh.
Just short of the man on the sweep. We haven't seen many sweeps in the game, but there's no one on the boundary there. So Westley took a right shot option, just short.
We haven't seen too many aggressive shots this morning. Whether Westley fancied a bit of premeditation or it just got outside his eye line on off stump and he swept on line, we'll never know.
Nice, mate.
89 for 1 after 36. The lead now 26. We are 5 minutes away from lunch on day 4. Going back to captaincy, there was a nice piece in the paper this week of Phil Tufnell talking about Mike Gatting and how important Gat was at Middlesex for Cat. And every year someone wanted Tuffers sacked at Middlesex for a variety of reasons. But Gat backed him. And that was my point about being a domestic captain is so different from being an international captain. Contracts in your mates and you're sacking them, and it's one thing leaving someone out in an international game, but literally sacking them in what could be the end of their career. So Cat was very complimentary about Mike Gatting as his captain. Ashes winning captain, Mike Gatting down under. Short arm jab.
On Wesley's sweep at the end of that over, I'm finding it really interesting hearing Zach Crawley speaking in Adelaide after he got about 80. Do you remember him and Harry Brook reverse sweeping a lot against Nathan Lyon. At first, very to good effect, and then Brooke got out. I found it interesting, Crawley talking about the sweep afterwards, because I maybe shows the limitations of my own knowledge. Obviously, the reverse sweep is a premeditated shot, but Crawley was talking about how he uses the sweep. The conventional sweep is very premeditated almost all the time, and that was potentially counter to what I think a lot of club cricketers might have been told growing up, where coaches say sweep on line or sweep on length, and actually Crawley was just deciding the moment beforehand. He's like, this is the right moment where I am going to sweep.
It's an interesting one with the sweep. I think going down the ground 99% of the time it's premeditated when you run at a spinner. Some might see it go up and then run at it, but most of the time coming at you. The sweep is a bit of a mixture. I do think it is premeditated. If it's one of your shots, if you're Ben Duckett and facing up, you're thinking, I'm going to sweep here. But there will be others that do sweep on line, sweep to the field, or suddenly a fielder will come up and it's the right line, like that ball there to Westley. Not sitting on the fence, but I'd say it is premeditated, and the reverse sweep in particular, because you've got to get so many movements in. Can't be a last second thing if you're going to hit it hard in particular. Problem with that dismissal from Brooke in that game was that reverse sweep was absolutely the way to go, and he was nailing it, and he got a lot of runs of it. And to Harry Brooke, it is just as same shot as the sweep, same with Duckett. We make too much of the reverse sweep, going back to Gatting all those years ago in that World Cup game. But he just did it so much that Nathan Lyon knew what was coming and changed his line and his length and bowled it a bit straighter and made him reach for it. So you do have to mix it up. It's like running down the pitch. If you run down the pitch every ball, a spinner will just go slower and wider or dart it down the leg side. Even with your batting, you just can't be too predictable. Tell the bowler what you're going to do.
I remember it was a real pet peeve of mine, and I was probably being a bit high and mighty with it when people refer to he picked the wrong ball to reverse sweep, and I was thinking, you can't pick it. You've got to go beforehand. Maybe I'm wrong.
Way down the leg side. Won't be a wide because it's first class cricket. The umpires look at each other. Clock hasn't quite ticked round to 1 o'clock. 12:59. The old clock here and the pavilion, the old pavilion broke on the first morning, so they can't go by that. One more over before lunch, and it's going to be Dan Lawrence. Game drifting nowhere, unfortunately. I can't see Essex trying to make a game out of it. They've not got enough of a lead, or won't have by tea. So somehow, in a session and a bit, Surrey have to work out a way of getting 9 wickets if they don't get a wicket here.
Lovely. Very nice bowling. Hope, that's lovely.
How long is that in total? I'm guessing 33 minutes-ish? Thank you.
Go! Nice.
We'll do cards here, then a graphic promo, and then a bumper. I'll count you off that bumper to go.
Good lads.
No more overloads, no.
Smudger, stay on a catcher just in front of the point to me.
Lawrence wanting 2 men catching. Orthodox short extra, and now a square man as well. And he'll possibly just throw it up there and say, drive me if you want to, Dean Elgar. See if he's going to play the game.
Oh, yeah.
Last ball before lunch. He does toss it up. Elgar not playing the game last ball before lunch. Blocks it and turns and heads towards the pavilion with his captain, Tom Westley. Only one wicket in that session. Paul Walter went early to an LBW that he wasn't happy with. They should have had another. They should have had Westley put down with a hard chance and then an easy chance to Dom Sibley. It is still flat. It is going underground, this pitch. There's not much bounce in it. And the game is going to have to go seriously in fast forward if we're going to get a result.
Essex well placed at the moment to save this game. Saving the game almost feels too strong, given they'd been battered the best part of the first 2 days. But Westley and Elgar, very experienced operators, and they're unbeaten at the crease on 38 and 42 not out respectively. Both of them facing around about 100 balls. You see Walter there. The only man to go so far, he was LBW to Atkinson for 3 off 37.
Surrey pretty good with the ball. They put that chance down, short mid-wicket. Tom Westley. Atkinson took the newish ball, 9 overs old at that pavilion end. They started with Dan Lawrence. They ended with Dan Lawrence. He has 5 overs for 9. Atkinson with the wicket. So the match summary with 2 sessions to go in this game. It is Essex 409 and 92 for 1. And Surrey 472. So at lunch on day 4, Essex lead by 29. Okay, in this lunch break, we're going to have a look ahead at that New Zealand series. Thursday, June the 4th, it starts. That is England against New Zealand. That first test match at Lord's, the second test match here at the Oval. And a way of looking forward to that is by looking back at the start of the Bazball era when England dominated New Zealand. And it was a special innings at Trent Bridge from Johnny Bairstow. We'll have a look at that in the lunch break.
An episode of the top 10 Surrey women's players, followed by a second glance, an alternative angle look at our first home game of the season against Leicestershire. But first up, top 10 Surrey women's players of all time.
This is the 10, brought to you by Surrey County Cricket Club. My name's John Surtees. I'm sat here with Mark Church, with Yaz Rana from Wisden Cricket Podcast, with Surrey legend Kirsty White, and we'll be taking you from 10 to 6 in a list of the top 10 Surrey women's cricketers of the 21st century. So many candidates on this list. Really excited to be getting into it with the panel today. But before we get going, let me just remind you that the Surrey membership for the 2026 season is still available. KearOval.com/membership for all your details there. It's going to be an amazing season. Surrey members can get tickets for every day of Surrey cricket, be that in the County Championship, the men's and women's Vitality Blast, the men's and women's One Day Cup, the women's T20 County Cup is in there as well. You can still get tickets for the Women's World Cup in the Pavilion, the last England group game, 2 semi-finals coming up there as well. All sorts of other benefits, stand and vote for General Committee, discounts at the bar, discounts in the shop, all sorts of things going on there for Surrey membership. It really is an amazing product. I know I'm literally being paid to say that, but it is just one of the great value products I think you can get in London. KearOval.com/membership for all the information you need there. On with the 10. All right, so here we are for the 10. The top 10 Surrey women's players of the 21st century. Now, before we start, going through our list. It's going to be the same as the men's. We're going to have 2 episodes. There's going to be 5 players on each. We're going to go 10 to 6 in this one. We're going to go 5 to 1 in the next episode. Kirsty, I wanted to talk to you about this. It's a wretchedly hard job putting together this list. I mean, it was a wretchedly hard job putting the men's list together, but their performances are inherently far more comparable because of the journey that women's cricket has been on over the last 25 years. We sit here now in the heart of a club that has a full-time professional women's setup for the first time in its history, and something we're incredibly proud of doing. But the journey that women's cricket has been on in the last 25 years has really been quite extreme, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things you've got to take into consideration when we start talking about some of the players over the last 25 years is 2025 was the first year that the whole of the women's county setup was professional. So, coming from that regional setup where the majority of teams had fully professional teams, there was some big disparity there. So, even coming into 2020, we didn't have fully professional teams. We had elements with KSL and obviously moving into the 100, but it's literally only in the last few years that the game has become fully professional. And with that, you have to then think about the number of games that players were playing in a season. So when we talk about some players from, way back in the early 2000s, their triumphs and their wickets and the runs that they've scored will be based over, playing sometimes only 10 games in a season in a county championship, where actually now you look at how many games teams are playing across the length of the season starting in April and ending in September, where the county championship way back when started, maybe June and ended end of July, if you were lucky. Yeah,
so you talk. There's a sort of 15-year period there where the women's game was fully amateur essentially, and you think just the not only the lack of cricket that they were playing, as you say, sometimes only 10 games a year. So in terms of like some of the terrifying numbers we were throwing around for the men's game, someone like Mark Ramprakash who was playing in that era, the numbers we went through in the episode of the 25 where we talked about Ramps, they just didn't have the opportunity to put up some of those numbers. They didn't have the opportunity to train full time. They had coaches that were involved in that team, but again, the coaches were largely voluntary as well. So a lot of these players really never had the opportunity to find out how great they could have been.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think about the men's game now and the professional game. Men play the majority of the year and then have a short block in the winter. For the women, it's the complete opposite. They train from mid-October all the way through till April, really, to then play 3 months of one weekend until recently of one weekend of cricket.
Whilst holding down a full-time job.
Whilst holding down a full-time job, or being in full-time education, or just living out of your parents' house still because you can't afford to move out anywhere. So it's a completely different landscape. Whereas now, actually, that's flipped in the last year. Actually, girls are now playing pretty much all year round, either then going over to Australia and playing throughout the winter, or having a very short break and then into training, and it's starting to align a little bit more with the men's game. Obviously not quite there with the longer format.
Well, I think we can all agree that is a hugely positive development for the game, and I think I can speak for everyone at Surrey when we speak of the pride that we have for that full-time women's setup now, and it's something we've been proud of women's cricket at Surrey for a very long time, but now to have that women's dressing room sitting there alongside the men's dressing room, and at the moment the trophy that is in pride of place in the club trophy cabinet is the 2025 Vitality Blast trophy, because that was the trophy that was won by the club this year, and there it is sitting there. So yeah, I think it's just important to contextualise the conversations we're about to have, with that. So Kirsty, you've experienced a lot of that yourself. You've played through a lot of different areas yourself, which I'm sure we'll come to. So thank you for that. So moving now on to the list. At number 10, we have. We talked in the men's 25 during the 25 about a number of players, Mark Butcher, Ian Ward, particularly, who are now very, very well known as voices in the game, but previously had fantastic playing careers behind them. Number 10 on the women's list, another player of the same sort of ilk. It's and many people would not necessarily have known that she played for Surrey. So yeah, number 10 on the list, Mel Jones.
Yeah, no, Mel. She was. she was hugely pivotal in terms of Surrey in the early 2000s. It must have been around 2003, 2004 county championships, where she obviously acted as Surrey's overseas and completely dominated county cricket.
And worked for the club as well, I think.
Yeah, worked for the club, coached for the club. And then, I mean, I think she just scored back-to-back hundreds, game after game after game. And it was in an era where the county championship was it was a one-day format, but it was played over 5 consecutive days. So, if you were in a full-time job, you'd take a week off of work, you'd go up to Cambridge and you'd play 50 overs, 5 days on the bounce.
Word.
Out of Cambridge in the summer. And Surrey were always at the top of Div 1, and it was usually between Surrey and Lancashire or Surrey and Sussex over who would win that championship. But Mel Jones, the number of runs that she would accumulate over that period were huge.
One of the things that someone said to me when I was doing a bit of research for this podcast was there's a phrase that's used a lot at Ace. I don't want to break any surprises, but I suspect at some point we're going to start talking about Ebony Rainford Brent, and it's a phrase that she uses at Ace, which is you can't be what you can't see. And in the context of Ace, that means providing black role models to young black kids who want to play cricket, and showing that there are players out there that they can see and therefore they can be that. One of the things people talked about Mel Jones using that phrase, you can't see what you can't be, was that they were very, very keen to bring over a world-class overseas at that time to show the women's setup at that time what best looked like. What the level of preparation that she demanded, the level what she demanded from her colleagues. Do you think that's a sort of fair bit of praise to throw Mel's way, and maybe sort of again a sort of tipping point at that time?
Yeah, 100%. And also, what you've got to remember is the landscape of the women's game at that time was at the very bottom of the pecking order as well. So. Being such an elitist sport at that time, it didn't make sense that such a diverse central London-based club wasn't reflected in the players and the players coming through, and even at grassroots cricket. So I think that's huge kudos to the fact that that things do have to change, and we have to have role models that the players can see and actually think, that can be me. Why couldn't it be me?
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, just before we number 9, Yaz, Churchy, you're both excellent cricket broadcast yourself, but Mel Jones, one of the best.
I think sometimes from the outside you might look at the people who are on the ICC or Sky A-list rota and think, any ex-pro who fancies a gig in the cricket media world can do it. No, it's really competitive, and there's a reason why Mel Jones gets the gigs that she does. We were lucky enough to have her on the Wisdom podcast earlier this year. She is an amazing reader of the game, incredibly articulate, but also, probably more so than most people within cricket, really gets a sense of the perspective of cricket in what the wider world, and actually there are more important things than cricket. She was pivotal in the far more important than anything we've been talking about today story of evacuating the Afghanistan women's team from Afghanistan a few years ago. And yeah, go and seek out what Mel said herself about that story. But it's phenomenal. She's more than just an amazing cricket personality. She's an amazing human.
Yeah, she's not the only person on this list that's going to be described as a force of nature. I don't think. Okay, number 9. So we're gonna do 8 and 9 together. We did this on the 25 as well. There are certain players I think that come as pairs. We talked about Tom Curran and Jade Dernbach. We talked about Ricky Clark and Jordan Clark in terms of similarities. Number 9 on our list is Sarah Clark. Number 8 on our list is Caroline Bars. So again, names that may not be familiar to every Surrey fan. Kirsty, we were talking about players that played in that early part of the century, but we talked in the 25 about Sakalo Mushtaq and Ian Salisbury spinning the ball different ways at either end. Clark and Bars very much of the same tradition.
Yeah, and in the same team again, like we've just alluded to with the men's 25. These two players, their stats, you look at them now and you think, that's not really that great. But in the context of the game and when it was, they were taking wickets week in, week out, and the number of 5 wicket hauls they had between them, they would win games on their own. You get through those power play overs, and you'd have your two spinners on, and by the time you blinked that you'd got through, thought you were into the back end of the overs, and they'd kind of churned up 20 overs between them and taken 6, 7, 8 wickets, and all you needed from the death was your death bowlers just to clear up, really. So yeah,
and we've spoken about the difficulty of statistically comparing these eras, and Caroline and Sarah would have played entirely 50 over cricket, and then you look at a Kia Super League team would have played entirely T20 cricket, and the South East Stars, a lot of their statistics don't necessarily get recorded alongside other Surrey statistics because it was South East Stars and it was a regional team with Kent, and it was slightly different in that way. But on the list of the most 50 over wickets for Surrey women, Caroline Barr's 124, Sarah Clark 120. Next on the list is Patsy Lovell and Cecily Scott with 64 each. It's basically double.
Yeah, and I think what you've got to remember with these two players as well is that this was of an era and of a time where we didn't have spin coaches. We trained probably once a week if you were lucky, and played club cricket the majority of your weekends, where you'd be lucky to turn out 11, or you'd be lucky if the pitch had been marked. So these are probably self-coached players who spent hours and hours just bowling on their own in a net, just to master their skills. Sarah Clark bowling leg spin, it's not an easy skill to master on your own when you haven't got a coach guiding you. And of course, very lucky during that Surrey era that there were a lot of coaches available, and actually were far further ahead in terms of what facilities and resource was available to players. But still, 6 nights out of the week, you're coming home from work, or you're travelling to and from work, and maybe a club game, and you've got one evening, maybe a Thursday night, out of Guildford to bowl a few overs, try and master leg spin in a lane with no coconut mat or anything down. So yeah, you have to really take your hat off to these players for actually being able to master their craft the way that they have.
They are remarkable numbers as well. And the other thing, and Kirsty made a brilliant point earlier about, there was you couldn't sit down on a laptop and have a watch and watch other leg spinners and other people doing their stuff, because it just wasn't available then. And the real shame is, as you said it there, that those are two names that a lot of people outside of Surrey won't have heard of. But there just wasn't the amount of cricket and the coverage and all of that we have now. So yeah, those numbers are remarkable numbers when you think of, as Kirsty said, the amount of cricket that was played and what you were having to do around playing cricket.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on from Sarah and Caroline to absolute pioneers, and really pleased. Thanks Kirsty for trying to explain a little bit of what their experience in those times would have been, because I think that would be very, very eye opening to a lot of people now who see the women's game where it is that there were players of who that was their experience as recently as 20 years ago is I think something that maybe a lot of people wouldn't necessarily realise. We're now at number 7 on our list, and this is a player who was a different end of the spectrum, really, from Sarah and Caroline, but also a player that has seen through a number of different eras while still being very young, and interestingly, controversially, a player who is still playing today, but not for Surrey. So she's now a full-time professional. She plays down on the south coast at Hampshire. Rihanna Southby. Kirsty, you were a teammate of hers for a very long time, so I think you've definitely earned the right to go first on this one. I remember Rihanna as a 13-year-old, being taken into your environment, around London Cup games and that sort of thing. So clearly, she was seen from the start as someone with a huge amount of potential.
Yeah, and she's one of these players that's come through the Surrey ranks and absolutely loves the game. She's was a proper Surrey badger. She'd turn up as a 11, 12-year-old and come and watch games, and she'd be asking players to sign her gloves, not realising that the next season she'd actually just be playing with these players. That's how into the game that she was. And I think she's a classic Surrey keeper that has come through. Coached by Jeremy Greaves, and was and still is probably one of the best wicket keepers in the country. And started off at Surrey, and during that era at South East Stars, where the women's game was starting to progress a little bit more and her batting wasn't quite where it was, and she lost the gloves to Kira Chatley and decided actually that it was probably better for her to move on and move down to Hampshire, where she's thriving now. But came through the Surrey ranks and really had to fight for her place. Never really, because of the number of batters that were in the team, didn't really have too much to do in terms of batting as she was in her younger years, but in the last few years has actually really showed up with the bat.
And is there or thereabouts now in she's in again, you talk about developments in the women's game, she's in that England shadow squad now, the England A, essentially, the women's Lions, so really sort of again stepping up to another level now and sort of trying to make that breakthrough into the international game. But you actually, we've already mentioned the player who's at number 6, the last player on this episode of the 10. It's the player that got the gloves, as you said, and is now making a huge impact on the professional Surrey's team. Kira Chatley, number 6 on the list. Yes, Kira Chatley. What is again a fine example of someone who's really now having an opportunity to make a full-time professional career.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got a question for Kirsty in a second, actually. But I think one of the interesting things watching Kira Chatley this season was in a batting lineup full of players in and around the international setup. Quite often be watching them, and Chatley would not look out of place, and at times would be one of the better performing players. We saw that all throughout the summer, including in the 100. And actually, if you look at English players outside the current England setup to do well in the 100, Chatley is right up the top of the list of players in that category. And a question for you actually about both Chatley and Southby, two keepers. Amy Jones has been the England keeper for a very long time now. Both Chatley and Southby are quite a lot younger than Jones. They're two of the players who are talked about as future England keepers. Do you see one or both ending up playing for England?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting debate, isn't it? Because I think Kira's had to work really, really hard on her keeping over the last few years, and it's come on so much. Rihanna with the gloves is definitely the better keeper, and is similar in Ben Folkes in that entity. I think it would be a really interesting decision that comes from Charlotte Edwards-Camp around who will become the next England wicketkeeper batter, because you could easily take Rihanna Southby or you could take Kira Chatley, because Kira Chatley is so explosive and she can do a job, but actually, is really super reliable with the gloves now. So, I definitely wouldn't want to be in that camp trying to make those decisions.
Yeah, I think it just shows again the strength. We talked a lot in the 25 about the amount of players that we use cliches like Surrey through and through, but players who've come through the system. Talked about players like Ollie Pope and Jason Roy who've come through the system, and people within the club have been excited about the potential of when they were making that first class debut and whatever. And you look at again like Kira and Rihanna, just that conversation you guys are having just there again is a testament. You mentioned Jeremy Greaves earlier as someone who worked with Rihanna. It's a testament to that Surrey system and the ability of this club to produce international players both in the men's and women's game, Sergi.
Well, I think what I would say with Kira is that you're seeing how hard she's worked on her game with the bat, especially in the fact now that she's launching balls out the ground, and that was never part of her game at all, was it? And yes, made the point in that batting lineup. She stood out. She makes her runs. And goes at it from ball one, and with the gloves, I think now she is a very good keeper, isn't she? A very, very good keeper, explosive batter, and two extremely talented cricketers that we've just been talking about.
Yeah, so Kira first played for the under-11s thing in 2011. Rihanna started playing in 2012. So again, in the context of this podcast, players who have been around the club for a large part of this century and playing a really, really big part in that women's setup. So there we are. That's your first half of the 10. Mel Jones at 10, Sarah Clark at 9, Caroline Bars at 8, Kira Chatley at 7. Sorry, Rihanna Southby at 7, Kira Chatley at number 6. One more episode of the 10 to come. We'll be taking you from 5 till 1. I'm John Surtees. I'm sat with Mark Church, with Yaz Rana, with Kirsty White. Do come back for the second episode of the 10 coming up soon. This was the 10.
really thrilled to be back. Love playing cricket with these boys and love playing cricket at the Oval. So yeah, really excited to be back and getting stuck in with the lads.
Lost again. I don't win many.
It was a really high scoring affair. Surrey lost the toss, were put into bat by Leicestershire, and they 520 it. The biggest positives for Surrey are kind of the players who are back in town, Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope. Jamie Smith, he's really risen to the occasion. A new position in this Surrey team, he's batting at number 3, and to go on from his century against Warwickshire, he just looks all class here at the Kia Oval.
A young man showing that he's still evolving, he's still developing, he's still trying to be a better player than he was last week, and hopefully next week he'll try and be better again.
Similarly for Ollie Pope, he missed out last week at Warwickshire, and that can be difficult because it means even if you feel all right in yourself, there might be murmurings from other places that he's still not found his form. But then to come in again at number 4, peel off a century, peel off another unbeaten 60 in the second innings as well. It's so comforting for him to be back at home where he's at his best, really.
I wouldn't say I necessarily felt at my very best throughout the innings, but I tried to just find a stubborn side to me to find a way to get through the kind of challenging bits. I know my best is good enough for kind of any challenge, so yeah, it's important for me, so when I'm not at my best, to find a way to get through, get starts, and then once you're in, batting does become easier. Surrey have always been amazing to me, and the way they've treated me over the last 4 years, it's been a real good place to come back to. I owe this club a lot, and to pull on the 3 feathers is always such an honour, so yeah, it does mean a lot. Obviously one of my favourite grounds, so my favourite ground here, so to do it in front of a good crowd today was awesome.
With the ball, I guess it didn't look at first like it was really that easy to score runs. Kind of the wicket had been a bit too paced, and so we felt quite confident going into Surrey's bowling innings, but Leicestershire batted really, really well. Rishi Patel, Stephen Eskenazi and Ben Cox all making centuries, and they got 690 on the board.
Yeah, as a collective, we're pretty disappointed with the way we delivered them 2 sessions. We don't normally go back-to-back bad sessions, but I feel like we were off the ball a bit today. By no means we're out the game at all. You know, you've seen what it's like at the Oval. It can happen really quick, especially if you stack the balls in the right area. You know, it could be you go bang bang and you're all of a sudden in the driving seat again. It's just a case of doing it better for longer periods.
Probably look at times when we've probably lost games or found it quite tough to win games over the last few years that I've been here. You know, the guys are pretty good at just wearing that on the chin. I mean, obviously it helps, we've got such a talented group. It does make things easier, there's no denying that, but I think just their ability to move on from adversity is probably one thing that sticks out for me.
assessment of those 4 days?
We did some things pretty well, but we also are not quite up to our standards in other disciplines. I'm always going to err that our destiny is in our hands, and we allowed people to play very, very well on our patch. We've got to stop being reactive, we've got to be proactive. That's something we spoke about pre-season. The question is that a physical thing, or is it a bit more mental in how we are getting ourselves into the moment and getting ourselves into our work?
When we come back, we will do bumper and then the Women's World Cup promo, please. That's a VT. And then some player shots, and then mini card probably. To us. Did you get that plan, Mark? So bumper, then straight to the VT promo for the Women's World Cup. Then player shots, mini card, off we go. Mark, I've also sent you an email with an image of Cameron Steele. Can you bring that in, please? Minutes. 1 minute.
Ready to go. Unfortunately, I am retiring. I've been, I suppose, forced into retirement through my body not quite getting right. I suffered an ankle injury in November 2024. 18 months just trying to get fit. Had a couple of surgeries. So yeah, I'm now.
30.
It's not a typical cricket journey, but one that I'm incredibly proud of, and it's been a privilege in my life to wear the 3 feathers. So all of it has been so much fun. I'm incredibly proud to have come here and have had some of my best cricket memories over the last 5 years. I've been so fortunate to be part of a number of wonderful dressing rooms and
7,
the boys.
6, 5,
Okay, yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 is almost here. 12 teams will battle it out over 33 matches across England and Wales in pursuit of T20 World Cup glory. The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 begins June 12.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London. We've got 2 sessions left. Surrey up against Essex. The game is drifting towards a rather predictable end unless there is a twist. So Essex will resume here at 92 for 1 as the players make their way back to the middle. Dean Elgar 38, Tom Westley 42. That pair, that experienced pair, have put on 70 to place the visitors 29 runs in the lead, having started their second innings 63 behind. Surrey picked up 1 wicket in the session quite early on too. Second over of the day. Paul Walter was lead before wicket to Gus Atkinson. He was round the wicket. It was a close call, but went the way of the fielding team. That made it 22 for 1, but this pair have made it to safe harbour of lunch, accepting that there were a couple of chances in the mid-wicket region. One more easy than the other. Both courtesy of Tom Westley, but he's still there on 42, the skipper. And Dean Elgar, who made 92 the first time around when he and his opening partner, Paul Walter, put on 183 on the first day for the first wicket, which set in trend the type of game we have across the next 4 days. Adam Collins with you, Charles Dagnall with me. Starting off at the pavilion end. It's going to be Jordan Clark, who bowled 6 overs before lunch, done for 34. Hello, Daggers.
Afternoon, Colo. You say, like I say, there's a sort of inevitability about the way that this match is going. And you never know with a couple of sticks early doors.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to take Surrey to go bang, bang, bang to start the session.
Yeah.
Bit of scoreboard pressure. And then from there, anything could happen, but
if it happens, it has to happen rather swiftly.
Indeed, yes.
And I would argue in this little stint of ours.
It may well be. In the 30 minutes we are on.
That's not to say this. Anybody else who comes on commentary should not be listened to, or that the game might not take a different turn. But
those 2 catching mid-wickets for Westley. They've been there for a long time now. Both have had a chance.
That's a good point you make. It's not as though there have not been chances for this to occur. There's been a couple of drop chances, a couple of LBWs that were close. One that was given was a little fortunate, I feel, for Surrey, but there still has been that modicum of encouragement for the bowlers.
Given the lead's only 29, I mean, I guess conceivably with
Yep.
the way that Surrey are hardwired, they wouldn't need an awful lot of time to chase anything. There was a game here 2 seasons ago when it was trending in this general direction we're in right here, but they got a bit of a run on. Eventually bowled out Somerset and were left about 220 in 20 overs, and you better believe they had a go at it.
Oh,
We thought they'd
absolutely.
shake hands, but they fell about 60 short, but it's an emblem of the way that teams in modern cricket will back themselves if they have even a sniff. So there's that to consider as well. But 9 wickets away feels a long way away with the experience in this Essex batting lineup and the fact that these two have already put on 71. The pigeon flew across at the worst possible time there, just when Jordan Clark was in his gather, and he thought, you know what, I'm just going to go through with it anyway. I'm going to let my body go through its motions.
Yeah, just on that, you can't rest easy if you are Essex and just expect it to just travel towards tea time and the handshakes at 10 to 5. The lead is only 30. And as you mentioned, you know, in 20 overs, in these days and ages, it is not beyond the realms of possibility of having a dip, especially when you've got a batting strength that Surrey do. So, you know, don't rest easy just yet. But of course, conventional wisdom suggests that
you can almost go behind the curtain and say that, you know, when doing what we're doing right now, you're kind of barracking for the finish somehow. Trying to keep the dream alive. Sun's back out. Oh, the little chop on that might suggest the surface. So look at that variable pace about it, which has been a factor.
And you see that from this actual camera angle, if you look at the stumps where Tom Westley is at the moment and then just travel out around about 5 or 6 yards and just a little bit to the left of screen.
Just where you were pointing there before Daggers is roughly where the ball jacked back from.
Lots of indentations in that.
43 is Westley, leaving alone. Completes the over. First over after lunch, 2 runs from it, 94 for 1. We received some news during the lunch break, Daggers, from the Surrey County Cricket Club. Press release that Cameron Steele, who's an incredibly popular member of the squad here at the Oval, has decided to retire as of immediately. The long story short here, Daggers, is that the ankle injury, which he picked up a couple of years ago, just never got any better. They had a crack at surgery a couple of times. There was one late last year. He was round in the moon boot at the end of last year, and the hope was that he'd be back playing cricket at some stage this year. But the leg spinning all-rounder will not recover from that injury in terms of playing professionally. So at age 30, that's his career done. But he's had some real moments here at the Oval. Quickie shingle. Threw pretty comfortably in the end. I go back to 2022, which was his second year at the club. So the story goes, he played elsewhere, played at Durham, started his cricketing journey in Western Australia, and he was playing some grade cricket, rebuilding himself, having been released from Durham at the time. And Alex Stewart saw him on a stream playing grade cricket, so he probably should still be in the system. Got him back over here. That was sort of pandemic times, and from 21 through to this year, he's been on the books. But yeah, in 22, when Yorkshire came to the Oval for the penultimate round of the season, and Surrey had by no means wrapped up the title. The expectation was that it would go right down to the wire, and the final round of the season would determine who would hold up the trophy. Well, as it turned out, the results all broke Surrey's way, and they won here in no small part due to 2 outstanding deliveries from Cam Steele. I'll never forget the wrong one to Tom Collar-Cadmore. The hit leg stump, the stuff you dream of as a wrist spinner, and a ball to Ben Mike as well, who was with Yorkshire at the time. It was a crucial moment in Surrey going on to win that game, and in turn winning that championship in 2022. Still the 2 catching mid-wickets for Westley.
I think there's good things in the future.
Oh, yeah.
Cameron Steele. I remember the first time I met him, I used to host the Durham End of Season Awards. And he, I think, may have won, and this would have been obviously prior to that, so maybe 3 years previously. And I think he'd won Most Improved Second Team Player or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And all the lads, and you used to go up and collect your prizes and trinkets, trophies and all of that, medals. And he all the lads kept saying, "You've got to interview him. You've got to interview him." I said, "But okay," and like thinking that the lads are sort of goading me into one way or another. There's either going to be the most dreary one-word responses coming from Cameron Steele or the other, and it just so happened it was the other. And he sort of grabbed the microphone and went into a variety of different impressions. Like David Attenborough he did and all this. It had the place rolling. Very confident young man at that stage. But you could see that there was that kind of personality about him. He spoke beautifully, and with what he's doing now, and I've not actually read, I've only sort of caught little paragraphs of on social media about his sort of role that he's taken up this year with the Times. Is that right?
Yeah, he's doing a diary for the Times at the moment, which is great. But it goes back to the end of last season when he wasn't really playing. As he explained to a few of us at the time, he'd been doing some writing for himself and thought he...
What, you just put it on a blog or something?
Well, not even that. I think, as I understand it from what he said at the time, he didn't feel like he was ready for the public to see what he was writing. Kept a diary. And he was then ready to publish and went via the Substack route, so essentially blogging. And the first piece was an absolute beauty. It was the essence of a county cricketer going up and down the motorways and the relationship with services.
Yes, I saw that. That's it.
It was a beauty, and it was well received and shared on social media very widely. And he wrote a couple of other pieces on the Substack, and it led towards Michael Atherton saying this could be a good recruit for the Times, and he's been working with them this year doing a diary.
Lovely.
Shot. Just about the shot of the day from Westley. The captain getting the chance to drive through his preferred onside and doing it delightfully. 101 for 1. Yeah, the way in which he was able to very quickly go from, an injured cricketer into, this guy's got a bit about him as a writer, picking up on what you said around the personality. And he's a couple of years in a row, he won the, I don't know the name of the award anymore, it escapes me at the moment, but the Players Player Award here at Surrey. They love him in the dressing room. And now he's sharing that with the wider world. Only 30 years of age, so he's got a lot of post-cricket career ahead of him, and that'll be what he's doing now, I'm sure, as a writer on the game. I'm sure he'll make a continued contribution that way.
And good luck to him as well, because with any industry, and obviously if someone like Michael Atherton is picking you up and saying this kid's got something, especially with the written word, but he's a very naturally humorous lad, is Cam Steele, but a good way of actually finding your voice through the written word is the diary.
Yep.
Writing from a first person, and I say good luck to him. It's never nice when the career gets cut short because of injury. I can speak from experience on that, and my route was local radio, and his route is now doing something for the Times, but it makes that transition that little bit easier when you are still in and around the game, and I wish him the very best of luck.
Struck that well, albeit for none. Beautiful sound out the middle of the bat. I see you're wearing a PCA badge today, Daggers, and look, there's something to that as well, that the Professional Cricketers Association put a lot of resourcing into making sure that former players and players who are retiring have pathways to other careers inside or outside of the game. Because it is interesting that you get to a certain age where cricket has been your professional existence. It's unusual being an athlete or a sports person of any kind, where what you've prepared for your whole life comes to an abrupt end right at the point of your life when you're kind of finding your way as a human being, right? Age 30.
You're 100% right. And that transition, and it doesn't just happen in cricket, it is in all sports. It can be, if you're a rugby player, an impact injury, that could be it. Some you can almost see coming a little bit, so the wear and tear type of chronic injury that that happens to certain players, but there's the ones, of course, that are impact or sudden, and it is very difficult to transition and to negotiate that period because there's a whole ream of emotions that are going through your head. You want to still be playing. You don't feel like you've done what you're supposed to do as a professional. I know that was a feeling I had. Unless that feeling was bowling half volleys and long hops. But it is, and the PCA do a hell of a job, you know. Those options out there, if you are a little lost or feeling a little lost from a career standpoint, having some people there to talk to and go through what the possibilities are. You may already have your career mapped out, but a lot don't. And for it to occur sooner than you envisaged is something that can be tough to negotiate. Oh.
Catch was the call. The leading edge was there, but it didn't carry. That's why either of the two men on the offside, 103 for 1. They're still 40 behind. 40 in front, Essex. So the game, from that perspective, is alive, but they're going to have to find something here. The partnership up to 81, this experienced pair. Yeah, there was a great bit of journalism about 10 years ago. Felix White, when he was, at the time when his band actually had finished then, they're back in business now, the Maccabees, but he went around and interviewed a whole bunch of cricketers who were going through what is effectively what Cam Steele will go through now, having retired today, which is the catalyst for this discussion. If you're just picking up our broadcast, having injury forcing him into retirement at age 30, the Surrey leg-spinning all-rounder. And it was a pretty consistent theme through all the long interviews he did, is that there is a sense of loss that is akin to grief when finishing as a cricketer, because catches the call, but that's been thrashed away to the short boundary for 4, and it'll take Tom Westley beyond 50 as well. The captain did give, let's call it 1.5 chances before lunch, but he's made the most of them.
Short and wide, right on the tiptoes was Westley and thrashed away through the offside. Bit of a gift to get you to the half century. Yeah, you're right. It is.
And as much as you might prepare for it, when it actually happens, what you've been trained to do, and yes, it is an important area of inquiry, and pleased the PCA is so involved with that. And yeah, in the case of Cam Steele, he's got his path clearly laid out for him if he wishes to take it in the cricket writing space, but it may not be as clearly defined for many other cricketers who are a similar age are having to start again.
And hence why all of the education programs that there are, the qualifications that you can go and get with the PCA's help, if there is an avenue that you do want to pursue, because not everyone thinks that, oh, well, you'll just go into coaching or you'll just go into broadcast or whatever. And that is not an opportunity afforded to everybody in the game. Now, if that is what you want to do, of course you can go get your coaching qualifications, do your badges or whatever, but it's not just that. If you actually want to go into the city or be an accountant or a teacher or whatever it is, plumber, welder, plasterer, it really doesn't matter. They'll offer you opportunities to go and pursue that. And whether it's financing or anything like that, they will assist. I mean, again, I'm loath to mention my sort of route, but it was only through a visit to, actually when I was at Warwickshire, and Nick Owen, who used to present TVAM on ITV, would come down and watch a session of cricket before going off to BBC Pebble Mill and doing the Midlands Today programme, and getting talking to him and him inviting you around Pebble Mill. Some may remember that sort of 80s local show called Pebble Mill at 1, and he took us around the studios, and that's what lit my fire, kind of thing, from the radio studios, the television galleries, and what an exciting environment it looked. And so you sort of think, oh, well, that might be something I could go down eventually.
Yep.
But that was just an off chance, and for those who may have had qualifications from universities or whatever, or none, matters not. PTA can help you out.
Completes the over. 5 runs from it, 108 for 1. Tom Westley in that over, advancing to his half century. Missed out in the first dig. And we'll see here the highlights of his day so far.
Yeah, he spent a little while at the crease, did Westley. He was on 2 not out for quite some time. But one of the aspects of his career has been his play through mid-wicket. Very wristy, very bottom-handed player. That, as Adam Collins described, shot of the day. Today, there's nothing better than seeing a batter drive the ball down the ground. And although he has been given a life, the Essex captain will be most pleased for spending a bit of time in the middle.
See that there was a trio of clips through the onside that were just delightful to watch. It's a shot that, when you've got a reputation for it, you find someone there at catching mid-wicket, but it's not going to neutralise him. Think of someone like when I was a kid growing up watching Mark Waugh play that shot. He might be the best of the set with that particular effortless grace, but it's a shot that Wesley's made an art form of his own across a long professional career now. I watched him make 100 against the Australians in a tour game 2015 down at Chelmsford. He tore Australia apart a long time ago in a professional career, but was one of the innings that led towards him being selected for England a couple of years after that. Played Test cricket in 2017.
Yeah, myself and Phil Walker were talking about that earlier.
Doesn't quite beat mid off.
And ruining the fact that it's almost a decade ago.
Gosh.
And it didn't seem that long. Yeah, there's actually, you look at the 2 sides, but 3 players who stick out because of their onside play. You could argue 4 if you had Sibley.
Yep.
And their play through the onside. And they, look, all professional players, batsmen in particular, if they get fed on that leg stump line, they're going to put it away. You would expect anybody in the top 7 or 8 to be able to do that. But it's the manner of which they do that and convert balls that are sort of middle and off and maybe even 6 inches outside. They still manage to get it through the onside, and because of that closed off face, that strong bottom hand and their quick wrists. Lawrence and Pope and... Oh, goodness.
Clark, who is not going to throw in the towel. You just sense by the way he's gone about this spell after lunch. He's going to keep pounding away, using the crease. On this occasion, he's gone about as wide as you can go, then jagging it back.
You look where that was taken by Ben Folkes, and that was the ball eventually was around about 2 feet down the leg side. Look at where Folkes takes this. Yeah, again, just going back to that as the over concludes. 109 for 1. You just feel that the captain's just tossed the ball to Jordan Clark and say, this is kind of it. I just need 5 or 6, and then you can go and graze for the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, we'll hit that. We may hit that point. We may hit that point. You don't want to be presumptuous, but where it could be that Surrey will think, well, we've got a game in 4 days. They're playing Sussex here on Friday.
Yeah.
So 2 games in a row here at the Kia Oval for Surrey.
I know the bowlers are hoping for something a little more lively than they've had in the first 2 games.
You would think so. I wonder how they'll manufacture that in 4 days, by the way. That'll be an interesting conversation after play. Continues here, and that nearly goes underground. That might be what it takes. Well adjusted by Westley, who thrust his blade down just in time.
It was a good leave by Westley in the previous over. I do encourage you to go and have a look at Alex Lees's leave today against Lancashire.
Usually when it's a good leave, bad leave situation, it's the off stump. It's seldom the leg bail. That's a real misjudge the length one, isn't it?
Yep. Just leaving it alone and leg bail taken off. Goodness gracious. Poor Alex Lees. He's a very, very fine player, and we're chortling at his misfortune today.
Yes, with the game 4 days away, there might be at some point here a bit of, well, the marginal gain of not bowling one more spell for some of the quicks who are likely to turn out again. Clark's virtually the first name on the team sheet, given the role he performs. So that's one who they might just look after a little bit. Of course, they've got bowlers to rotate through, which they do routinely anyway, despite this short turnaround.
One thing, though, I do wonder is it going to be time for Dan Worrell? Because I know he wasn't a million miles away, and they were looking after him because how important a bowler he is in the Surrey lineup, and you don't want to rush anybody back who's got a calf injury. But I wonder if he's at least going to be in the conversation of potentially playing. The other is how Gus Atkinson this is his first game back, another 4-day game soon after. How they managed that.
I'd struggle to see the ECB letting Atkinson play back-to-back games, given he's managed. So, yeah, you'd think that there'd be that, unless I'm missing something. They've not tended to let him play 2 in a row. And then you've got the question marks around Worrell still. They'll be desperate to get him back when he's ready to roll. Across those season of 20... would have been 2023 and 2024. Worrell picked up 100 wickets collectively at 20 in those 2 seasons, and those were 2 championship winning years for Surrey.
Just thinking that Essex are due a week off. This is their 4th county championship game. Just checking that they've not got anything. No, they've not. So yeah, sorry, Sussex. Somerset, Yorkshire at Taunton. Somerset, who got off to a great start. East Midlands Derby. That's a nice thing to say in Championship cricket. That's not been said for a little while, unless it was Leicestershire and Derbyshire, but now it's Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire at the home of cricket. And Hampshire Glamorgan in the 1st division.
Full face of the bat to finish. 1 run from it, 110 for 1. So they've added 18 runs since lunch. The lead's 47. So yes, until the blast break, Surrey, who've had their break, go Sussex at home, Notts away, Yorkshire away, Essex, who are yet to have their break, get that next week, and then they finish off the run by hosting Hampshire and then playing Leicestershire at Chelmsford as well. So it's a 7-week block with 6 games in it for all teams, whereas in the last few years it's been an 8-week block with 7 games, so there's a bit of an adjustment with what we get in the middle of the year.
I just hope this weather stays the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Gets it very fine. You can hear Clark there. Oh, no. Just drifting. But Westley in pretty good nick since lunch, moves to 59 with the boundary.
I could be wrong, but it just felt like the attempted Yorker from Jordan Clark. The line was fractionally leg-side-ish. The length was fractionally too short. Hence the reaction was such.
Catches the call, but it's been that kind of session so far. 3 or 4 deliveries have been hit uppishly to within 4 or 5 metres of fielders, but none gain a hand. Not quite sure where we got to with crowd watch, by the way. We had an eye on whether we were going to break the record here. I'm looking to the back
Needed
of the
to
box.
get to 4 figures today.
4 figures, around the 4-figure mark. So whether we get there or not, we have gotten there. Thumbs up. We have broken the record. Whether we have or haven't, we're a massive show to break it next week. I'll explain why when Sussex are here. Slower ball. Picked and placed. Lovely shot. So it's the modern. So just to be clear, this isn't the all-time county record here at the Oval because there was a different era when county cricket was. But the modern attendance record has been broken this week here at Surrey, which is not for nothing because last year there was a massive crowd for the Red Bull Festival weekend. And next week, Friday's always the best attended day. Then a weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, bank holiday.
Oh.
So it works perfectly next weekend.
Oh, well done all. And it's, as I've said, especially the first 2 days, the Friday, there was such a super buzz around the ground. 5,500 people, 4,500 the following day. And it just had, I'm not saying it had a test match feel, it was just a lovely environment to watch professional sport. Everyone having a little perambulation or on the outfield at lunchtime.
It's also helped, I think, with here at the Oval. We play oftentimes to the extremity of the square in the championship games at the start of the year, although this week we're not as far over as we have been before, but work with me here. It means that fans naturally congregate in one part of the ground.
Yep.
So it does feel like you're at a big crowd, even if because they're all in virtually one stand over there at what's now known as the SSE Energy Solution stand. Ends the over 118 for 1.
Yeah, and you're right. But I went down an afternoon session on Saturday. Just had a sit for 10 minutes in the green seating, and I know that in an ideal world you'd play bang in the middle of the square and all the boundaries will be relatively equal size and stuff. That just isn't feasible in the modern game given the amount of cricket that gets played. But it was lovely that you felt very, very close to the players. You felt that almost like you're on top of them. Got a great view, sort of an understanding of the speed of the game, and it was a thoroughly enjoyable way to watch it.
Nearly squeezed through his fuller delivery there, Abbott, to start the fresh over. Inside edge onto the pad, spat away. Yeah, it's more tactile, isn't it, when you can kind of, when you're in the middle of the square, that extra distance and the nature of a test match, all hustle and bustle. But yeah, it does work really well here. Wonder which pitch they're going to use next week and how that might.
You're a bit of a geek with your pitches, aren't you?
I am a little bit. I sense that we're heading towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. Though we've had 2 on this side of the square to start the season. We kind of have our favourites here. We've been doing this for a while here at the Oval now. But yes, wickets to the right towards the Tennyson School. That'll be of interest. I can see one they're probably preparing for that. You take a punt here, the one about 6 over to the right of where we are today.
Over in India, covering the Women's Premier League out there, and you're out there doing the pitch report, and they make quite a big play on the number, the pitch number. We're using pitch number 6, as though everybody has a ream of stats regarding, then my team selection is going to change dramatically because it's number 6 and not number 5 that we're using. Always tickles me.
There's often the case, I did a test in Ahmedabad a few years ago where they prepared 2 pitches, that fully prepared them. A day out from the test, they said to us, we'll make our mind up in the morning. So it was, you're just like, well, makes our job a little bit harder when we're being told one's got red soil, one's got black soil. I don't know the difference really, but
one's spinnier than the other, and the other's quicker than the other.
Well, Rohit Sharma said it to us explicitly. He's like, yeah, we'll decide which one we want to play on when we get here in the morning, whether we want the one that's going to spin or not. That's all good. That's our prerogative. Yeah. Right, okay, fine. You just get used to it.
Unless you're playing the West Indies side of 1983. I think we'll use that one that spins a bit.
Well, as it turned out, in that particular test match, I think they used the one that was meant to seem a little bit more, but it didn't matter because it was flat. 5 very slow days. That test match. Oh, again, that's the second time in 2 overs where Abbott, near enough to 80 mile an hour, is getting balls to just keep a bit low from one part of the pitch. So good work from Westley again, who's seeing them nicely to get the bat pushed down in time. The partnership's up to 99.
Yeah, after sticking around for a little while, Tom Westley's been far more aggressive and positive. Now he's had a bit of time at the crease. He's looked in very good order.
Over ends here. 121 for 1.
For 121 for 1 then. Essex doing it serenely through this afternoon now, these two. Just one away from a 100 partnership. And I guess from Essex's point of view, Yaz Rana joining us this afternoon. They'll be reasonably content considering that they've had a couple of tricky weeks after that first week win against Hampshire. Came here slightly depleted in numbers with Ian Mulder missing his second consecutive game. South African overseas having to go home. Tom Westley returns, having broken a finger in that first week, back in the runs. Lovely shot for straight up to mid-off. And to see as well Dean Elgar getting going after a quiet start. So Essex will be content, I would say, with their week's work.
Yeah, I think so too. Zomakta, who played last week, unavailable this week with an injury. Jordan Cox, obviously unavailable over in the IPL with RCB. And just falling on the wrong side of a very close game last time out against Warwickshire. If you're looking for other notes of optimism, I've been impressed by Noah Thane, the 21-year-old all-rounder. Scored crucial runs in the first innings just as it felt like Surrey had an opening with the old ball just before they took the second new ball. Scoring a career best 64. And though he wasn't necessarily rewarded in terms of the number of wickets he took, I thought he offered Essex something a little bit different with the ball. Probably the speediest of the Essex seamers.
Yeah, they like him a lot, do Essex. Noah Thane, Luke Benkenstein as well, leg spinning all-rounder, and of course Charlie Allison, who's now, well, their key man really in the middle order. 3 young homegrown players that they've brought through in the last 2 years. Talking to skipper Tom Westley, he couldn't be more excited about the futures of those 3 in particular. Yeah, and again, you run through that team, and it's the nucleus of it, as ever with Essex. It's a homegrown collective, really. And this pitch refuses to yield. Just 21 wickets now have fallen as we are well into the afternoon on the final day. And it's not just a story here, Yaz, either. All around the country. There's a game on, though, between Durham and Lancashire at least. Could be a very interesting finish in that one.
Yeah, Durham chasing 336 on the final day. Probably the 2 standout sides in Division 2. Really excellent passage of play this morning. Jimmy Anderson, Tom Bailey, George Balderson and Mitch Stanley with the new ball, bowling against 3 guys who are in the England conversation. Alex Lees, Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay. Really tough work for the Durham openers first up. But Durham going nicely in the afternoon session. They're 1-2-9 for 2.
All eyes on Emilio Gay as well, who's going okay in that run chase. One of those names, of course, percolating around ahead of that first test squad announcement a month or so from now. Another one keeps low, but Westley now on 65. He's seeing it very comfortably indeed, and useful runs here for the Essex skipper. Looks short of a gallop in the first innings, didn't get going. Obviously, as we say, missed those 2 fixtures as well with a broken finger sustained in the first week of the season, but he looks back and he is, as ever, really the key man in this lineup.
I think it's worth addressing the elephant in the room, Phil. There'll be people with us on the Sky feed who maybe don't watch loads of county championship cricket, and barring a miracle, this game is going to fall well short of providing a winner at the moment. We're about 2.5 hours away from the earliest opportunity for the 2 teams to shake hands, but this is not happening in isolation. If you look at all the Division 1 games, we've had 21 wickets fall in 3.5 days here. 24 wickets fall so far in the game at Trent Bridge. 24 wickets fall at the game at Headingley. And in the game at Sophia Gardens, just 18 in 3.5 days. Do you think it matters that across the 4 Division 1 games in this round of fixtures, that none of them are at the moment coming anywhere near producing a thrilling game?
I'd say it certainly matters. From the position of this being an entertainment, for sure it matters. 4 more. That's one of Westley's areas. Lethal off the pads, as he has been for 10 years and more. Bowl there and he'll pick you off all day long. So that is 105 now, the partnership from 2-2-1 deliveries. These two have settled any early flutters today that Essex may have felt slightly in arrears when they began this final day, and they've settled it down perfectly, and it will be, you fancy a nice time to bat now for these two. Pressure's off, the game is safe. There he's off again, never misses out off his pads. Just going back then to your question, well, there's caveats abound, I suppose, that it's early season, that pitches are still maturing, that they're not as hard and fast as they will be later on in the year. There's been a quite concentrated run of games, and so groundsmen will say to you, well, it's difficult to keep these pitches fresh and lively in the early part of the season, especially when we're producing a lot, one after the other. There's other factors as well, of course, and no doubt you've been talking about these things on and off air for the last 3 or 4 days, and indeed we talk about it every week, but 8 points for a draw disincentivises teams to be imaginative, to live a little, to be creative at times. Some wags have suggested a limit to the number of overs the team faces in the first innings. Geoffrey Boycott, for example, has often gone on about that clip it, maybe 110 overs. If you take the Yorkshire game, for example, Yorkshire batted for 130-something overs, and Sussex as well, 130-something overs. They both made in excess of 500 in their first innings. If you were to limit it to 110, say, or perhaps say to a batting side, you can bat on past 110, but you lose all your bonus points, for example. There are ways to address this fact that some games are hard to excavate a win from, but there are also legitimate reasons for it. Another one ticks by, 128 for one, and Tom Laws, we're going to see him for the first time this afternoon from the pavilion end. He's had a quiet game with the ball, but always capable of slipping it when he gets into rhythm. He's a very good young cricketer who has a burgeoning reputation here.
Yeah, there are so many factors at play. The volume of cricket across the whole summer means that a high percentage of the county championship season takes place in this first block of games in April and May. And we know that the more years we have this number of games in April, that actually April is arguably the best month to bat. There isn't a whole lot of life and pace in the pitches, and that affects at times the watchability of the product. I think also from an England point of view, I think people in England hierarchy might say that, well, actually, how well does this prepare players for Test cricket? That's not to take anything away from the quality of the cricket that we've seen. I think actually, if you look at Surrey's innings where they score 472, there's really high quality of cricket on both sides to get to that point.
Yep.
Despite the Essex seamers only taking 5 wickets between them, I thought they bowled really well. They were desperately unlucky not to take more wickets, consistently beat the outside edges of the Surrey batters. But often you see edges falling short of the cordon. And the Surrey batters themselves, Dom Sibley, more than anyone else, showed great patience in blunting the new ball threat from Essex, both with the first and second new ball.
Just going back to your point, though, about what the top brass of English cricket will want from the Championship, and if they want it to replicate Test cricket conditions as much as possible and to imitate Test cricket, prepare players for Test cricket, cut away 4 more. Elgar's looked great across the course of this game. Now just a boundary away from his second 50 of it. If that is the intention, and of course one would assume it would be, then it's curious, is it not, that the Championship reverted to 8 points for a draw the year before Ben Stokes took over as England Test captain, who then gave a number of interviews and, fair to say, backed it up with his deeds afterwards, saying, well, draws to me are no longer relevant in modern day cricket. Gave an interview on the first morning to this channel and said, well, you won't be seeing any draws under my watch. And you have actually. You've seen 2. 1 due to rain for 2 days and 2 due to India's astonishing rearguard, both at Old Trafford. But aside from that, you don't see any under Ben Stokes. And I find it curious that the 4-day game in the Championship has shifted towards a more attritional philosophy, valuing stickability, which of course has virtue. Of course it does. Another one keeps low, and Westley mindful of it. So, Lawes' first over of the second innings passes by with that boundary to Dean Elgar and a couple of singles.
But the margins are so fine because that rule change didn't come out of isolation.
No.
If you go back 5 or 6 years, the criticism of the county championship in its preparation of players for England was it was so hard to bat against 73 to 76 MPH seam that batters were evolving their techniques almost solely for that threat, which is so different to the threats that batters face in Test cricket. That was part of the logic of that change a few years ago.
Indeed, and Joe Root was the captain at the time, and as you remember, Joe was the only one scoring any runs. The only one who could bat a session. And so he was quite amenable to the shift. But I feel like the red ball game in this country has moved on again. And I think on the end of the season, that would be where I would be looking. You know, Nasser Hussain will be on later on, and he could tell you any number of stories about, say, playing under Keith Fletcher, for example, in the late 80s. Fletcher was, you know, the godfather, really, of this modern Essex setup. And Fletcher would, this was back in 3-day cricket years, of course, and Fletcher would get in a car, often say with Derek Pringle or someone like that, and drive to an away game, and he'd say, so who we got today then, this week, Suggs? And he'd say, okay, right, well, Gooch will get 100, and Foster will take 4 for, and the spinners will come on and take 3 each in the second innings, and we'll win in the final session. Again, classic Elgar, and that will run away across the pitches for 4 more. He knew, he barely left his crease, just ambled up the track. Moves now onto his second 50 of the game. 128 deliveries, 7 fours, entirely untroubled. What a player to have at the top of your order. And he looks in good fettle this game. The point I guess I'm making, Yaz, is that we've perhaps lost some of the element of a captain orchestrating a game, engineering a game, using their creativity. We can't simply just put it down to balls not doing enough on relatively flat tracks, because that's been the story of cricket forever. And the best teams and the best skippers find a way. But if you have 8 points for a draw, and if you tot up your bonus points as well, then you're taking up, 16, 17 points across the course of a game. That's not far off a win. It's hard to persuade a skipper who is, if you like, rooted in pragmatism, which is the nature of being in charge of a red ball cricket team in this country. It's hard to persuade them sometimes, I think, to live a little.
It's also cyclical in so many ways as well. So Surrey, the standout side of the last 5 years, 3 championship wins in a row, followed by a second place finish last year, and they've done it with a set model.
Yep.
They've basically always had a 5-man seam attack. Very rarely, especially at home, would they play a specialist spinner. And that 5-man seam attack is part of a wider seam bowling group, which allows them to rest and rotate when you have back-to-back games, especially in this first bit of the season.
Oh!
It's nasty.
And not for the first time. Tom Westley's been inconvenienced by a short one. He's yanked his head out the road, but it's clanged into the grill. He looks okay, but that was a nasty one. Yeah, side of the face, on the side of the grill. And again, further evidence of slightly uneven bounce. And Westley not comfortable with the throat delivery. Not really a natural puller and hooker. And he has been discomforted more than once today. Thankfully, he looks fine. We'll go through the protocols, of course. Just going back to that point then, Yaz, about the, if you like, the lack of a real top quality spin bowler here. Well, it served them perfectly well, as we know, 3 and 4. And Daniel Lawrence does a very tidy job as a containing spinner, and Will Jacks, when he plays, does similar. But you do look at the imminent arrival of Rahul Chahar, the leg spinner, who will be coming for the second half of the championship season for Surrey. Once the sun really does bake down on these tracks and dries them out and gets a little bit more turn and purchase, well, you feel like this attack is crying out for a bowler of that kind of point of difference. And on the odd occasion when he has played for Surrey in the past, he's made a big difference. He took 8 for, didn't he, against Hampshire in September, towards the back end of the season. And they will be hoping for more of the same. They could do with that variety in this attack. And of course they missed Daniel Worrell as well. They missed Dan Worrell, who's been unplayable at times over the last few years. And this cricket match again could have been very different with just one inspired spell from a champion fast bowler. A new ball spell with him on Friday morning could have been a different story.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And my point is broader than just what's happening here at Surrey. I think that because of Surrey's success, a lot of counties have tried to replicate the Surrey model. Increasingly, you look at the best sides in Division 1, they have a group of 7 or 8 seamers that they are able to rotate. Look at Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, increasingly Somerset too. And it's the style of cricket is quite samey, actually, in Division 1 at the moment. And I wonder if that will change quite quickly. We've seen wrist spin have some success, more success than you might imagine early season.
Trying again, and he does go for that hook shot, but he's not convincing on it. Ball goes through to the keeper, dot ball, but some life extracted from this track. It's Dean Elgar, second 50 of the game, and looks in good order here. Has his own way of doing it. It's a cliche to call a lefty a crabby kind of player, a nuggety player, but if anyone embodies those cliches, it's him. That's his area. Behind square on the offside. The odd back of the bat shot. And as we've seen in the latter part of the day, punching tidily through the covers. Laws again to continue. Saying it just before lunch about Elgar. He has this distinctive way of playing it off his hip bone, off his thigh pad. Always takes the bottom hand off as if the ball has spat from nowhere. And he's managed heroically to ride it. There is his wagon wheel as well. He does like it behind square on both sides of the track, as befits all good openers, of course. And again, like he's dug that one from nowhere.
To be fair, that one has kept low. He's done well to get some bat on it.
Yeah, definitely some up and down stuff now. It was evident as well yesterday. The other point to make, of course, is that you've got to play well. Doesn't matter how flat a track may be. Doesn't matter how little help you may be getting from these early season pitches. You've still got to conduct yourself. The way that Essex have played with the bat across these two knocks has been commendable. Came here on a slight downer. And now, best part of 540 runs for just 11 wickets across the game. So they will be pleased with their work here. Thought Gus Atkinson was good this morning, yes. Good signs for England in his first game back.
Yeah, definitely. I think he wasn't quite at his absolute best in the first innings. Took a while to get into the game. But really exciting this morning. Right on the money. Troubled the Essex top order. Picked up the wicket of Paul Walter early on. Thought Matt Fischer bowled a really good spell in the morning session. So unlucky. I know we describe him as unlucky a lot, but this was one of the more unlucky Matt Fischer spells. Twice nearly had Tom Westley caught at short mid wicket. Very close LBW turned down too.
Yeah, that LB, well, he celeb repealed, didn't he, all the way down the track. Could not believe it was turned down by umpire Chantry. I think even Tom himself might have been mildly surprised. Another one ticks by then. 51 overs now. Essex have comfortably negotiated, 139 for one. These two doing it well.
I think the other thing that we mentioned earlier in the day was that I think a slight frustration watching this game play out is that we haven't seen a huge amount of creativity in terms of the field placements and the ideas that different teams have had. And you talk about, had Dan Worrell been playing and his new ball spell on a Friday rips through Essex, and that's a completely different game. That little spell where Matt Fischer and Jordan Clark seem to be creating opportunities every other ball. Who knows what happens if they get a couple of wickets then? A tricky half an hour period before lunch follows it up. Essex's less experienced middle order in. There's a little bit of an opening there. And that moment came from a bit of really creative captaincy from Rory Burns.
Yeah, well, they've gone for, if you like, the modern day leg theory against Tom Westley today, and it's almost borne fruit for them. A couple of uppish flicks through mid-wicket where two men have been stationed for much of the day. So this is an unconventional field that we're presented with here, a 6-3 leg side. Doesn't get anything of it. Picks up a single, clothed to Ollie Pope, who is in that slot as a catcher, really behind square on the leg side. Yeah, this is where a spinner really does come into play, though, because you can play around with theory and ideas. If you have a spinner that you can settle on and bank on. We saw it with Harmer, who was probably held back a bit too long, and that's done a lot against the angle from round the wicket to the lefty. Turned him inside out here.
In the end, it does too much.
Yeah.
Elgar not actually that close to nicking it.
And that's a ball in 52nd over. He has to dig deep here, does Matthew Fischer. Keep pounding in.
A number to keep an eye out on the scoreboard, Phil. At over 8, -3 for Surrey, which means that as it stands, Surrey in line for a 3-point penalty for slow over 8 over the game.
Yeah, and I'm sure Rory Burns is mindful of that. Essex is +8, so obviously no concerns there. Yeah, -3 for Surrey. So the question, I suppose, is when they tacitly throw the towel in and then focus on getting that over 8 back up to parity. Short and wide, and they've gone up for it, but slightly half-hearted. And nothing doing. Another one ticks by then. 140 for one. Westley on to 72 and Dean Elgar 52.
Game just drifting along. Essex lead by 77. They've got 140 in 52 overs. Pitch continues to get lower and lower. No ball. Just overstriding there. Just the last over. Couple went past the outside edge on the angle in and nip away. That was then the short, wide one, half an appeal, mainly from behind from Folkes. And then the bowler joined in.
That is not a full-throated Folkes.
No.
He will bounce up and down like Zebedee in the Magic Roundabout.
Short ball, and he didn't try and keep that down at all, Westley. The only thing on his mind towards that shorter boundary was, I'm hitting this for 6, and he did.
Yep, well, the short ball has not been profitable, especially from the pavilion end. That's the short side. And although Surrey have got 3 fielders out there at square leg, long leg, fine leg, he got more than enough on it. We've seen that throughout this game, haven't we? Whenever anybody's bowled short from the pavilion end, it's just been put away.
This time, lands short. And it's a relay between 2 of the 3 fielders out there. You could argue it could be the other way round. They should be bowling from the pavilion end, the short ploy to Elgar with the bigger hit, and then from this end, having the same ploy to Westley. But they see it differently.
Well, at least they try something.
Yeah.
Nasser. We've had a few days where it's been kind of stalemate, where both sides have tried the same things over and over again. They've been very disciplined, but they've been defeated by excellent batting and a slow pitch. In fairness, they do have a couple out for Elgar, but not all three. There's a forward square leg about 15 yards in off the boundary. And
they're mixing it up here against Elgar.
Well, Laws didn't come on, did he, until the 49th over. The 5th seamer used. He opened the bowling in the first innings.
Using him as the enforcer. Come in and bang a few in, fresh, and try and get something. The other thing, it's the outfield's so green, and I remember the days of Wakar Yunus on day 4 here, and steaming in and getting reverse swing and taking the pitch out of the equation. On pitches like this, you either have bowlers that take the pitch out of the equation. I mentioned Wakar Yunus, Saklain Mushtaq with his Dusra, or you have captains who think differently and go funky. Neither captain, both comms mentioned it in the last slot, have really gone that funky with their field setting or their ploys. It's all been a bit orthodox. And orthodox on here will just get put away.
Well, there was a half an hour stretch between noon and 12:30 when Rory Burns did go a little funky. He put in a couple of short mid-wickets, and he could have had Tom Westley twice, dropped twice there. Once a tough one for Atkinson, another much simpler one to Sibley that was spilt. Fischer nearly had him LBW. Elgar played and missed a few times, and we did see some funky fields then, but it was essentially Surrey had to break through, you felt, in that half an hour, and they didn't. Essex survived it, and they've been comfortable pretty much ever since.
155 for 1. Very slow-paced county championship cricket here in South London. If you want something a bit faster in the action and more boundaries, it's IPL cricket for you. That's on Sky Sports Cricket at 2:50 p.m. Delhi Capitals against RCB. County Championship cricket from the Oval will stay on Sky Sports Plus.
Now, Delhi Capitals played in a game where 265 in the first innings wasn't enough.
Yeah. There's been some six hitting in that competition.
Oh.
My days, it really has. There's been some boundaries. Young Suryavanshi, every time I look up, he's got 50 and 15 deliveries.
Well, he got 100 the other day in 40 odd and still ended up on the losing side.
Yeah, crazy. Tom Westley in this innings, I read a stat that he's gone into the top 20 first-class run getters for Essex.
That's pretty good.
Yep, considering the batters they've had over time. That is exceptional from Tom Westley. That's the longer boundary, and I think it should have been this way round. He keeps that down and goes all the way for 4. He's looking for 100 now. That's the next stat he's worried about.
I want to see this list.
I only saw it. I had to Google it. I saw the stat from Essex put out. Well done, Tom Westley. Leading run getters for first-class cricket for Essex. So I Googled it to see if I was in that list.
Were you not?
No, I got to 20 where he's just gone.
Oh, what he's taken you out of the top 20?
No, I don't. They'd have to go down to about 200 on that. But
well, I suppose you would have had more test match duties.
Yeah, gone off on test matches. I was trying to read the wording of the tweet. Was it just for Essex or as an Essex player? I think it's just for Essex. But still a serious list to be on.
Gooch, Fletcher,
and the rest.
McEwen.
Yeah, you've named
Hardy.
Yeah, and some old timers that unfortunately I hadn't heard of.
Doug Insole? He not have squeezed in?
No, maybe. There was a Jack Russell, and I thought I was on the...
That's right.
Yeah, I thought I must be on the wrong list. No, I've done Gloucestershire or something. No, there's I didn't realise there was a Jack Russell that played for Essex. So my history of Essex cricket is a D-
Dickie
today.
Dodds isn't on there, is he?
No. Stuart Law, I think, is on there. Paul Pritchard.
Paul Pritchard, yeah. Opened the batting with
Lily. Very good player. No, they don't go down that far.
No. But he used to open with him, didn't he? No?
Briefly.
Yeah. Well, there were prolific run scorers in the late 70s all the way through 80s and early 90s, weren't they, I would have thought?
Yeah, the pitch was good at Essex at Chelmsford as well, and our outgrounds were excellent. They used to turn. Obviously, we had, first of all, Easton Ackfield and then John Charles and Peter Such, so we liked our outground cricket at Colchester, Ilford, Southend, Leighton, flat for a couple of days and then a bit of spin.
Trevor Bailey? He could have squeezed in, couldn't he?
Probably, yeah. You're testing me now. I was literally going through the list scene for my name, that was it, and it didn't appear, so I wasn't interested.
Now, I mentioned it was about, well, coming up to 3 hours ago, we had an intriguing passage of play, about half an hour's worth. Somebody there is thumbing through. Well, is that fixtures for the rest of the summer?
Goes again, and this time 4 again. Moves into the 90s. Tom Westley, 93 now.
Now, at that point, 3 hours ago, had Surrey made a breakthrough or two, they could have put real pressure on Essex later on in the day. But looking at this now, the lead is 102. That 4's taken it over 100. There are 50-odd overs left in the day. Would lose 2 between innings.
Westley wants to get to 100 quickly. He moves to 97.
And you fancy, once he gets there, well, he'll just keep putting his foot on the gas, because there's really increasingly little jeopardy for Essex now. They would have to be bowled out within about 30 overs. Absolute. Well, it would have to be within 30 overs from here, and even then, it would be an incredibly difficult chase.
End of the over, 169 for 1.
So with that in mind, if you're Rory Burns, at what point do you accept the inevitability of your fate and gaze up at the scoreboard and see that there is a rather concerning number next to your over rate? Because in County Championship cricket, if your over rate says -3, you lose 3 points. Surrey have accrued only 4. They'll get 8 for the draw. They'd end up with only 9 points. It'd be their 3rd consecutive match without a victory. They're a side like Essex that begin the season expecting to challenge for the title. I would think that they're not going to want Westley to get to his 100. They're not going to give him 100.
No, I would be bowling a spinner now, by the way. Anyway, I'd be bowling Dan Lawrence. Not because of the over rate, simply because just for a change of pace. It's been far too orthodox for far too long, for 3 and a bit days. So a bit of Dan Lawrence to try and get one of these out, and maybe Westley trying to go to 100, trying to belt the spinner. That's an opportunity. And then you never know in the game. You can, some miracles do happen and you get wickets in clusters, but Lawrence actually warming up now. But you go till tea, and then after tea you just start maybe with 2 spinners and get through your overs. You're right, you can't afford, when you've not won any, you can't afford to be giving away points for over rates.
Well, Gloucestershire did, didn't they? Of course, in the first 2 games of the season, they managed to make just 2 bonus points, and they lost them both with a slow over rate.
Yeah.
So they had extraordinarily, they'd started the season with played 2, lost 2, points 0.
Yeah. Going back a long time, we never used to worry about it too much because of those spinners we had at Essex. So our over rate was always pretty decent because we often had 2 spinners. Doesn't get through.
Were there always penalties of that sort?
I honestly can't remember. It was so long ago, but it was a different pace game, wasn't it? We'd play against Surrey and they'd have Sack Lane and maybe Salisbury, whoever, you'd play against Middlesex, and they would have Tufnell and Embury. Everyone, Hemmings would at Nottinghamshire, every side would have a couple of spinners, and spin played such a massive role when I was growing up. It was Keith Fletcher was a superb captain of spin as well. Clipped, and what a surprise. If you're going to go to 100, go with your favourite shot. That is trademark Westley, the Essex captain. 100 at the Oval. He's had an injury hit start to the summer, but back in the side and back in the runs.
Really good knock. He led a charmed life early on in his innings, dropped twice at short mid-wicket, feeding that precise shot. But he got through that sticky passage, and he's basically taken his side now to a place of great comfort. The 4 also bringing up the 150 partnership. He's dominated this stand with Dean Elgar. He's played some eye-catching shots into the bargain.
There's another one. He is dealing in boundaries.
Now, over 8 penalties are an incredibly boring topic of conversation for the most part, but I happened to be here when one of the more dramatic over 8 penalties was meted out, and it is still controversial to this day. Surrey's cousins from the other side of the Thames, or bitter rivals, depending on how you look at it.
I'd say the latter, but carry on.
Probably. Well, I mean, it would be a rivalry if Middlesex ever looked like laying a glove on Surrey in the last 10 years. It's gone again. It's going to be.
Those pigeons are the only ones in danger at the moment. They've been scattered. The boundaries are coming. Essex's lead goes to 119, 182 for 1.
So, to give you the context, Middlesex have won the championship the year before in thrilling fashion. You'll remember it, the hat-trick to win the title.
Yes.
When they were set 240 in 40 overs by Yorkshire. Somerset, so upset.
Yeah.
Because a win for either of those two sides was going to take them off top spot. But the following season, I think it was the following season, things did not go well for Middlesex. And they found themselves in a relegation scrap. And they were here. And it was a game not dissimilar to this, insofar as Middlesex had batted first, got a slightly under par total. Surrey had gone beyond, and then Middlesex were batting for the draw, and they'd batted sensibly and carefully, and then they got themselves into a situation with around about an hour and a half of the day to go when they'd got to pretty much safety, 160, 170 ahead. And their plan was that they were going to declare and then bowl for 45 minutes. And restore their parlous over rate, which stood at something like -3. And it was going to be classic. It would be Ollie Rana opening the bowling, wheeling away, getting through 10 overs in half an hour and sort out your problem. When suddenly, while Middlesex was still batting, but very close to the point when they could declare, there came from the heavens, having just seen a beautiful reverse sweep for 4. It's a lovely shot, that. An invention. Now he's got to his 100. We might have a really fun 45 minutes of Tom Westley here. We haven't seen much in the way of a reverse sweep in this match, but it's on for it. That's the short side. So, arriving down from heaven came this bolt, literally as it turned out. More of which in a moment. And it landed and stuck in the ground at... Bowling was coming from the pavilion end, so imagine a short extra cover, the pavilion end. Mercifully, there was nobody there. The Middlesex commentator, Kevin Hand, exclaimed, "Oh, he's gone again." Not going to be given.
Way outside the line. Carry on.
So Kevin Hand goes, my goodness, there's a meteorite. A meteorite has landed on the pitch. Well, it wasn't a meteorite. It was something considerably more sinister, in actual fact, as I think this replay will confirm exactly what you just said. You're miles outside the line. I mean, if you don't ask.
Now, long on. In play for a while, but not long enough. It's gone over his head. And Westley has put his foot down here. A reverse sweep for 4 and a hit down the ground for 6.
Well, great shot, but also this is not going to help Surrey's over rate. And it's all very well saying, oh, you can bring on the spinners, but if someone's going to tonk you into the stands every other ball, you've got to go and fetch it. You're not going to improve that over rate. So anyway, this crossbow bolt is what it was. It landed at short extra cover. Pretty sinister, pretty weird. And I mean, there were some amusing moments. I was here watching it, insofar as I seem to remember. I think it was. Might have been Stuart Meeker at fine leg, had no idea. Ricky Clark had legged it. He'd made it to the changing room before Meeker had the faintest clue what was going on. The umpire pulled the crossbow bolt out of the ground, destroying the evidence, so couldn't work out where it had come from, because actually if you'd just left it there, you'd have been able to work out the angle that had come in. And, understandably, the game was abandoned at that point. The ground was shut down. There was fears it was a terrorist incident. No further crossbow bolts were fired, and none have been since that fateful moment. But Middlesex obviously wanted to get back out in the field because they wanted to bowl the overs to get rid of their over rate problems, and they were down in the relegation zone. They were assured... Oh, Reece Topley's on. See, Jordan Clark is off the field at the moment. They were assured that this wouldn't be a problem. They wouldn't have their points deducted. The assurance, I'm afraid, was reneged on.
Right. Points deduction.
Points deduction.
Oh, now put down. Hard chance. Really tough chance. Is it Pope? It is. Diving low to his right. But it is another chance that's gone down.
That is a face of exhausted resignation, isn't it? It's been so difficult taking wickets in this match, and the chances that have come have felt, for the most part, like half chances. That was another one. We saw one earlier that Atkinson spilt that was equally difficult. And you know that on a pitch like this, if you're going to force a result, they've got to stick. But the result was that Middlesex were relegated by the points that they were deducted.
Surprised there wasn't some kind of legal action taken or whatever.
It simmered.
Yeah,
it went on and on. Yeah.
Did they ever find who fired the crossbow?
No.
I remember being somewhere doing another game and seeing the headlines, crossbow at the Oval. It's like, really? There's various things that have stopped play, but crossbow, I mean...
It's one of the great mysteries to this day. I believe somebody tried to own up for it, but it turned out it couldn't have been them.
Right.
So, to this day, Middlesex probably assumed that it was some skullduggery from Surrey. Well, the reason for mentioning that is that Surrey are currently down 3, so they're going to have to find a way of manufacturing those overs. And if you're Essex, and Essex and Surrey have had a good, healthy rivalry now for, well, you might argue 100 years, but especially the last 10 years, they've been the two standout sides in the County Championship. If you're Essex, you do what Tom Westley's just done to Dan Lawrence, don't you? You've got 9 wickets in hand. Don't let them bowl 10 overs in half an hour.
Yeah. Make the game safe and then maybe declare. Don't let them get those points, because after tea, definitely you can imagine Burns and whoever just running through their overs Lawrence as quickly as possible. 193 for 1. But in the days of attention to detail, that's why I mentioned about earlier, we never used to worry about the over 8 penalty so much. A, there probably wasn't one, and B, we got through our overs. But the things we did worry about, there is that record attendance. Brilliant for everyone who's turned up these 4 days, because let's be honest, it has been difficult watching. It's not been fast-paced cricket, but 15,544, a new record here at the Oval. So congratulations to everyone that's rocked up But talking about points and attention, I do remember Keith Fletcher in particular. If we had drifted and missed out on a batting point or a bowling point and not taken a catch, that was one thing that made Keith very cross. Because at the time you think, we're just 2 runs short of a batting point, it don't matter. Come the end of the season and you lose the championship by 1 point, those batting points and bowling points matter hugely. And he used to be on our case any time that those points could be gained. So here now, you're right, you make an excellent point about the over 8. They will have to get through.
Well, I mean, what we're trying to do is find out what's left in the game, and what's left in the game is that, really. I mean, there's 100 there for the taking for Elgar. There might be a double for Wesley if
I don't know if there's time for an Elgar.
Well,
he might have to be a 5-dayer. So
yeah, he might loosen up a bit. You never know.
it's nice though in a period and mini era where everyone's talked about how you need to play to get into the England side and how you need to play for England and baz ball and attack and run towards danger. We've seen Sibley and we've seen Dan Lawrence get hundreds. And now we're watching Elgar and Westley. It's just proof that you can bat in different ways to get runs. Sibley bats his pace, so does Elgar. And Westley and Lawrence in the middle order bat in a 3. Bat at different paces. You don't have to do it one way. Just get runs. Be judged. Your currency is on runs, not how you bat.
And let's not forget Paul Walter in the first innings with his 100, which is again a different type of 100. It was a classic first day 100. You know, one of the great examples of that was a Surrey Chaser 500 against Kent. There's a T-shirt with Dom Sibley's name, Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes, and they played 3 match-winning 100s. All of them massively different tempo. One was 300 balls, one was 190 balls, one was 80 balls.
Yeah, and you needed all of them.
Needed all of them, exactly.
I think there's been a bit too much made of how, what pace are they bowling? High release point. What's his release point? Just are they getting wickets? Are they bowling it with consistency? Are they getting runs? Just a sign Essex are putting their foot down here, wondering why 196 for 1.
Sirt, do you want me to mention the record-breaking fan is called Mark, came on a free ticket up?
Yeah, that's nice. We've got a video of him that Mark's got queued up.
What?
We've got a video of him that Mark's got queued up, ready to be when he's being presented with what when you mentioned it.
Yeah, just signs that either Essex or Westley in particular are putting their foot down. Whether they have remarkably got one eye on a declaration and bowling at Surrey for 30 overs, I have no idea why they would do that. But there's definitely more shots being played, in particular from Westley. When we came on, he was 70 odd not out. He's now 125 not out.
And he brings up the 200 with an absolutely gorgeous shot down the ground. That is sumptuous. Just misses the stumps, the non-striker's end. Well, I wonder if, you've battled through, you've done what you had to do this morning after the loss of relatively early wicket, come through a tricky, sticky patch just after noon. As he hammers another one into the onside, another short ball that does not work on this surface. And maybe thinks, I mean, you were a batter, don't you? Did you never have these moments of frivolity, Nasser, when you thought, I could have some fun?
I just don't do frivolity or fun,
No?
to be honest, in any way. Or funny. It's just...
So you would just bat this out, get your red inker, boost the average.
Boost the average, get as many as you can.
Well,
big chat. Rory Burns has sprinted from slip.
What could this be? What could this be about?
Well, I mean, the only thing I can think is what you're saying is the fun. The other 1% chance is that Westley has said we may have a bowl later. I can't see why. I can't see how they're going to bowl Surrey out in 30 overs.
Well, let's think this
set them
through.
200 in 30 overs and say go for it.
Well, I mean, they could 59 off 14. They get at this rate comfortably, wouldn't they? I suppose they could have
238. Yeah, it's just it's just, can you get 10 wickets? You've not been able to get 10 wickets and 140 overs. Can you get to? Obviously, Surrey will be putting their foot down and going for it, so that brings wickets into it. And then you keep dangling the carrot and you have the field up. And if you take a wicket, keep the field up. You don't ever want to shut the game down. It may just be Westley saying, I'm in, it's a belter. I'm going to bash it everywhere. Go into T20 mode.
I'm at the Oval. A double 100 at the Oval would be quite a nice thing to have in your back pocket, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But I guess what slightly speaks to your suggestion is that even Dean Elgar has played the occasional shot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Just a word or two on that record, by the way.
Attendance record.
Yeah, attendance record. I've got some news for you.
Okay.
So the record was set, previous record was this fixture last season, Surrey Essex. And we do have another shot to break it this week. Surrey play Sussex from Friday.
Bank holiday weekend.
Bank holiday.
Yeah.
Bank holiday. So that's, you know, you don't even have to do the working from home bit. You could just do the hanging around in the sunshine with your mates from here. But the record-breaking fan is called Mark, came on a free ticket after running the London Marathon yesterday. Here's a video of him being given a bottle of Pommery champagne. This is a man who has run the London Marathon.
Really thrilled to be back. Love playing cricket with these boys.
I don't think that's,
and
I don't think that's the fan.
So
that
yeah,
looks,
really excited to be back.
That looks strongly like Sean Abbott. This looks. There's the champagne. So was this actually yesterday? So it was today. So he had a little bit of recovery time. And as you can see, this champagne is being held for the camera. And here is our man Mark. Because when they came in yesterday, if you'd run the marathon yesterday, you got free entry. And there is Mark getting his bottle of champagne. He was the 14,921st or whatever to come in.
Lovely. Nice touch from the Oval. It's been lovely being around London the last couple of days and seeing them all. The Cube getting clapped as they got on, going down the escalator. Everyone wearing their medal. Got a round of applause.
You a marathon-y type guy?
I'm not a runner.
No?
I do run to keep fit, but half an hour does me and I get bored. I went for a run this morning around the park in Battersea or whatever, and it's lovely, but that's it. That will do me. That everything hurts after that, and you get bored. How you can run for 3 hours, 4 hours. Great effort. Down the ground, down the pitch. Dean Elgar now trying to kick on as well. That goes all the way for 6.
Is a declaration on?
It could be.
What's going on here? This is crazy stuff. Do you know, an amazing fact for you? Like Will McPherson, you'll know him well from the Telegraph. He ran his marathon yesterday in 2 hours 58. I love Will, but I don't think of him as an elite athlete.
I'll tell him that.
Well, I told him myself.
I read his article this morning. He had some fancy boots on or something. He had some of those springy,
oh, did he?
Springy trainers. So I'm just asking questions there when I see him.
Well, this speaks to the point, because you know the winning time of the very first Olympic marathon in 1896, 2 hours 58.
Right.
Had Will been born 129 years earlier, he could have been Olympic champion.
Catch.
Oh.
4 more.
Well, he's tossed that up, hasn't he? He's offered the suggestion, and Westley has gone after it. And I don't know what I'm seeing here. It just doing a bit of scenario building here. He wasn't a million miles away from Dan Lawrence's left hand, but it wasn't a chance. But if they do go at 10s for another 6 overs,
In the deep mid-wicket. Can he get... Oh, what a beautiful grab. Outstanding catch. I think it's okay. He did have his palm down on the ground, and I think he's okay. He might have hurt his shoulder.
Sibley.
Dom Sibley, who dropped one earlier, an easy one, has caught an outstanding catch and hurt himself. Let's hope he's just winded and not put a shoulder out. But that was a fantastic grab.
Well, this is gorgeous, isn't it? He's had so much room to make to his left, and he's got it two-handed off the ground. No part of his body was on the ground as the ball nestles in his hands. And, well, you don't think of Dom Sibley taking catches like that. And that, what a sight. I think he's landed on his chest. I think he probably has winded himself. But what a knock from Westley.
219 for 2. The Essex captain goes for a brilliant 136.
Well, a monster partnership has been broken. It took Essex from the second over of the day to 25 minutes until tea to a lead of 156. Westley imperious in the last 40 minutes or so. 136 caught in the deep by Sibley. Over complete, 219 for 2 now. Adam Collins with you and Cameron Ponsonby with me, and noting that they have clouted Essex. 79 runs in the last 7.4 overs. How are you seeing it?
I'm a bit at a loss at the moment. I'm entertained, but I'm trying to work out whether this is just a bit of fun for Essex, whether this was a man who was well past 100 and Tom Westley playing his shots, or kind of a late burst for the finish line by Essex to attempt to get some sort of lead that they can then declare and have a dart at Surrey with.
Well, Rory Burns is going to have himself a bowl here, watching that Dom Sibley catch again. He's still out there, so just a little impact knock. I say a little one. He fell down really hard on that shoulder. But here's Rory Burns, who bowls from time to time. First ball hit very hard to deep point to the short side of the ground. Nice and gentle. How about this? Surrey's over rate's -3. So, from Essex's perspective, the more they smash Lawrence, the tougher it is to keep Lawrence in the attack. The greater the chance that Surrey will end up in the red on over rates for the match, and the possibility of hurting Surrey that way.
Wow.
Couldn't rule that out. That's probably why Burns is on, you know. Otherwise, why would Rory Burns be in the attack at a time when they're copping so much tap, knowing that, you know, his medium pace is at best part-time?
So Essex are effectively playing the long game to try and make Surrey have to sacrifice some of their points, be penalised in that respect.
I mean, to punch the bruise. To go, you're not going to win this game of cricket. 222 for 2. It's past the point of, unless something quite bizarre played out from here, of Surrey being able to win. So why not? Why not try and make life a bit more difficult for them in the totality of the season? Get them Dr. Point or whatever the decision might well be.
Forgive me, but what are the punishments for slow over rate? I almost didn't want to ask you that.
Give me a moment and I'll look it
Okay,
up.
that's fine.
Ends
Yeah.
the over 224 for 2. It's the sort of thing which changes season on season. But do you understand the wider point that I'm trying to make? That it's not wild that season-long competition. Surrey will always be a threat, notwithstanding the fact that they're likely to be 3 draws, no wins at this stage of the season.
Well, it makes complete sense. You're playing for points to begin with, so
Yeah.
if this is the only way you can play for points at the end.
Or, as Daniel was alluding to, maybe there was a world where, I mean, it seems implausible, but maybe there was a world where they're like, well, where might we be at 20 to 4 with so many overs remaining? Remember that tea will be taken at 20 to 4, regardless of how many overs to go. It's not like a normal championship day, simply because on the 4th day we revert back to conventional timings, and that's not the case on days 1, 2 and 3 when tea's taken with 32 overs to go regardless of what time it is. So yeah, there's still a fair bit of cricket to go. Allison, first time around, a sprightly 40 on the first afternoon before he was leg before wicket to Matt Fischer late in the day. Looked good, especially through point. There is a deep point protecting that rope. Playing himself in.
Lovely, mate. Nice poke. Good, boys.
So Lawrence trying to rush through his over here. He and Burns. How many can they get through in the next 20 minutes? Looks to be sliding, and so assessed by umpire Chantry. 225 for 2.
I didn't think it was the worst LBW shouts. I must admit, Allison's backing across his stumps. Probably just going on. But he's camped on the popping crease. Ben Folkes wasn't too interested. Neither was Lawrence. Play on.
There's an art form to getting your overs bowled quickly.
Catch it! Oh, Burns, that was you!
Special comments being provided by Ben Folkes there through the stump mic. Not quite. I should have put a stopwatch on Burns over here. How quickly he can get through. 2 dots in sort of 40-odd seconds at most so far. Straight back to his mark. So bowlers that got through them so quickly. It was Steve O'Keefe, who played about half a dozen test matches for Australia. He would get through and over in 75 seconds if he needed to. Ravindra Jadeja, still playing, of course, doing a great job. Just that 2-step run-up with the Ringfield set. He can do the business as well.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Michael Carberry used to bowl off kind of 1 step, his off spin. To be very quick.
Well, at most it's a 2-minute maiden from Burns, just what Surrey want in terms of trying to tidy up that over 8 number. I just sense that is part of what we saw in that extravagant burst from Tom Westley. It remains -3, but that gets adjusted periodically with the match referee working with the officials.
I have some playing conditions for you.
Good man.
For each over that a side has bowled short of the target number, 1 point will be deducted from their county championship total.
Well, there you go. Let's imagine a world where Lawrence, they had to keep fetching balls for another half an hour, and that number swelled to -4. And they didn't drag it back and had to shake hands at some point. That eliminates all of the batting and bowling points that Surrey acquired in the first half of the match. So it does stand to reason.
+8 in that regard. Imagine if you've got given points for being faster.
That might help in the World Test Championship, you know, Cam. The scourge of over rates in Test cricket, modern game, where for a time there were quite strict penalties around World Test points and over rates, but they softened them a couple of years ago. I reckon half the time they just ignore them anyway. Wink and a nod. Because there is discretion built into it. It's not simply the case of, well, you bowl this number of overs per day. They provide allowances to match referees for any number of things that they're tallying as they go. So quite a lot of discretion as to what ends up being the number on the board at the ground. I tend to think that in-play sanctions are likely the only thing that'll change it at Test level. Some penalty runs system, it'll be ugly, it'll be messy, but I think that's the only way, if you really want to address it, that you'll get anywhere. Catch is the call, but not quite. Couple of singles, 227 for 2.
I must admit, I rarely feel robbed if I've been to a day of Test cricket and they've sent down 83 overs. I always kind of think of it, the concept of time I'm operating with is the day, as opposed to those extra deliveries. But of course, if you don't add that time up over the course of a match, it's 7 overs a day. That's 35 overs. That's a session. Because I must admit, I'd rather watch 83 overs of cricket than Rory Burns' fast overs at the moment. These seamers are all right.
Yeah, lovely.
Might have a look as to who his first-class victims are, you know. That's the sort of thing we can pull up quite quickly. Who has been in Rory Burns' pocket? Had reason to have a look at Sam Northeast's. Don't know why I was doing this. I had a look at his one first-class wicket. It was back in like 2013. And I've now forgotten who it was. But 1 wicket across a very long first-class career.
Oh, Burns.
Burns has a few more than that, but not many more. Let's have a squeeze.
Oh, Burns, lovely.
They like it. He's racing through.
Sam Billings is another fun one. I'm trying to put it up now, but I think his first-class economy rate.
Oh, that's the one.
Ends the over, 228 for 2.
I believe Sam Billings' first-class economy rate is 24. Having bowled 1 ball in first-class cricket, and it gone to the boundary.
Here we go. Rory Burns has picked up. This is quite tidy, actually. Let me double check my workings before saying it on national television.
No.
Probably for the best.
Risk it.
Fly the kite.
Yeah.
Fly the kite. 2 first-class wickets, Rory Burns. And both a really long time ago. So he's bowled in 22 innings. One of the wickets was in 2013, the other in 2014. And the one in 2014 was against Essex. Pretty good player.
Happy memories.
Very, very good player. The guy that he got out in 2014. He bowled him, indeed. He was England captain at the time.
I was going to say Alistair Cook.
Alistair Cook on 127. This is before the days of streaming. Otherwise, we probably would have seen it many, many times. But yeah, 127 Cook he was at the time, so he's probably all right with being dismissed then. Neil Dexter was the other wicket that Burns picked up, a former Colpack player.
I feel like I remember Rory Burns used to bowl off spin. I think that was I reckon on Wikipedia, Cricinfo.
Crikipedia.
That'll do me. Well, there you go. Overrate down to -1.
Wow, it's working. Diving stop from Ollie Pope, saving a couple at least. I'd suggest that stat's ruined a little bit by Burns having 2. If he had just 1 and it was Cook.
There'd be some chemistry there or pattern there of Cook having 1 test wicket.
Quite. Symmetry. 3 singles off and over that couldn't have taken more than 90 seconds. 2:31 for 2. 11 minutes until tea. In theory, this game could end at 10-5 if they chose to do the declare shake hands thing, or 5 o'clock, perhaps more realistically. Always find that an odd thing when the third innings is declared, when conceivably there could be a chase, but of course by that point the captains have agreed to call the whole thing off and head to the bar. Got some pretty accomplished test batters who've been part of our commentary team this week, actually. I know Mike Atherton sort of started his life in no small part as a leg breaker as well, so it may not be as fun looking at his numbers, but I wonder what Nasser did in first-class cricket with the ball. He was a leggy too, as has been talked about at schoolboy level before he had a growth spurt, and as is fairly common. So first-class cricket, 2 wickets for Hussain.
Wonderful.
But now we're talking. That might have been why he stood in the box for a few extra minutes then, hoping we drift to that. I don't know. 2 first-class wickets. None other in the professional game. He bowled 15 balls in Test cricket.
Oh my!
Dear me, that's not ended up where it probably should have.
One more ball of this. 4th Rory Burns over. Short and wide again.
Yeah, he's found that gap, hasn't he, quite well, but they're in no hurry. They'll walk a second here. It'll complete an over where 5 runs were taken. 236 for 2. The lead's 173, and there are 9 minutes until the tea break. And Surrey's mission to tidy up their over 8 is going very nicely. So, in first-class cricket, 2 wickets for Nasser Hussain. Hooly dooly.
Oh, yeah?
Just hold on to your hats.
I'm ready.
So I said that Rory Burns picked up 2 first-class wickets, and one of them was Alistair Cook. Nasser Hussain picked up 2 first-class wickets, and one of them is a player greater in stature than Alistair Cook. Indeed, he was a player who Wisden Cricketer's Almanac said in 2000 was one of the finest 5 players of the 20th century.
Goodness me.
Essex versus Glamorgan in 1993. This particular gentleman was right at the end of his professional career.
Viv Richards.
Would you believe it? Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards.
That's good, that.
Dismissed by Nasser Hussain. I'm going to have to find the scorecard here.
We've also lost Nasser at the time we've discovered it.
Hope he's listening. That must be why he was stood behind us for a few minutes. Has to be. So, Richards caught and bowled Hussain.
Wonderful. Get the job done yourself.
Do it yourself. Oh, hang on. There's a caveat perhaps here.
Oh, no.
Oh, is there a caveat? I'm trying to work it out. I think there might be. So, this 217 for 5 was the score in only 27 overs, and it was the third innings of the match. I think they might have been setting the game up. Hussain, 6.2 overs, 1 for 75. So it's a wicket. It's a caught and bowled. It's Viv Richards, but it may have been an agreement between the two captains, Graham Gooch and Hugh Morris, to say, well, let's speed up the third innings to get to the business end. That might have been why he was bowling. It would suggest that's why he was bowling.
That's not bowled.
But not a bad effort, though. Doing a bit of declaration stuff and over ends here, 236 for 2, and getting Viv Richards in your pocket.
Well, it means that 20 years later, or 30 years later even, it can still be brought up. We can mention it in the dying embers of the county championship game.
If not now, then when?
Correct. I've been talking to our colleague Phil Walker, and he's increasingly becoming of the opinion, the idea that first innings could and maybe should, or the other way around, be limited to 110 or 120 overs in the county championship. And I think his reasoning is for situations like this.
Oh! He snuck through from Burns. Kept a bit low as well, for what little that's worth at this stage. Yeah.
And the idea would
compulsory closure.
So if you had 120 overs each, 240 overs takes you into halfway through day 3, basically. You've got a day and a half for someone to have to play cricket and either survive so they don't lose, or be able to push forward.
What it would deny is a team batting second, batting once and batting gigantically. That would be the one thing that would jump out at me. So Leicestershire, a good example of that a couple of weeks ago. They earned the right to put that pressure on Surrey on the final day by batting for as long as they did. That's something in the game they deserve to have that window on day 4. But I get where Phil's coming from in terms of the spectacle. Did we not do a version of that during the Bob Willis Trophy? Rings a bell that we had a compulsory closure built into that somewhere. So it has been trialled. This type of thing has been trialled before.
Oh!
Second time in the over, one nearly shoots through from Burns. Hitting the radar at 69 mile an hour, if you don't mind as well. His quickest ball yet. Well timed, Elgar. It's the rope it runs. 241 for 2. So Elgar 21 runs away from 100 after making 92 in the first innings. He's got a brilliant first-class record, Dean Elgar. He's now got some 54 first-class hundreds. There aren't many more in world cricket with as many as that knocking about. In fact, if I overheard Mike correctly the other day, I think it may be near enough equal with Root as the most first-class hundreds, or second to Root, perhaps.
Inactive players.
Inactive players since Pujara finished up. And the aforementioned Alistair Cook, who was sort of in the mid-60s when he retired a couple of seasons ago. Maybe 70, actually. Quite taken by that Hussain stat.
I don't have my contact lenses in, which admittedly is a fault for a commentator trying to see. Well, I'm just trying to see if that over rate has ticked over to +1 rather than -1.
I'll have a look. I'll get the binoculars out. It has. It has. They've done the job. They've dragged that back in half an hour. Excellent hustle. I like when playing a game, trying to test yourself to get 20 in an hour and that type of thing. Played a game a couple of weeks ago. We got more than 20 in 1 hour, just to keep the game moving. Can be done.
How many did you get? How did you manage to
I
sneak
bowled
in?
half of them. It was just get back to your mark and bowl. Do your thing. That was very much a let's get the overs bowled and get out of here type thing. Saw a few of them early in the session where in the first half an hour of it, when if you squinted at it, there was still a world where Surrey could have applied some scoreboard pressure. But each time they went marginally aerial, it just fell a few metres away from where a fielder was stationed. Then if you went for a walk and went watching for an hour, you might wonder, how did they advance the game so quickly? It was Tom Westley who just teed off, got to 100. They belted 79 runs in 7.4 overs just to make things curious more than interesting. But since losing Westley for 136, they've wound it back again, and Surrey have effectively bowled for them in a hurry to get through their overs. And they'll get one more in before tea because Lawrence has completed that with a minute to go until that is scheduled. 180 to lead.
Might take us around the grounds.
Yeah, that's a
for
great
the final
idea.
over.
With the benefit of hindsight, we probably could have done that 10 minutes ago. But I'll back you in. Just go to the most exciting games, please. I want to score from Chestella Street first.
I'm gonna wait for the Wi-Fi to load.
Okay.
Before that moment, I can tell you in the IPL,
yep,
Delhi Capitals are 13 for 6.
Okay.
So that's a fast game.
Hope they're having a nice time. Rory Burns. He's bisected the two fielders in the deep. Boundary for Elgar. Now 16 away from 100. Well played.
Chesley.
Put away very easily is what I should say. It wasn't too challenging for a player of his eye. He's faced 196 balls.
Well, Durham chasing 336 to win on the final day are 231 for 2.
Wow.
Emilio Gay, 3 figures.
Again.
106 not out. David Bedingham, 80 not out as well.
Emilio Gay is doing the thing you want to do this time of year if you're a player on the fringes of national selection. He's banging the door down.
Well, that'll be a significant score in what looks like it should be a win. Batting number 3 and scoring a century against Jimmy Anderson.
Yep.
Pretty good.
It was a funny week that where both Gay and McKinney facing Anderson. McKinney missed out. Bowled by Anderson first dig. In fact, McKinney was bowled in both innings. He was the championship player of the round a couple of weeks ago for his double ton, but Gay's made the most of it.
And Gloucestershire are going to get a win on the board as well after a pretty torrid start to their year. They need just 36 to win against Derbyshire. They've bowled Derbyshire out twice for 281 and 252. So we're going to have 3 results in Div 2. And I think in Div 1 we're going to have 4 draws. Unless the only potential for a positive result is Sussex versus Yorkshire, where Sussex lead by 263 with 8 wickets remaining. So if Yorkshire fancy doing something really special after tea, the opportunity is there.
Keep an eye on that one after tea. Last ball of this session. Moves Allison into double figures. He'll be back on strike when they return for the final session of this match. They'll be in the lead by 186 runs, having advanced their position from 92 for 1 through to 249 for 2. Elgar 15 runs away. Allison 10. The 1 wicket was Tom Westley, the skipper, who blasted his way to a century upon returning to the team this week. He was eventually caught in the deep by Dom Sibley. Great catch, great diving catch. It'll make for a lovely highlight on a day that's been fairly short of them. Lawrence was the bowler who was taking some tap at the time, but this partnership of 30 has been mostly against the very part-time spin of, or part-time medium pace rather, of Rory Burns, who's gotten through 6 quick overs to help with Surrey's over rate to get that back in the black. Dan Lawrence, 13 overs for 43 with a wicket. The Seamers have largely stopped by now, knowing that they've got work to do on Friday when Sussex arrive for the next game. So 186 is the lead that Essex have. Cam, as this game is drifting towards its inevitable conclusion. And saying that, we'll take our leave here at the Oval. Back in a moment for the final session here at the Kia Oval between Surrey and Essex.
And if you're still watching on the Surrey live stream on the YouTube channel, your tea time entertainment will be my own interview with Jake Farrell, the co-host of the Screen Rock podcast that we ran on day one. But such was its popularity, we're plugging it again. So, if you're staying put for the next 14 minutes, it's myself with Jake Farrell.
That's right. Friday afternoon, about 20 degrees. The amount of people pretending to work in that stand.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a real testament to the British work ethic. It's great. I love to see it.
So my suspicion is there's going to be a very select percentage of people listening to the live stream or watching it at the moment who are going, goodness me, they've got Jake on from that podcast I love.
Yeah.
There's going to be, admittedly, a more significant percentage
That's fair.
who are going, who is Jake Farrell?
Yes.
What is the Screen Rock podcast?
Yes.
So why don't we start at the beginning? And can you just explain, what is this viral phenomenon you guys have created over the last year or so?
Oh, wow, that's very kind. That's one phrase for it. Yeah, so me and my mate Jacob are both stand-up comedians, have been doing stand-up to varying degrees of, I was going to say success, but yeah, doing stand-up for about 10 years. About 2.5 years ago, we started a podcast called Screen Rock. And the idea was basically Jacob would send me Instagram reels of like the worst social media presences online, and it was just like I didn't want to be in touch with that world. I was trying to get off social media at the time, and instead he was sending me all of these people. And so we decided we'd do this podcast where we'd take a social media like personality every week and then I suppose analyze them. We pitched it as like Monday Night Football for internet rubbish.
Lovely.
That was the idea. It's more become, I mean, we definitely do that, but it's more become like a document of our increasingly frail friendship, I think, as well. So it's a bit of both. But yeah, it's very silly, it's very stupid, but it's resonated with quite a few people. So yeah.
Well, on that point, it feels like, as you said, you started 2.5 years ago. Podcasts are dime a dozen in the current climate.
Yeah.
Whereas Screen Rock feels to have really resonated with like a large section of the population. I know you ended up being, I remember seeing photos of you in Leicester Square, the billboard behind you guys. Yeah. It's gone exceptionally well.
Yeah.
Why do you think it has clicked? How soon did you know you were onto a good thing?
Oof, well, I mean, I definitely only said I would do it because I thought we'd be done within 3 months.
Perfect.
I was doing it as some kind of community service to Jacob. I was like, I don't really get to see Jacob as much. He had 2 kids then, he's got 3 kids now. I thought, I'll get to hang out with Jacob. I find Jacob funny. It'll be a good laugh. It's got a bit out of hand. We did Shepherd's Bush Empire to like 1,100 people in January, so it's gone a bit far. I think for me, I've been trying to work out, like you say, because literally everyone has a podcast and most of them are rubbish. I do think that it's like, it's just when you listen to 2 mates talking and you feel like you're the third person there with them, and it's often like in a very intimate environment, right? And I think this is why cricket commentary like is so beloved by people and the radio is so beloved, because it feels like you're there with them. And a lot of the podcasts are like, let's just smash 2 celebrities together. Like we've always got this joke about like, it just wouldn't shock me if it was like next week it was like Gok Kwan and Bukayo Saka being like, what do you order at Nando's? Do you know what I mean? It's like we were 2 nobodies, relatively speaking, but we were mates, and it sounded like we were mates. And I think people respond to that like natural chemistry, I guess.
I was wondering whether to go kind of your relationship with cricket first, or more to the point where how Screen Rock's fandom overlaps with cricket. I was speaking to one of the guys who works for Surrey downstairs, and he was on the train in today, and the guy next to him was wearing a Screen Rock cap.
Oh, wow.
And there's kind of people are spotted out in the wild, whether in the stands here, who are kind of big fans of the show. So why don't we start with your own relationship with cricket?
Yeah.
Where did that come from? I know you don't necessarily have a massive cricketing background.
Mm-hmm.
Don't play
the
sport. So how did it kind of infect you, as it were?
Well, I would say my dad is like a sport obsessive in a way where he's just like, he's basically into all sports. So there was cricket on at home. There was also rugby league on, bizarrely. I've got an insane working knowledge of like Leeds Rhinos players from the like late 90s. Big cycling fan. So like cricket was about, in terms of it was a sport and it was a thing. I was also 14 in 2005, and I do resent that quite heavily, because I thought we were always going to be good at cricket.
That's the norm. That's what happens every time.
Yeah.
You always get on the bus. There's all the people in Trafalgar Square.
Exactly. We get to do this once every couple of years. So I was kind of fell in love with it then, and it was bizarrely like it did cut through so much. Me and all my mates were obsessed with football. We were going round each other's houses to watch the tests all of the tests that summer. And so it kind of started from there, and it just kind of like, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination a badger, shall we say now, but like I do have to know what the score is for all international matches, and we've got a mutual friend that works in the women's game as well, so I've now also become quite like au fait with that, and so it's like for both England and men's and women's international cricket, it's just like that's the rhythm of summer, I guess, now.
And has it? Because I think the two things seem a bit correlated. You mentioned listen to a podcast where it's two friends speaking. You feel like you get to know the people broadcasting, and then you feel also like you get to know the people who are broadcasting, whether it's from here, from the Surrey live stream, or Test Match Specials, the more probably pertinent example, or Sky Sports.
Yeah,
I've heard of working with them at the moment.
Yeah.
What about kind of here at the moment? Do you see an overlap between your fans and cricket in terms of culturally, as it were? Because I know like here has become quite a staple of the summer.
Yeah.
Like the Oval sells itself as like South London's beer garden.
Yeah, yeah.
And you come here on a Thursday, and it is a Thursday night, more to the point.
Yeah.
And there is a kind of, it feels like probably aimed at someone like our generation, basically, where we're probably doing all of the above. We're falling into the same Venn diagram of we're listening to Screen Rot, we're at the Oval on a Thursday night, we like cricket, we probably listen to football cliches as well. Right. Occasionally we go out for small plates, we're lucky enough. Does that sound vaguely sensible, or is that
I think that's right, and I do think that like specifically something about like the longer forms of the game and Screen Rot, like the people that we're often talking about on Screen Rot, you only get to watch them on your own. And so Screen Rot kind of communalizes an individual experience. So like you know that a million people are watching Eating with Todd on or whoever on Instagram, but it's like the experience of Screen Rot is that we therefore like communalize that, and you feel like this niche concern that only you know about is actually a wider thing. And I think that kind of obsessive interest in quite a niche concern, I can see that reflected
that's
in county
really
cricket. I feel like that's there. So yeah, I think that's where there's an overlap. Look, there will be a number of probably balding men with very nice glasses in this ground now that are here, and they're pretending to be working from home, and they will listen to Screen Rot on the bus on the way home, and that fills me with joy. And by the way, it is men. It's mainly men.
I always think back. There was a blog called King's Cricket, I believe is the name of the blog.
Yeah.
And they basically made the case. I reckon this is 5 years old now, but I've always remembered it, where they made the case for why Test cricket is actually perfectly suited for the modern day, rather than the other way, where everything's shortened down TikTok and kind of short form immediate content. And they explained the phenomenon of something called dot watching,
right?
Where it was like whether it's the Tour de France or races across the Atlantic Ocean, and something where it can be on in the background.
Yeah.
And it can be a constant presence in your life, but you can dip into it basically. And so you'll be at your desk, and you'll go and check how your dot is faring as it goes across the Atlantic Ocean. In the same way with cricket, and like, you only look as far as like the BBC Sport live blog. It is dot watching.
Yeah,
it's on in the background. It's there the whole time. You can obsess over it. You can get deep into the weeds of the numbers as you so wish.
Yeah,
and you can engage in it at your own pace, basically. But
I think the ability to tell a story over a long period of time, like a stage of the Tour de France or a day of Test match cricket or a Test match within a series of Test match cricket, that is like, people are obsessed with like serialized long form storytelling. I've always thought that as well. That never really chimes with me of like, I'll just make it shorter so it compresses and fits into people's time. Like, no, people actually like a richness and a length of story. And I think that overlap again with podcasts of like, there's a passive consumption to it as well. You can listen to Screen Rot while you're doing the washing up. You can have the cricket on while you're meant to be working. Like and those things, they definitely reward modern world, I think.
In terms of kind of, you mentioned you're a child of 2005. I think like loads of people, I'm probably the same.
Yeah.
The sport has changed drastically over the last 21 years. And if we're talking about it in terms of, it did feel like more of a national game at that time. And I guess my question to you would be, as someone who's not necessarily within the stereotypical cricket spheres of 2026, as it were, versus 2005.
Yeah.
How do you find kind of engaging in the game? Do you feel it's something you're getting closer to, or do you feel it's potentially drifting further away? And you go, no, this isn't necessarily what I first recognised. I don't know if that's too large a question.
No, I definitely know what you mean, and I mean I do have the feeling of like this this kind of like I guess I would engage with it on what might be called like a kind of hipster level, I suppose. Like I listen to Colo and Jeff. I listen to
Final Word,
and you on there as well. I listen to the Great Cricketer. I listen to all the Sky stuff, and like that gives you a level of engagement with it that obviously I didn't have when I first started. But and as someone who wouldn't classify themselves as like someone who's like cricket is their game or feels that ownership of it, this sense that like it's being taken away from what people actually want sometimes feels a bit grim. Do you know what I mean? Like this idea of like, actually everyone really kind of likes test matches and like, but there's this huge other audience of people that are demanding it get shorter and all of this stuff. Like I do that sometimes I feel like I'm interested in that. Do you know, I'll listen to Colo or I'll listen to people interview a cricket administrator. That's an objectively insane thing to do.
What, 45 minutes?
Yeah, right. And like, yeah, and when I listen, over the summer, it's just like I listen to Wisden every night. Do you know what I mean? I listen to Yaz and Phil and whoever, and if you were on it again. And so I think that's another way in which, like, it rewards the obsessive over a summer. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that is probably deepened my engagement with cricket. If you know, like, I kind of engage with it more year round than I did when I was like 16 and it was just a summer thing.
Any temptation ever to play?
Well, I actually have a bit of a kind of trauma experience where, so like, we did have this like 1 year program at school where we had a cricket team for a year, and I, for some reason, just decided I was a wicket keeper.
Why not?
Yeah, it looks fun. I can catch a bit. I like diving around. When I go play on the beach, like I'm the man. Like I'm like folks on the beach, and they let me keep wicket for a bit. And they eventually had to put a backstop in behind me because it was
humiliating.
Yeah, it was grim.
It's like Jacob Hawley.
Yeah, it was bad stuff. So I think that ended my burgeoning relationship with the game as something to play. Sadly, yeah. You know that like heat of embarrassment when a team of people are like, oh my god, and it was not
You're
good.
ruining their day.
So yeah, I don't know. Every so often I walk past. What's the like small-sided game they play in parks?
Last Man Stands.
Last Man Stands. I sometimes walk past that in Camberwell, and I think, I could do this.
That could be. I think you could as well. Wonderful, Jake. We've got one more minute, and to sign us off, kind of, what are the plans for Screamrock in the future, in the near future?
Yes.
I guess. I mean, I think a lot of people will know where to find you anyway. But if people did want to find you,
yeah,
where can they go?
we're on Spotify. We're on all of the places you get your podcast. We've got a Patreon where we do an extra episode every week. If you sign up to that, you do get a free hat as well, which I think is the main reason people sign up. We're doing live shows. We're doing a live show with Greg James actually in Sheffield in early July, so people can come along to that, and we'll be on tour again in the autumn. So hopefully see some people there.
Jake, what a treat! Thank you very much for coming on. Jake Farrow of the Screamrock podcast.
Lever's just walked in, mate.
I'm up. 30 seconds to us, yeah?
We're coming back with anything.
When is restart?
4.
20 seconds. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Very warm welcome back to the final session of this Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Essex from the Kia Oval. Last session of the 4-day game, and it is drifting towards handshakes as Essex are 249 for 2 in their second innings. The overall lead over Surrey is 186 runs. We've already seen a very entertaining century by the Essex captain Tom Westley, 136 he made, and Dean Elgar is heading towards 3 figures as well. 85 not out from 197 deliveries. It started drifting midway into the last session. Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, had a little spell with his dibbly medium paces, and in that it was to try and improve Surrey's over rate. There's not a huge amount of points available because the match is heading towards a draw, and Surrey didn't want to be stung by any points penalties due to their slow over rate, lack of spin bowling and their 5 seamers. So Burns decided to put himself in tandem with Dan Lawrence, and that has nudged their over rate back towards the positive. They are +2, so no danger of any dropped points from there on in. But we are heading towards a draw. There is going to be no, well, I say that, I'm backing there is going to be no dramatic declaration by Essex, and Surrey having to bat again. So we shall head towards what will be those handshakes in around about an hour's time, you would have thought. It's going to be Dan Lawrence to continue from the Vauxhall end, slip in place, and Charlie Allison to take strike.
Nice. Love that.
Journalist and host of the Final Word podcast, Adam Collins, is alongside me. Hello, Collo.
Daggers, look, we may not have any conventional action of any note in this final session, but it doesn't mean we're bereft of talking points.
Oh, no.
For we have spotted something, or rather I have spotted something at tea.
Well, you said that you had, and I said, don't tell me. Do not tell me.
Don't let the
Save
fizz out.
it.
Don't let the fizz out. Wait till you can do it on air.
So you can get some genuine on-air reaction. This is great production by you, by the way.
Well, you know, always thinking one step ahead. As we know at the Kia Oval, there are pitches all the way across the square.
Yes.
Which means that at intervals you get to see what the players might be planning to do in the next session of the match. So it always serves to just watch and see who's warming up. And typically, if Surrey are about to field, you'd see Ben Folkes gloving a few. If it's a change of innings or before play or something like that.
Mm-hmm. The plot thickens.
Oh!
What you wouldn't typically see is Ben Folkes doing a spot of bowling in the middle before a session is about to start.
Adam Collins, you haven't.
Hold on to your hats.
Now, hang on a second. I'm assuming he's still behind the stump. So you have the binoculars. It's not Jamie Smith who's taken the gloves, is it?
Not yet, he hasn't.
No. Darling.
Do you think we'll see this? Because you did converse with Nasser earlier on about his couple of first-class victims.
Yes.
Has Folkes ever...
He's bowled 1 over for Surrey, and I'm trying to work out when this over was.
Okay.
I'm not doing a very good job of it. My database doesn't give me that. if you haven't taken a wicket, you can't see the...
No, right, but we know he's not taken one.
But he hadn't taken a wicket, but 1 over at some point. Probably in a situation much like this.
Well, the Willie Won't He story can run for a little while yet. 72 overs have been bowled. I mean, the new ball is due in 8.
Now,
so,
here we go.
So 251 for 2.
And that's before we'll be permitted to. So you're spot on. So the earliest we can end this would be at 450.
I can imagine the
Yeah.
conversation. Go on, folks. You have a roll. Well, not until
the second knew it. And he was bowling medium pace too. Oh, Dom Sibley's going to... Okay, now we're really into the greatest hits here. Dom Sibley, who has taken wickets with his leg breaks at different points in his career. But there's no way they're going to let one of their frontliners get injured here. That's certain.
Oh, now this has just perked me up a little bit, I have to say. Sitting more upright in the chair as Sibley purveys from the pavilion end. That's a huge appeal.
It's close too.
Hint of turn.
Impact outside the line, but not far away. Folks, very excitable.
Take another look.
Oh,
yeah.
And Elgar's on 86 as well.
Oh, goodness, that's gentle. The good news is, from a Surrey perspective, is that Dom Sibley fell awkwardly, taking a brilliant catch in the outfield. And we were worried for a little while that he might have just jarred the shoulder, his right shoulder as it happened. So hence why maybe a little bit more gentle than usual. That said, it's just good that he's able to... It's good enough that he can bowl. Over the wicket.
Oh, yeah, mate. Good fizz, good fizz.
If anyone has been tuning in the hope of watching some high-intensity county cricket, I can assure you that it has been for 3.5 days.
He's got 4 first-class wickets. No. His 4 first-class wickets include Ravi Bopara.
Okay.
It's not bad. Gareth Berg.
Oh, Berg, he was a good cricketer. Gareth Berg.
Tom Alsop. And Ryan McLaren. There you go.
Proper batters.
Can he make it a 5th here?
Oh, not picking.
What I am thoroughly enjoying, though, is the quality of the offering does not directly correlate with the noise that's emanating from behind the stumps. A little bit of fun. Joviality out in the middle. And Sibley completes his first over, 253 for 2. So hold on to your hats, everybody. Just in case we get to see folks, a handsome face of folks who has to take his helmet off.
I think it may have been with folks. He was given a bowl not too long ago. I seem to recall this happened, was it last year? Anyway, it hasn't happened yet, so let's not get too excited. Let's keep our feet firmly attached to the floor.
You've put the seed, you've planted it though.
Nice.
Well, the truth is, Burns and Lawrence did a very, very good job because they were -3 with a bullet. That was getting worse, that number. It was -3, so that was at worst a loss of 3 points. When Westley was going for it, balls flying everywhere, overs taking ages. But they got it back to +1 by the end of the session. It's +2 now, so they're all set for over 8 stuff.
And especially when there's a lopsided field as well, when there's a huge acreage and you hit a 4 and it, or a 6 for that matter, and it can take a good long while for the ball to be retrieved from the longer side of the ground. Just a lazy single. I actually spoke at Ben Folkes' cricket club once. Frinton on Sea. I think his brother was there. Dear Don Topley of Essex fame.
Toppers was here this week.
Yes, I caught up with him earlier this week. Oh, good form.
Lovely.
A nice little club, nice area as well. Down in Frenton.
There's a lovely exhibition at Lord's I sort of happened upon the other week that relates to the Topley family and their war service. Going back to the First World War, very decorated member of the Topley family.
What was that?
And they had the ball that Reece bowled when he took his 6 foot at Lords,
Mhm.
and they linked it back to this quite remarkable story of bravery during the First World War.
Is that in the museum?
Yeah, it's now where is it? It's just outside the Long Run.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I shall pick that out next time I'm there. 255 for 2, 74 overs gone. It's always at this time of the year. I don't realise this game is going nowhere, but it has that. We've seen a lot of good, high quality cricket during this game on a sort of typical April slow surface. Beautiful weather and excellent crowds, as we've mentioned, but it has just whetted the appetite for the summer to come. All the grounds that you get to visit and little, like you say, something that you picked up at Lords, something that I'd like to go and just cast my eye over, and the story behind it, and look how lucky we are to travel to all these grounds, whether they be the Lords or whether it's the smaller grounds, New Roads and Wantage Roads. Each has their own specific charms, and how lucky we are to cover cricket at them and bring you cricket. There's plenty coming up over the course of this season, both domestically, internationally.
I think it's a lovely thing that in April and May we can focus on grounds that aren't just test venues as well. I know that we're at one here at the Oval, but clubs like Essex, the charm of spending some time at Chelmsford, or Taunton.
Brilliant.
Taunton that do a great job of recognising the history of Somerset cricket. They've got their own parade of champions there. Great stuff. Proud clubs. Somerset, of course, leading the title race in these early exchanges.
Oh, dear. That was a pie.
There aren't many times when you're watching professional cricket that you think, could probably go right now, because the gap is so vast between professional cricket and recreational cricket. This is one of those times.
Hey! Love it, Sibs.
I wouldn't mind seeing Collins get a bit of action from the pavilion end. Apparently you've bowled quite well this season so far.
A bit of dip. Oh, it's just, you know.
You're struggling to blow your own trumpet now,
I'm not going to
aren't you?
do it. What I'm not going to do is bang it in halfway like Dom's done there. Give it a bit of air. Bowl bravely here, Dom. Give yourself a chance. You're only going to get a wicket here, Dom Sibley, if you throw the ball up. Don't worry about trying to do sort of Warner-Gatting stuff. There you go.
Oh, so
That's the length.
That's much better.
Into the 90s here. Ends the over as well. 262 for 2, leads 199. Some committed souls still here over in the SSE Energy Solutions stand. Probably a couple of hundred in that direction. You look at South African-born players in first-class hundreds. Elgar's on 54.
First-class hundreds?
Yeah. So you look at it across the span of time. Alan Lamb, most South African-born, that's the caveat here, 89. Barry Richards, the great, 80. Ken McEwen, Kepler Vessels, Graham Pollock, Jimmy Cook, Jart Cullis, Robin Smith. That takes you to 61. You can easily imagine a world where Elgar ends up somewhere in the 60s or even the 70s, because I don't see him retiring anytime soon.
Plenty of cricket left in it.
Yeah. He could leapfrog a whole bunch of those aforementioned. Hashim Amla, 57.
Spent a lot of time down here.
Of this parish. Peter
Hashim.
Kirsten, what a superstar, 57 as well. So these are. It just provides context around the Elgar career, having been such an effective leader of the South African Test team, having done multiple county stints at multiple clubs, including here at the Oval a couple of times.
One could argue as well that after South Africa were allowed back in as well, you mentioned someone like Peter Kirsten or the potential for a few more international hundreds to be added to that tally. Of course, they still played first-class cricket in the apartheid times, but internationally, Kepler Vessels had to go and play for Australia. Struck firmly. And I was just thinking about very soon after the first block of County Championship, we're into the Vitality Blast, and plenty of that covered on Sky Cricket this summer. That's when I get in the car and churn out the mile. I love it. Absolutely love it. We'll be at Taunton and Northampton, and I think we've got games at Cardiff and New Road.
Bug.
And every time, it is like visiting old friends. It is always a delight to see maybe even members that you've spoken to before, and they enjoy catching up with you. Just a very lovely community of cricket. And even though it's vast, it's close at the same time.
Are many of the Blast games that you'll cover at an outground, perhaps?
No, we don't many. Obviously, with television,
yep,
you need big setups and permanent setups, and the likelihood is that they're permanent in each of the county's natural home grounds, if you like.
Oh, it's a lovely ball.
It is a lovely ball, and it's defended by Dean Elgar for a dot ball to finish the 76th over, 264 for 2. The leader's gone past 200, 201.
Because in the early days of the Blast, there was lots of outground cricket, wasn't there, when you were playing still? I remember coming over here in the 2005 summer and seeing Middlesex play a game at Richmond.
Yep. Well, the rugby ground, isn't it?
Yeah. And all different grounds that... I suppose Middlesex are a slightly unusual one where they still have to play a fair bit away from Lords, but clubs getting around and exploring their counties more widely.
Not out. I've just given that not out from here. No, and you're right. And it was always a thrill. And Warwickshire didn't do it too much when I was there. But they did play a couple of sort of one-day games, Royal London one-day games at Stratford. Almost bowled him. You wouldn't believe it. But that's sort of dribbled past the bat and then the pad and almost cannoned into leg stump. And Charlie Ellison could have been walking another way.
Oh, look, it feels like Charlie Ellison's, I would say, decent chance he'll play for England at some stage, right?
Yep.
Very, very capable cricketer.
Yep.
If that had have run into his leg stump, there wouldn't have been many dismissals that would have been less flattering on that journey so far.
It must be pretty tough. Yeah. Actually, to sort of concentrate when you know it. You're used to frontline bowlers charging in at you, or the number one spinners bowling at you, but when the rest come on, to maintain that focus must be quite difficult.
Yeah, a lot of downside, right? Not a lot of upside.
No, there's no win, and getting out to this is one where the rest of the team are probably chuckling at you in the dressing room. Doesn't want the single. There's some wonderful places that, Middlesex, as you say, Southgate, Richmond, and Merchant Taylor School that they've used quite regularly.
Uxbridge.
Yeah, Uxbridge too. Just a single to finish. Oh, my apologies. There's another ball still to come. But it was always, Gloucestershire still very much have the Cheltenham Festival, which is a lovely thing to visit. If you ever get an opportunity to go and watch some county cricket at the Cheltenham Festival, that's such good fun. We used to have the Oakham School Festival at Leicestershire.
Catch him, Bernsey!
Out wide umpire saggers.
I was desperately sad to see, speaking of outgrounds, Swansea St Helens, the famous St Helens where Sobers hit the 6 sixes off Malcolm Nash and hosted a number of international games going back decades. Hosted lots of tour games. Every Australian tour between 1921 and 1981 had a game at St Helens. Ends the over here, belatedly, 271 for 2. That in the winter, it's been thoroughly turned into a rugby-only facility. They've relaid the turf. It must be the 4G turf or whatever it is. So they can't play cricket there at all anymore. It's been 4 or 5 years since they played a first-class game there. But, it's a link to the history of the game.
I agree.
There was 418 first-class games at that ground. It wasn't a sort of a couple of games 20,
Yeah,
30,
very
40
much
years
so.
ago.
I think I remember seeing something on social media that Robert Croft similarly was hugely disappointed, as well as any cricket fan from Glamorgan, when that piece of history gets taken away. Although, having said that, as Dan Lawrence starts a new over, his 17th, I went over to Vancouver at the conclusion of the season, and there was a T10 tournament I was asked to cover over there, and I actually really enjoyed it. It was really good fun. It was a week's worth of cricket, and yes, it was fast, and I'm sure T10 has its detractors, but it kind of was what it was. It was under no illusions as to who the target audience was, and a lot of expat Asians living over in the region, and it was held at the big stadium there, where the Vancouver Whitecaps used to play, and that is like an American football stadium, 50,000. And they had this surface, as we see, arguably the worst cricket of the season so far.
I just gasped. It was an involuntary gasp. That was something.
Yeah, and they'd created a surface which was 4 blocks. It was one of these 4G pitches that you talk about as the outfield, and there genuinely wasn't any problems. I'm not saying it's something that should be permanent. The ball doesn't get scuffed from old wickets and that sort of thing. But to introduce a new audience to high-level cricket, plenty of top players there. Alex Davis was there, Richard Gleeson, and David Visa, and players such as that.
I agree. I think the only downside of playing on the 4G outfield, of course, you need a synthetic pitch, so it can't be turf. That's one thing. People assume you'll hurt yourself diving on. I've played a little bit on that 4G surface away from the UK. It's kind of fine to slide on.
Nice, mate.
There is room there with football, and 272 for 2. Football in the soccer sense, where 4G is used. Yeah, I agree with you. If you can get creative about where we can play the game, especially in developing nations, we should.
Well, and what was the most intriguing thing was the actual pitch that was used, and it was amazing. It was almost like, if you remember, like a plasticine, almost like a clay, and it took a stud, but you could. It didn't have any footholds or anything like that. It was an intriguing thing, and the bounce was decent, the pace was decent. I think within the stadium, when it was a bit colder during the day, until there was more people and more heaters had been turned on and that sort of stuff. Once it warmed up, it got a little bit better for batting. Not quite sure why the gasp from out in the middle as a half-tracker gets heaved away by Elgar to get him ever closer to 3 figures. He moves to 97, just 1 blow away. But what I will say is that where they knitted it together, it was a little uneven. So they're going to now try it on 2 big pieces and avoid that mistake again. But the point of me telling you this was that it showed what can be done. And if you can create a surface, a very playable surface, that's not that expensive to put together, in emerging nations, where you don't have the finances to go and get rollers or lawnmowers or whatever it may be, something that can be reused over and over again, I think is something that is good to be explored.
I visited Brazil last October, November. Surrey have done some great work over there. MCC Foundation are involved over there. We all know that emerging story of Brazil cricket. It's one of the great stories in global cricket. And they use a polo facility as their cricket ground for multi-team tournaments. So the South American Championship was held there, about an hour and a half out of Rio, thereabouts. And they use a roll-up pitch. They they obviously have got it bedded down, but they are roll-up pitches which look like synthetic hard wickets, but they're not. They roll the grass as far down as they can, and then they I guess it's like the old mats that would have been used when you think about cricket in the earlier parts of the 20th century. And that plays pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything to get people playing. That is the key. And now with the advances in the technologies and the surfaces and experimentation, I think speaking to the players, they said it played fine, it was good. So you can take that on. A little delay. Bit of Usman Tariq from Dom Sibley there to finish his 4th over. It was pretty ordinary, I've got to be brutally honest. 278 for 2.
You see where Folks was hiding for the last ball. He was hiding down the leg side before the ball was bowled.
It's time. All I'm doing now is we've been biding our time because the new ball is 1 over away.
We'll be on for that. When the new ball is due, the only question I'd ask is, who pays for the new Dukes balls? Will they be able to justify the £100 or so expense for a new Dukes in this situation?
And the fact that it's actually potentially, because you started this,
I saw it.
It could be given to Ben Folks.
It feels like it will be.
That's £100 well spent in my view, just for the entertainment factor alone. I think it's worth it. I'm sure the ECB just buy in a ton of Dukes, don't they?
I wouldn't have a clue. But yeah, that'd be the trade-off, a brand new Dukes. They probably don't cost £100 when you're buying in bulk. But you know what I'm trying to say. The top line cricket ball.
Yeah. If you, Adam Collins, went to buy a county level Dukes cricket ball, it would probably cost you that.
That's right. If you went to the shop, it would.
So Elgar is 1 away. The last 30 runs haven't been as testing as the first 70. Allison drives. Jordan Clark gives it the big size 12 in stopping it. No mileage and bending down.
Another thing that's been lost in the modern game. There was a time when having a good boot was part of being a good outfielder as a fast bowler.
Oh, yes.
Work smarter, not harder. Not anymore.
99 for Elgar. And to 100 he goes. Very well batted, his 55th. First class 100. Go along with 14 test hundreds as well. He looked in good order in the first innings as well for his 92. He's managed to make it to 3 figures, and albeit the energy has gone out of this game, it's still a landmark achievement for any batter. Well played, Dean Elgar.
Yep, still got to make them. 92 in the first innings when, remember, Essex were sent in. It was he and his opening partner, Paul Walter, putting on 183, which gave Essex the chance to drive the game in the first day and a half or so. Getting them above 400, which meant that even though Surrey got that first innings lead, they were always in a race against time on day 4. So Elgar can take a lot of credit for the way this game's played out from an Essex perspective, getting the better of this draw.
Mm-hmm. It seems like plenty of games across the country are meandering to the same conclusion. The only one that Worcestershire have already beaten Kent in the 2nd division. Gloucestershire are close, if not have won.
They've won by 10 wickets. Just
yeah.
well done. Yep.
Congratulations to them. I think they were, 3 points after 2 games. 80 overs gone. New ball is due. 281 for 2. Essex, they lead by 218. So, yeah, congratulations to Gloucestershire because they were a little bit down in the dumps. After the first couple of games, they've beaten Derbyshire by 10 wickets. Bowling Derbyshire out for 281 and 252. Durham look like they're heading towards victory at Chesterley Street, set 336 to win. They are 281 for 2. Emilio Gay, 100. Daniel Beddingham, David Beddingham. Don't. 111 not out.
And they're cruising as well, that pair.
Yeah.
They needed about, and they must have knocked off 60 of those in the last half an hour. So they've earned that, Durham, on the final day.
Sibley continues. Firmly struck. Nats, remember, is Lancashire without a spinner as well in their second innings. They would have hoped to have had Arav Shetty. He was injured, hand injury. They tried to replace him with Tom Hartley and were denied. So I've seen Tom Bailey, the opening bowler, bowling a little bit of spin for Lancashire. I'm half expecting James Anderson to have some words post-match. We'll wait and see how that plays out as well.
Well, given it's been 2 weeks in a row, I'm sure when
Yeah.
as a microphone put under him, he'll provide a view on injury subs. It'll be, I suspect, one of the major storylines in the next couple of weeks as we get towards the blast break, when the ECB reportedly will consider what they're going to do with injury subs for the remainder of the championship season.
Oh, goodness gracious. Worked to the leg side. Yorkshire versus Sussex. Sussex in their second innings, 324 for 8. They lead Yorkshire by 315 runs. There was a moment in that game where Yorkshire might have, if they'd been able to scuttle Sussex out, could have had a very, very swift chase on their hands, but I think there's a bit of rain up there in Leeds. So that's heading towards a draw in the first division. Nottinghamshire 520 for 7 in their second innings. That being asked to made to follow on against Warwickshire. They lead by 340. A wicket has just been taken. Rob Yates getting out Liam Patterson-White, but they've been in the field now for 240 overs, have Warwickshire. Oof. We're going to feel that tomorrow. Just taking a look at Dean Elgar.
And you consider what that may mean if they end up bowling first on Friday as well.
And his century compiled today. Congratulations to him, another centurion in this game. So yeah, that's the other Division 1 game is Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. And Glamorgan 440 all out, Leicestershire 586 for 7 declared, and in their second innings, Glamorgan 122 for 2. So not a great deal of joy results-wise in the first division.
Some big old scores. It reminds me of a couple of seasons ago. Around this time of year, we had a Kookaburra round. Had the great Andrew Sampson with us, who worked out there were more 150-plus scores in that round than in the history of county championship cricket. Thankfully, no more of the Kookaburra rounds this season.
As bowlers rejoice around the country. Although they've not had a great deal of joy this week with the good weather. Hope it continues. Just biding a little bit of time now. The overall lead is 221. No problems on the over 8 front for Surrey now. Way ahead of it. +4. There's still people just enjoying the sunshine and the SSE Energy Solutions stand.
Yeah, there'll be people here who are having their first experience of cricket, perhaps, wandering in for an afternoon. Maybe not the most high-octane stuff they'll happen upon, but, you know.
There's worse things to do, let me tell you, on a
is.
Monday afternoon.
There is.
Have a drink in the hand and watch some cricket, no matter. No matter the levels. So we'll look forward to the next round of matches forthcoming. As Adam mentioned earlier today, that Sussex are the visitors here on Friday. Essex have got a well-earned rest.
Looking forward to that. Sussex, a couple of early wins this season.
Oh! No shot offered. No interest given by umpire Chantry.
Sussex, who of course have had their well-documented financial challenges and points deduction, but giving themselves a decent chance of shaping the season. It'd be very special if they can contend all the way down.
Will we see folks? Well, we won't be talking about it if we do. Forward comes Elgar in defence and concludes the 82nd over. 284 for 2. Phil Walker and Nasser Hussain are coming in straight after this.
Well, minimum remaining overs today, 23. The game will probably end before that. If the umpires and the captains agree, there will be no likelihood of a result. Essex lead by 2-2-1. Players have decided to take drinks. At tea time, Ben Folkes was having a little bowl in the middle. It is all smiles out there. We will see what happens regarding Folkes. But Phil, it is absolutely grinded to a halt, this game. The pitch looks like it's going to win. We've had a record attendance, but to be honest, it's been pretty turgid cricket.
Yeah, that it has, Nasser. Unfortunately, this is a story that's been replicated up and down the country in the top division, and without wanting to dwell too much on it, because there's been some very good cricket matches played in the last few weeks, it does nonetheless hit home, where in all 4 games in the top div, going into day 4, have basically been done and dusted before a ball's bowled on the first morning of that final day. And look, it's not a great look for a competition that has immense virtue and value, but which at times struggles for eyeballs and focus, and struggles to convince the punters out there that it's a true entertainment and stands on its own terms. Now, another week, it would be a very different story.
Yeah, I think the pitches, obviously, it's hard work for the ground staff at this time of year. But I do think they either have to do something on day 1 or day 4.
Yeah.
They either have to be really green on day 1 and zip around all day, or on day 4 they're starting to turn and get uneven. What we're seeing, and it can't go around every ground, but what we're seeing here at the Oval is a pitch that's good on day 1, and the groundsman tried to leave grass on it. It's not like they're not. Indeed. After what happened against Leicestershire, he knows that he's got to try and do something. So he left grass on it, and it's done nothing for 4 days.
Yeah. Now, if you take it back to Surrey's 3 in a row, the policy was very clear. You win the toss, you bowl first. And on that first morning here, it was as hard to bat on the first morning as on the final afternoon on day 4. And the days to bat were always 2 and 3, and the pitch would calm down in the evening session on day 1, but it was hard yakka to get through those first 2 sessions. Now, we could say on this game that Surrey just didn't turn up on that first morning and let Essex get away, and they didn't quite hit their marks. Oh, here we go. So, Jordan Clark is donning the gauntlets, which means only one thing, that Ben Folkes is imminent, folks. Look at that, he's lurking now at backward point.
He obviously doesn't like the pavilion end.
No.
It's not his end of choice here at the Oval.
He's always been a Vauxhall end kind of guy.
He's getting loose. He had a bowl at tea. He's getting loose at backward point. The game's gone absolutely reduced to a farce. It's going to be Sibley and Folkes, I think, after tea, or after drinks anyway.
But you're right what you say. This is not by design. And there are feather beds, and then there's this track, and I think there's been a bit of up and down bounce. There's been some pace in it at times. It's not been an absolute road necessarily. Both teams have batted with real fortitude, really, to get through it. Both teams have batted well, resiliently. Essex were under a bit of pressure, I suppose, going into their 3rd innings. but the pitch just does not yield. This is the challenge here. And this is why you don't see a spinner. And Surrey, I think, are, let's say, they can't wait for Rahul Chahar, the Indian leggy, to turn up here for the second half of the season, and perhaps
Well, then maybe
we'll see a bit more.
They could go the other way. They could shave it on day one,
right,
and have the old oval pitch
Mhm.
where it's very dry, and then it will turn in the heat of the summer. Although they don't play that much cricket in the heat of the summer. New ball taken by Dom Sibley, something I never thought I'd say.
You don't do enough county cricket now.
Well, Sibley, okay, I might have said that, but I can guarantee I never thought I'd say Sibley and Folks. We will have to wait and see if it is Folks.
Yeah.
Sibley mustn't scuff it up too much for Folks. Keep shining it up. That's the drag down. The ball that appears to be short and is short. Charlie Allison just limping as he came back for two. Just in that drinks break, he had the physio all over him, stretching his back.
I saw this right at the start, actually. He gingerly got through for a couple of singles early on, so he's perhaps tweaked something.
Essex with a week off after this. They've already played. Well, this will be their 4th county championship game. Is it time for Folks? That is the question. 288 for 2. The captain looks at him. The cap is off, or one of the caps. The second cap is off. It is time for Ben Folks with the new ball from the Vauxhall end.
And I have to say, Nasser, look at the strut. He's never felt so good out there in the middle. What does he bowl, do you know?
Seam up, looking at his run up.
And the crowd are with us. Listen to that.
The roar. One slip with hands in pocket, the skipper. Cover point, cover, and a mid-off. Right, Ben Folks.
You can always tell in cricket when a cricketer's doing something that they frankly shouldn't be doing. Like when a number 11 walks out, they might have the right kit, but just the way it fits on them, you know that they're a number 11. Jordan Clark, if we can get him up on screen, Jordan Clark keeping wicket with, I think, a helmet, 20 yards back, looks like the least likely county wicketkeeper I've ever seen. Huge biceps, short shirt, long hair. He's a fast bowler in wicket-keeping gloves there. If ever I've seen one. Rory Burns warming up. Oh, it's all off here. It's all going.
I think it's the safest place to be is when Folks bowling is a wicket-keeper, to be honest. You're just watching it. Cue Nick down the leg side. Alistair Cook got one, didn't he? Caught down the leg side by Matt Pryor. Goes straight through to the keeper, a leave from Elgar.
Just on Essex briefly, Nasser, a couple of tough results. They lost that tight one last week, of course, against Somerset, chasing just a touch over 200 and didn't get home. Won the first week. This has been a pretty good week for them, I think.
Yeah, just to regroup, really. Get Elgar back in nick. I mean, they're missing, or they were missing Westley through injury. Jordan Cox away on IPL duty. Mulder went back to South Africa. So they'd missed some runs. But even they are now just one win from 4.
Indeed.
So they'll have to have a look and start working out how to win games of cricket. That game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston was a close one. On the wrong side of that one. Somerset will be sitting very happily this week with all these draws, and they're not playing. They'll concentrate on their own business. But I think that would be a good story, actually, Somerset. They have come so close. They've had so many great games of cricket. I've been glued watching some of their games. Cameras shaking at the end and Jack Leach getting wickets. Could this be their year? We will see. Oh, my word.
Where has he been?
The massive follow-through from Folks. Just saying to the bowlers, bend your back and you can get something out of this surface. 291 for 2.
But I guess you mentioned Somerset, and we don't need to dwell too much on it, but they produce result pitches. They sometimes get told off for it inexplicably, but they produce pitches that encourage results, and increasingly that's how you get it done in the top division.
I'd say they've been one of, if not the most watchable side in the last few years because of that. It's been very watchable cricket down at Taunton, definitely, because of the players they have, and they produce their own young players, don't they? There's a lot coming through their system. So they do things, well, as they do here, they do things well, both here and at Somerset. It is going to be Rory Burns to take over from Sibley. Bit of shape there from Burns with this new ball.
Talking of good homegrown stars, Charlie Allison, who's ambled along this afternoon. He's a very fine young player, Nas. I don't know how much you've seen.
I've seen a bit of him. I know his brother better.
Right.
Worked with his brother at a school that he went to, and he's a really nice, very talented family. But Ben, obviously, I know well, and everyone was talking about Charlie as well. And you'd see him, playing for Colchester and playing, growing up and playing club cricket. But then you put him on, and you watch him play some shots off the back foot through cover point at the top of the bounce. Nice looking player, good timer of the ball.
He is, and you're exactly right. He hits good balls for 4.
Yeah.
So it was really here last year in this fixture for Charlie Allison. He'd volunteered initially to open the batting because Dean Elgar was back home in South Africa on paternity leave, and Essex needed an opener, and Charlie Allison said, well, I'll do it. Never played first-class cricket before. Didn't go great, but didn't go disastrously. A couple of 20s, the odd 30. But then when he moved to the middle order, he came into this game having bagged one the week before, left a straight one from his brother, Ben, who was playing for Worcestershire at the time, and then he got another naught in the first innings here. And he came out in the third innings of the match and peeled off a stunning 100. Brilliant 100. And by the end of it, it was all the fun of the fair, taking the spinners over extra cover and the full works. And he made 300s last year from the middle order in his first year. He runs in the One Day Cup as well and started this season pretty well. A couple of 40s and an 80. Another 40 and an unbeaten 30-odd here as well. He's a very fine young player indeed.
And after that big build-up, if he gets out to Rory Burns...
It's a given. It's a given.
Plays around a straight one. If he gets a straight one. 298 for 2.
$100 for Emilio Gay against Lancs for Durham, of course. Started the season well. Dare I ask you, Nas?
No, don't.
Ahead of that first test squad, do you have an inkling? Do you have an inkling who might be the openers?
No, I don't actually. I mean, I would like Rue to play.
Okay.
I just don't know how he gets in. Obviously, can't get in that middle order. Whether they will play him as an opener. I just think he's done so much, and he looks such a good player, and he plays the ball so late. Sometimes you just get a feel this lad can play, as can his brother. But I'd like him somehow to play, but not think about whether you play him as an opener. Dan Lawrence tried it, or they tried Dan Lawrence. It didn't quite work out. Emilio Gay, the problem is, it was like, and I played at Essex with Graham Gooch. They see the good of you, but they also see the bad when it comes to selection. So, it can be a great thing playing with the England captain, watching all the time up at Durham and Stokes, but they also see what your weaknesses are, either on or off the field. So it's not always a good thing. Say, oh, Stokes has seen him, he must play.
Yeah. It wouldn't be out of character for this England side to say to James Rue, well, be that as it may, you may not have ever faced up to a new ball, but you're going to for us. It wouldn't be entirely out of character.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Always the club country thing then, whether he should be opening, whether he should ask Somerset to open before the test match, if that's the whisper. But Somerset have to do what's best for them, and he's batting so well at 3 and 4. Why would you change it?
We did a thing for the magazine I work for over the winter when we picked out the 50 best uncapped players currently playing in county cricket, and we asked a panel of 50 odd people and so on, and he came out number 1. And I spoke to numerous players who've played against him, and they all said he just doesn't have a weakness, doesn't have a discernible technical weakness. So you'd think that if that's true, he'd be able to do a job up there with a bit of time to allow for him to bed in. There's a world in which that could play out for sure. The groundsmen have moved their position, Nasser.
Yeah, they're hovering over the covers, and I don't think that has anything to do with rain imminent. What's the regulations at 4:50 if
4:50
Essex
it is.
declare and they shake hands? They can walk off if the umpires and captains agree. So that would be 2 minutes away. And you're right, the ground staff have had enough now.
Fine spell, this. Ben Folks, he's got a couple to zip off a length. Tidy action, gets over that front leg. Is there anything that man can't do? As a batter, did you kind of hate these moments?
Yeah, just either want to get off. I hated facing part-time bowlers as well, to be honest. I mean, there is no upside.
Yeah.
Get you out. It's just a nightmare. He wasn't a part-time bowler. He was a bit more than that. But I got out to my old mate here on this ground in a first-class game for 197.
Butcher?
Thorpe.
Thorpe. Oh, nice.
It's one thing getting out to Butcher. It is a completely another thing. Thorpe went outswinger, 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 and then did me with the bluff in-swinger, which I left on 197, I think.
Stop it.
Yeah, I never heard the end of it, so.
Left it on a 197.
Yeah. Thorpe, I mean, please. Butcher thought he was quicker than he was. He ran in quicker than he actually delivered it, Butch.
Yeah.
Test 4 for at Lords. Never forgiven me for that drop to catch. Could have had 5 for honours board. Now is it 10-2 yet? They're sort of hovering around the umpires. My clock says 11 minutes to. And I think even the umpires might have had enough, because without asking them, it is handshakes all round. Dean Elgar with a big smile on his face, because he will remain unbeaten on 107. Red ink for him. Both sets of players tried hard, but in all honesty, in the end, the pitch did not deteriorate. And it is a draw for two sides who are desperate for wins. Essex with just one win and Surrey winless. So a difficult week for both sides. And in the end, it was always going to be a draw.
Yep, a long haul, 22 wickets fall across 4 unbroken days of hard cricket. There's been some quality knocks within it. Essex tried hard with the ball. I thought they were good, really. The seamers initially. But as you say, Nasser, one of those where it doesn't really play into either of these teams' hands. Surrey have lost the knack of getting it done here. It was a fortress for 3 years. They had a model, a template, and they stuck to it, and they beat you up on the final day, time after time. Well, they've just mislaid that knack for now.
Yeah, a game that saw different hundreds, really. In the Essex innings, we've seen the likes of Elgar grind 100 and Westley a bit more fluent and smashing it to all parts. Same in that Surrey innings with Sibley grinding another 100 and Dan Lawrence, a really elegant, well-timed 100. We saw one for Phil Walter as well. Sorry, Paul Walter. Okay, the match summary. Essex 409 and 302 for 2. Surrey 472, so just 22 wickets over the 4 days. Well, we've had some men's cricket to start the season. The women have also been domestically playing some white ball cricket. It's a really important year because there is a T20 World Cup to look forward to.
The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 is almost here. 12 teams will battle it out over 33 matches across England and Wales in pursuit of T20 World Cup glory. The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 begins June 12.
A big summer for England's women as that tournament kicks off on the 12th of June. It is England against Sri Lanka at Edgbaston. And before that, England play New Zealand. That is an ODI series. That starts at Chester Street, Durham, 10:30 a.m. Sky Sports Cricket on Sunday, May the 10th. And also we have some test match cricket this summer for England men. The women have a test match, but England men's test series starts against New Zealand at Lord's on Thursday, June the 4th. Will be on air on Sky Sports Cricket at 10 a.m. So a lot of cricket, international cricket coming up this summer. We've had some domestic cricket in the at the Oval. In the end, it ends up at a draw. And both sides desperate for a win. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. I hope you enjoyed the 4 days. We will be back with more cricket the rest of this summer. Goodbye.